Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our walk into the Slender Man stabbing case with Morgan Geyser, Anissa Weier, and the victim Payton Leutner. So, welcome in everybody, welcome in. Please grab a seat, and I understand it's pretty chilly out there for most of you. So just this thing. Get comfortable and relax, and we're going to pick up, or we're going to continue on. We did part 1 yesterday of Morgan Geyser, all of her hearings. We're going to continue on with part 2. So Christine Fortunato, hello to you, and Ed, good to see you. Sweet Vampy, Willow Johnson, good morning. Sherry M, good to see you. It's 13 degrees at 5 a.m. Now it's 22. That is chilly. Brenda, 26 in Ohio. That is pretty chilly as well. Kathy Davis, good morning to you. 80s Music Man, good to see you. Alice, good morning. Hope everyone is doing well. Hector's mom. Christy, good to see you. Richard, good morning. Have a seat. Iowa Backyard, yes, the little critters. I'm glad that they're doing okay. Brett, good morning to you. Amy, hello, good morning, good morning. Northwest, you warmed up to 13F. Oof, warming up. Angelique, good morning to you. Just a Girl Baking, you dig the spooky music. We figured it was appropriate for the subject matter that we're covering. Let's see, Northwest, yeah, chilly. CJ says, good morning to you. Carolyn, I hope you're feeling better. 8-Ball, how slender are you? Bot. Brat asks, outlook not so innocent. Yes, Carolyn, I hope you're feeling better. I know you were a little bit under the weather yesterday. Hey, Kelly, good morning to you. All right, so while we grab our seats, Chris Wallace, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Almost New Year, yes. 35 in Western Oregon, Hector's mom says. 38 degrees Celsius. Oh, is that Johannesburg, Joburg? What's Joburg? Is that Johannesburg? All right. While you guys get settled in, I know some of you didn't join us yesterday, so I'm just going to review the backstory, and then we'll get into part 2 of Morgan Geyser's hearing. Lynn, good morning to you, the McCormick family, coming in. Carolyn, you're feeling better? Good. All right, so this took place May 31st of 2014. The victim is Payton Leutner. She also goes by Bella. The defendants are Morgan Geyser and Anissa Weier. And they were 12 years old when this happened. Right now they are 23. And their birthdays, Payton and Morgan have birthdays in, May. And let me just see. Let me get my trial notes here. Okay, so yes. So Payton is May 10th. Morgan is May 16th. I'm sorry. Payton is May 30th. Morgan's birthday was May 16th. And then Anissa is November 10th. So they were all, well, let me just go ahead and I'll read through this. All right, so Morgan Geyser, who we're focusing on today, her story begins years before the 2014 Slender Man stabbing, rooted in profound mental illness and social isolation. From an early age, Morgan experienced severe hallucinations, later identified as early onset schizophrenia. And if you guys have any questions, Psychosaurus Rex is going to be joining us tonight at 7:30 Eastern. So if you have any questions, please do a QQQ. And as we go through today, put QQQ, and then we'll pull them out. We had some really great questions yesterday. We had about 15 or 20 questions yesterday. So please continue to drop your questions. All right, so Morgan described seeing colors bleed from walls and interacting with inhuman figures who spoke to her and appeared as companions. Some hallucinations took the form of fictional characters, most notably Severus Snape, whom she said regularly visited her bedroom at night. Of course, Snape is from Harry Potter. Morgan was aware she was perceived as odd, but peers and teachers struggled to connect socially. Now, in 2013, Morgan met Anissa. She was another socially isolated classmate with long-standing interest in online horror culture, particularly creepypasta stories. Now, Morgan and Anissa lived in the same apartment complex. That's how they knew each other. And Jennifer, good morning to you. Linda, good morning to you. Stand for Truth, good to see you. So, Anissa had been reading and discussing Slender Man lore for years and understood it as fictional internet horror, even though she engaged with it intensely. When the girls became close, Anissa introduced Slender Man and related stories into their friendship. Morgan's experience with Slender Man developed differently. Long before meeting Anissa, Morgan had experienced hallucinations and delusions consistent with early onset schizophrenia. After being exposed to Slender Man lore, those pre-existing symptoms, latched onto the character as a framework. We kind of saw this yesterday in all that. We watched a couple hearings and we watched a bunch of news clips. So we're starting to develop this understanding of Morgan. At least I think we are. Morgan came to believe Slender Man was real and claimed she had been seeing him since early childhood, interpreting shadows, trees, and figures in her peripheral vision as proof of his presence. Anissa, initially treating the stories as fictional, began to accept Morgan's account and eventually came to believe she had seen Slender Man herself. What began as shared horror fandom evolved into a mutually reinforcing belief system that reframed their social isolation as being chosen rather than rejected. Hey, Betty, Lazy Boys, Melissa, good morning. Green-Eyed Cat, good morning to you. Back to the work grind. So, as this belief deepened, the girls became convinced that in order to live with Slender Man in his imagined mansion in the Nicollet National Forest, they would need to commit a murder as proof of loyalty. They ultimately targeted their mutual friend, Payton Leutner, who went by the name of Bella. During the months leading up to the attack, Payton was increasingly bullied and isolated, though Morgan repeatedly apologized and promised the behavior would stop. In May of 2014, during a sleepover for Morgan's 12th birthday, the girls lured Payton into a wooded park under the pretense of playing hide and seek. There, Morgan stabbed her 19 times while Anissa encouraged her. Believing Payton would die, the girls left her and began walking toward what they believed was Slender Man's home. So 19 times. Payton was stabbed 19 times. We found out yesterday it was in the torso, the legs, the arms, and then she had to go through surgery on top of that, as we found out yesterday, to repair things on the inside. Payton survived by crawling to safety and alerting a passing cyclist. Both girls were arrested within hours and confessed. Anissa was sentenced to 25 years to life in a state mental health facility with a possibility of supervised release. Morgan Geyser received the maximum sentence of 40 years to life in a psychiatric institution. We saw that yesterday. Over the following years, Morgan petitioned multiple times for conditional release, which is where we stand right now. Today, we're going to continue on with that hearing, asserting she had learned to manage her illness. After 3 denials, she was granted conditional release in 2025 and placed in a supervised group home in Madison, Wisconsin, with strict conditions, including a GPS monitor. Less than a month later, Morgan fled the group home with the help of a 43-year-old acquaintance, Charlie Mecca, after claiming she feared punishment and loss of visitation. There's no evidence these fears were founded in reality. The escape was poorly planned and quickly unraveled. After leaving the group home, Morgan Geyser met Charlie Mecca at a church parking lot where the two boarded a bus to Chicago. From there, they transferred to another bus and began traveling south, telling authorities they were attempting to reach Nashville, though no clear reason for the destination was given. Despite having nearly a 9-hour head start before local police were notified, the pair ran out of money after the second leg of their trip. Now, we also found out that she broke out of her GPS and Payton wasn't told for 12 hours. So Morgan busted out at like 8:30 or 9:30, and then the home told authorities at like 8:30. So it was like 9 to 8. It was like almost 12, basically 12 hours. So understandably, Payton was very, very upset that somebody who tried to take her out now escaped and was on the run. And it took them 12 hours to alert her. Unable to continue, the pair, meaning Morgan and Charlie, spent the night sleeping outside of Thornton's truck stop in Dwight, Illinois, which is a well-lit and highly visible location that quickly drew attention. When officers made contact, Morgan attempted to deflect assistance, declined offers of a warm place to stay despite freezing temperatures, and provided inconsistent information about her identity, age, and lack of identification. And we'll see that tomorrow. We'll cover all of that tomorrow. These inconsistencies raised red flags for officers who began to suspect that the visibly younger woman may be a runaway or endangered person traveling with an older adult. We also found out yesterday that Morgan was in contact through phone and letters with a 63-year-old male. So being with a 43-year-old doesn't surprise me. During questioning, Morgan struggled to provide basic personal details and gave conflicting answers, ultimately leading officers to identify her as a missing individual on conditional release. Both women were taken into custody without incident. Charlie Mecca was later released with a citation and a court date set for January 15th of 2026. So that's right around the corner, just a couple weeks from now. Wisconsin authorities have since moved to revoke Morgan Geyser's conditional release, a decision that could return her to institutional care and expose her to additional charges related to the escape. So we'll definitely follow that. Hey, Hill Rider, how are you? Mac RN, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. So now, what is creepypasta? So creepypasta is a genre of internet horror made up of short fictional stories designed to unsettle or scare the reader. The term comes from copypasta, slang for text that is copied and shared repeatedly online. Creepypasta stories are typically circulated on forums, blogs, Reddit, and YouTube, and often feature unsettling themes such as supernatural entities, psychological horror, urban legends, or corrupted versions of familiar characters. We all grew up with urban legends. We all grew up with that. So this is just an extension. It's the internet version of what we grew up with. Many creepypasta stories are written in a realistic tone, such as journal entries, eyewitness accounts, or found footage, think Blair Witch, right? Narratives, which can blur the line between fiction and reality, especially for younger or vulnerable audiences. Well-known creepypasta characters include Slender Man, Jeff the Killer, and other fictional figures that originated online and evolved through collective storytelling. Over time, creepypasta became a major part of internet horror culture, inspiring fan art, videos, games, and adaptations, while remaining entirely fictional in origin. Now, creepypasta evolved from chain emails in the 1990s and early 2000s. Think of forward this to 10 people or a ghost will appear. They eventually found a home on early image boards and forums, such as 4chan. So, excuse me. 4chan is widely considered the birthplace of modern creepypasta, and this began around 2007. Users on the paranormal board would share short, scary stories designed to feel like found accounts or leaked secrets. Slender Man actually came from Something Awful. This forum birthed one of the most famous icons, Slender Man. So during a 2009 Photoshop contest, users were tasked to create a paranormal image. Then we have Reddit. Created in 2010, this community popularized the everything is true here rule, where authors write in the first person and readers act as if the story is real. Hey, JMS, good to see you. Now, Slender Man is a fictional supernatural figure that originated on the internet in 2009. He was created as part of a Photoshop contest on the Something Awful forums where users were asked to invent paranormal images and backstories. Slender Man is typically depicted as an unnaturally tall, thin humanoid wearing a black suit with featureless white face and elongated limbs. In online stories, Slender Man is portrayed as a stalking presence who appears in forests or near children, often lurking at the edges of perception rather than confronting victims directly. Common elements of the mythology include mind control, inducing paranoia and hallucinations, abducting children, and exerting influence through dreams or intrusive thoughts. The character evolved through collaborative storytelling, known as creepypasta, and has no basis in folklore, mythology, or reality. Despite its entirely fictional origins, Slender Man became a prominent figure in internet horror culture, inspiring stories, videos, games, and fan communities. The character is not real and was never intended to be perceived as real, though its ambiguous documentary-style presentation in early stories contributed to confusion among some audiences. Now, let's get back to Morgan. Schizophrenia is a chronic and serious mental health disorder that affects how a person thinks, perceives reality, feels emotions, and behaves. It is characterized by disruptions in perception, thought process, and the ability to distinguish what is real from what is not. Common symptoms fall into several categories. You have psychotic symptoms, which are hallucinations, and that's such as hearing voices or seeing things that aren't there, and delusions, strongly held false beliefs that persist despite evidence to the contrary. Then other symptoms are disorganized thinking and speech, so difficulty organizing thoughts, speaking coherently, or following conversations. You also have negative symptoms and you have positive symptoms. So negative symptoms are reduced emotional expression, social withdrawal, lack of motivation, and diminished ability to experience pleasure. Then you have cognitive symptoms, problems with attention, memory, and decision making. Schizophrenia usually develops in late adolescence or early adulthood, and we saw that with Carlos Dominguez. We saw that with Bianca Ellis, and Morgan is saying that she developed it as far back as her first memories. So she's saying she had it back when she was 2 or 3 years old, that she had these delusions, and she was hearing a voice in her head, and the name was Maggie. We found that out yesterday. So the exact cause is not known, but it is believed to involve a combination of genetic factors, brain chemistry differences, and environmental influences. We also found out yesterday that Morgan's father apparently essayed her multiple times as a child. Schizophrenia is a lifelong condition, but with proper treatment, typically including antipsychotic medication, therapy, and structured support, many individuals are able to manage symptoms, maintain stability, and lead functional lives. Importantly, schizophrenia does not inherently make a person violent, and most people with the disorder are far more likely to be harmed than to harm others. Hey, Snowcat. HBO did a documentary on this. Good to know. Jane, good morning to you. JMS, never heard of Slender Man before this case. I have to agree with you. I'm not sure. I don't know if I did either. All right, so now let us get over here. So now that we have, for those that weren't with us yesterday, we have the backstory, and for those that were with us, hopefully, that you've heard this now a couple times and you've seen some testimony. Things are starting to make a little bit more clear. So let us continue on with our coverage of Morgan Geyser, her hearings. So we left off yesterday with day one of the hearing from, it was from April 10th of 2024. And now we're going to go over to the next day, which is April 11th. So Morgan Geyser. Okay. So this is Morgan Geyser hearing from from April 11th of 2024. All right, so let's get to it. Sit back and enjoy.
It's filed, right? So it's
Right.
filed already.
It's already filed.
It just has to confirm it's a 9-page document.
And I don't have a physical marked copy here. Do we have a clean copy? Or
I didn't bring one. The court has it, but I don't know if it's a physical one like they asked for 'em, but I don't think Cape printed one off. Step out for a second.
All right, case number. Okay, thank you. Please be seated. We'll be back on the record in State versus Morgan Geyser, same case number. And we'll have the same appearances. I assume that Attorney Cotton's in the area.
Yeah, he just stepped out for a second.
All right, then we can begin. I think Dr. Lundbohm, you were on the stand. You want to come forward again? We'll note, as indicated, same appearances as yesterday as far as Zoom appearances are concerned. And doctor, you're still under oath. You understand that?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. And counsel, you wish to begin? Cross?
Thank you.
I can hardly hear you.
Oh, I will speak up for you.
Well, use your microphone too. That's
I thought it
why we have those.
I thought it would catch me from where it is, but is that a little better?
All right. Very good.
All right. Good morning, doctor. Thanks for being back with us here again today.
Good morning.
Just to kind of reorient us before we get into things. Fair to say that since at least August 2022, Ms. Geyser's been compliant with the rules of the institution broadly.
Yes.
As far as you're aware, she's not engaged in any acts of aggression towards herself, others, or property.
Correct.
And I know your 2023 report only really dates back to October 2022, but to your knowledge, has there been any acts of aggression towards herself, others, or property since October 2021?
Right. That's the last documented incident, which is that suicide attempt.
Fair to say that the records reflect that she's been a consistent and active participant in both group and individual therapy throughout that period?
Absolutely.
And has been compliant with her medication, not just in the last 2.5 years, but historically?
Yes.
Also fair that she's been psychiatrically stable since discontinuing her antipsychotics?
What I would say is that there's now overt acute psychosis, so reemergence of those delusional ideas as they've been described, or her report of auditory or visual hallucinations as were described historically. There is ongoing concerns related to depression, anxiety, and then symptoms characteristics of post-traumatic stress.
Okay, so fair to say that signs of overt psychosis have been absent since at least she has discontinued her medication.
Yes.
From your review of the records, do you recall how long prior to discontinuing medication has she been free of psychosis?
So that's difficult to call. I would have to look back at the records. There were incidents that she had reported in 2021, fall and winter, where she described hearing voices of demons, specifically one named Abaddon. She had related at least one of her suicide attempts around that time to that particular phenomenon.
Okay, so fair to say in general, since October 2021, we've kind of seen a wholesale success story in many terms, in terms of her compliance and symptoms.
Yes, I would say that there's been a reversal in the course of her institutional adjustment. As she describes it, that suicide attempt in October 21 was quite serious and frankly scared her. And with that, she has had renewed hope for her future and has essentially realigned her adjustment at the institution with her goals, both short-term and long-term.
Now, I want to turn to kind of the big elephant in the room here regarding the kind of change in her conception of her psychosis back in 2014 and in the years following. Would you say that that is your biggest concern and what gives you kind of pause to say that she is ready for conditional release or not?
I would say it is a concern. I have several, though, as I document in my report, but it is a significant concern as part of this particular petition.
And fair to say, neither you nor really any of the medical professionals can say for sure, kind of what the truth is in terms of symptoms at the time being feigned or not, right?
Well, so what I can say is this. There is, her mental health is well documented, very closely observed from 2012 until today. As she was a juvenile, she actually had one-to-one supervision, which led her to be under close microscope, if you will, where staff was in constant communication with her, constant observation of her behavior, her adjustment. Through all of that, for several years, there was consistency in both her self-report as well as with the observations of her, which substantiated the presence of psychosis. That has alleviated, so there's also evidence of when she has taken antipsychotic medications, there was noticeable improvements with that particular treatment. So I would say that the evidence is supportive of a history of psychosis. There's also evidence of anxiety, depression, and post-traumatic stress. There's also her young age, fantasy that can complicate things. There is indication both by her self-report but also in the records of some exaggeration at times of symptoms, potentially to get out of things that maybe she doesn't want to partake in, or to facilitate more comfort for her in the institution.
I kind of want to go down the path of just the historical records. And there was a comment I think that Dr. Collins made yesterday, and I'm curious if you agree, that Morgan has consistently been an accurate historian when it comes to contemporaneous reporting of symptoms, impressions, issues. True?
I think that's complicated at this point. I would say prior to the reversal in course of conceptualization, that would be true. Even in my own interviews with Ms. Geyser since 2022, there's been inconsistency, both with respect to her, in the moments of those interviews and her trying to, I would say, struggle with her history of mental health and putting it into an explanatory framework, but also there's inconsistency when you compare it to her past report, the past observations, and so the reliability of her self-report at this point is a concern to me.
And that's kind of my question. I'm asking specifically about contemporaneous reporting of immediate symptoms that are ongoing in her medical records and what she's reporting. Has she been historically accurate in looking back, her self-reporting matching what is being documented by her care providers?
No. I think that the recency, the issues of the most recent years place all of that in question. So there's a real concern about whether or not she is, in fact, being forthcoming about what she's actually experiencing. As an example, within the moments of even our interview, describing essentially no history of psychosis whatsoever, really saying that her minimizing, if you will, what is well-documented, repeated incidents of heightened reactivity, intrusive memories, ongoing incidents of dissociation, and so that self-report, at least to me, was not consistent with the data that's there.
Let me ask this in a different way. What I'm trying to get at is it true that Ms. Geyser, right now, and in the previous months, has reported anxiety symptoms, has reported PTSD symptoms as they have occurred to her treatment team and providers?
What I would say is she reports it and demonstrates it. There are times where she is demonstrating those kinds of issues, and it's been hard for her to express what is actually happening in those moments, but she's been very actively engaged in treatment and in the wake of those incidents, processing her ongoing symptoms.
Would it be fair to say that Ms. Geyser, in the moment of experiencing those symptoms, accurately describes them, articulates them to her treatment team, and her self-reporting is consistent with observed phenomena, let's say? In that moment of her actually experiencing these symptoms, is she truthful and accurate and forthcoming about those in the moment?
It appears so.
And so the difference, I guess, in the accuracy of historical reporting for her comes in her after-the-fact rationalization of what has or hasn't happened. Is that fair?
I think that's fair, yes.
And this, we can kind of even see in your interview of her, where she talks about feeling as if she does not have, empathy, while also expressing remorse and characterizing the things that she's disclaiming present tense. Is that true?
Right. I think that there is some inconsistency in that between what she displays versus what she is reporting. And I think she's continuing to wrestle with some of these complicated issues and is doing so on her own, but also with her treatment team.
Do you have any concern that she is not reporting symptoms as they occur to her treatment team present tense?
I have no information to suggest that that would be true.
You have no information to suggest that she is not reporting, or that she is?
That I would have no information in the records to suggest that she's experiencing things that she has not reported to the treatment team. That said, it's also difficult because some of these things, when we're talking about a psychotic spectrum disorder, they're not tangible. The rest of us can't see or hear what she may be seeing or hearing. The rest of us don't necessarily perceive the environment the same way that she does. And so one of the things that's very important to me when considering her readiness for release is that we want her to be reliable. We want to be able to trust what she's saying so that we can put appropriate supports around her, ensure that she's doing well. The goal of conditional release is to have her in the community, not only safety for the community, but safety for her. And that reliability and being able to trust that self-report and her being able to recognize in that in herself is monumentally important.
Do you have any reason to doubt that she would continue to accurately report present tense to her treatment team any experiences that she's having, whether it be symptoms or difficulties, as they occur?
I'm hesitating because that's a difficult question. I think that there's not evidence to suggest that she hides symptoms. There's never been an indication of that. However, she is very, very motivated for conditional release. She's very in tune to the concerns that have been raised across time. And there is some indication of, say, wanting to change diagnoses, the labels that have been applied, which I would say are not necessarily that important, but wanting to do that out of a belief that that may assist her in her short and long-term goals.
Would you describe Morgan as someone who is very concerned about the accuracy of the particular labels that are placed on her, whether that's diagnosis or other characterizations?
It appears so.
Does this come off to you as someone that is trying to manipulate labels for the purpose of these proceedings, or someone who is very concerned as she is struggling to kind of conceptualize how her life has come to be where it is, what led her to this point?
I would say it's primarily involved in the struggle to understand and understand the complicated aspects of her particular illness. It's multifaceted, is what the information suggests. There is some information, specifically from fall of 2022, that did raise some concerns about a external motivation to have this schizophrenia label removed out of a belief that that might, in fact, aid in a conditional release support.
Fair to say that if she believed that that was not an accurate diagnosis, it would still be true that removing that diagnosis and identifying whatever her correct diagnosis might be would help her conditional release petition potentially?
Don't know how to answer that. For me, the label itself is essentially a non-issue. What I look at when I'm doing conditional release evaluations is the symptoms that are being reported, but also displayed, the behavioral stability, the psychiatric stability, the factors that potentially influence decline. And so the label's notwithstanding, that's really what I'm concerned with. I'm concerned with her insight and being able to effectively and consistently identify those factors.
Fair to say that your report indicates that the records do not suggest a pattern of covert or manipulative behavior?
Right. I don't believe that there is a pattern of manipulation or covert behavior. What's interesting is that if you take her current claims of fabrication, that would suggest significant manipulation. But again, I don't believe that to be true. I don't believe that to be supported in the record. So when you're looking at my report and doing those risk assessment instruments, I omitted that. Certainly, if completing those instruments take the current self-report, that would be a different response.
On that note, is there a difference in kind of risk forecasting and risk mitigation between an individual who genuinely is not accurately self-reporting contemporaneous to the experiences versus someone who is has a revisionist history of past tense symptoms that they accurately reported at the time?
I would say that it's harder. So a revisionist history, as I think that is happening currently, it does make things harder for those around her to understand what's actually happening within her mind, within her body, to be able to react appropriately and get those supports and services around her to ensure stability and that she's doing well.
So kind of from a big picture perspective here, is it accurate that you don't believe that she malingered, or at least to an extent that the diagnoses were not accurate at the time?
Yes.
And is that the general consensus of the kind of medical and mental health team that you've reviewed reports for?
Yes, and I would say that that is the consensus for years, and numerous mental health professionals that have been involved in her care and evaluation in different roles. There's absolutely no indication to suggest a pattern of malingering.
And just to kind of more directly address a question I know the court had yesterday, and it's also been hinted at, you don't believe that Ms. Geyser faked symptoms to avoid responsibility for the index offense, correct?
Right.
Nor does the rest of her medical team and treatment providers historically, true?
True.
So the general consensus is that there were psychosis symptoms at the time, that they lasted Is it also the case that the consensus is now that they have resolved to the extent that they've been absent for an extended period of time?
If we are looking very specifically at those specific delusional ideas that contributed to the index offense, yes, that's absolutely true, that there's been an absence of belief related to, say, Slender Man for several years. If we're talking about symptoms more broadly, there continue to be concerns.
Right, and limited to the psychosis symptoms that I think are the most unpredictable and concerning. Is it, so let me ask this actually. When we're looking at potential different diagnoses, the unspecified schizophrenia diagnosis or let's say a trauma-induced childhood psychosis, what does the resolution of those look like in kind of the long term?
Before the doctor answers, I'm just going to take a brief recess.
Of course.
Question read back. We'll be back on the record. You need the question read back? Counsel, you need the question read back?
Yeah.
You want to repeat it?
Let's have it read back.
Read
That's
it
all right.
back.
I can ask again if that's quicker. No worries.
Oh, did she find it? Did you find it?
It's not. It's like, yeah, I have it, but it's not connected.
Oh, totally okay. I'll just
You'll
ask again.
just repeat it.
Yeah. So, doctor, when we're looking at potential diagnosis, particularly I think the two that have come up are, childhood onset, unspecified schizophrenia, or psychosis induced by childhood trauma. Long-term prognosis of each. Can you kind of talk to me about the difference in those?
Sure. So if we're talking about an organic psychotic spectrum, some diagnosis or condition like a schizophrenia, so we would consider that a severe and persistent illness, one that you would expect to be present throughout the entirety of your life. Schizophrenia spectrum diagnosis would typically be treated by medications, but also certainly can be benefited with therapeutic and non-pharmacological interventions. Schizophrenia, it is different for people. I mean, we call it a spectrum for a reason. But what most people experience is that there would be a wax and wane in symptoms, potentially related to any number of factors, including stress, whether or not medications continue to be beneficial to the person or if there need to be changes. But we would expect it to be a lifelong condition. If we are talking about a post-traumatic induced psychosis, what you would be more likely to see is that there would be phases, I guess would be one way to put it. So within the context of stress, within the context of whether it's active trauma occurring or triggers or things that are reminiscent of that, you would see that wax and wane relative to the environment versus it being from the organic condition.
Is it the case that a kind of trauma-induced psychosis would eventually resolve such that when the environment or the individual matures, progresses through their healing journey, let's say, they're no longer going to have that kind of psychosis.
If I can relate that question to Ms. Geyser and particularly, specifically. So if we're looking at that as the diagnosis, where the psychotic spectrum symptoms came from trauma and stress, what we have seen with that is that she experienced long-term severe symptoms for a number of years within that context, benefited from medications, from the non-pharmacological interventions, as her environment became less chaotic, as she became more distanced from the specific stressors or traumas. We then would have seen less symptoms, improved adjustment, and not necessarily requiring the use of the antipsychotic agent. But if we're also looking at it being a trauma-induced psychosis, there's concern about the potential that those symptoms could reemerge if she is experiencing heightened stress, which is where those coping skills, the wanting to have the framework so that she's adequately able to identify and manage the stressors that may be thrown her way, because those are completely out of her control, or in large part out of her control.
Is it fair to say that it is unlikely that Ms. Geyser will again face the stresses of pervasive long-term parental sexual abuse as a child?
If we're looking at that in particular, that's true. Her father is deceased, and she has indicated intention to be more independent from her family once conditionally released.
Would you agree that treatment providers, mental health staff, don't really have the ability to say for certain which of these, or if there are others that contributed to the psychosis that you did, that has kind of subsided?
What I would say is that there is disagreement related, if we're looking at specific diagnoses, and again, I don't know that that's the most important thing with her particular case, but if we're looking at specific labels, I would say that there's disagreement across time and providers.
So, fair to say, if it is schizophrenia, for example, an organic psychosis condition, that can come and go through long periods of remission potentially, and could reemerge, true?
Certainly. I mean, it is a condition that's lifelong, and there's a number of factors that may contribute to a person experiencing deterioration, sometimes mild, sometimes more severe.
Regardless of the, I guess, diagnosis, fair to say that the treatment team and Ms. Geyser herself are aware of the possibility, hypothetical or not, of symptoms reemerging at some point.
If I can tease that apart. The treatment team, those working with her, around her, are certainly aware of that, and they are monitoring for signs of those psychotic spectrum symptoms and the precursors, the more subtle signs that have been involved with the more serious or overt symptoms as well. Ms. Geyser, across time, has fluctuated in that ability, and I would say that during our most recent contact, one of the things that was concerning to me was that she altogether denied any potential that there may be a reemergence, in part because she's saying she faked it all, which again, just it's not. That just is not consistent with her history and all the abundance of information that exists.
So it is a known risk that can be monitored and mitigated, that psychosis could emerge at some point, hypothetically. Fair?
Fair.
So just kind of adding these things together, the medical team is of the agreement that there was a psychotic disorder of some type that existed at the time of the index offense. True?
Yes.
The symptoms of that have been absent without medication for a period of over a year. True?
The acute psychosis, yes, that's true.
Ms. Geyser historically has reported symptoms that have been accurately corroborated by objective observations from her treatment team when talking about present symptoms as they occur. True?
In general, yes, I would say that's very much true.
Is it fair to kind of take from that were psychosis symptoms to reemerge that the treatment team is looking for, aware of, Ms. Geyser can be trusted to report those as they occur, consistent with her practice for the last 10 years of being honest about her symptoms, even if after the fact she kind of changes how she conceptualizes them?
I think that's where things become very complicated, given her more recent conceptualization of her own issues. The reliability has been called into question because of that. I think prior to summer, fall 2022, where she began to say that she faked it all, I would say that that's true. I think since that time and her continued push to say that those things never happened, that she was fully in control of all these symptoms that we know exist, it raises serious concerns.
And I think we're kind of blending the two issues here. I'm specifically asking about, objectively, Ms. Geyser has reported symptoms throughout the course of her life that are corroborated by the records as they occur. True?
True.
You said you do not believe she is omitting or not reporting symptoms to her care team now or previously. True?
There's no indication of that. I do have concerns about whether or not she's motivated to accurately report that, and whether or not she has the insight to even recognize it within herself if she were experiencing those kinds of things. Because at this point she's maintaining, I faked it all, I've never had that condition, and is the accuracy, that reliability of her self-report, it's hard to know. We can't know what she's experiencing because we're not in her mind, we're not in her body, so we're reliant on her to report that to us. And it's just not, these complications, if you will, raise into question her motivation and her willingness to report those kinds of symptoms. That said, there's nothing in the documentation to suggest that she's been demonstrating delusional ideas or those flagrant signs of psychosis that were present at the past and that were related to the index offense.
And you'd agree that there's a difference between saying 10 years ago I was not psychotic, as a 12-year-old I faked these symptoms, versus I am not experiencing any symptoms of anxiety or other ongoing things that we know she's reported. Just the temporal difference there, does that matter?
I'm not sure if I understand the question.
From the perspective of risk mitigation, risk management, symptom management, does it matter to the treatment team if she's reconceptualizing a decade-old events, essentially, when you know objectively, okay, the record establishes this is what the symptoms were, this is what she reported at the time, this is what doctors saw, this is what we all agree happened. How does her saying now, maybe I wasn't, when you objectively know that she was, impact your risk analysis of present-day reporting of symptoms as they come up?
So when I've kind of wrestled with this particular petition and all the factors that exist, and it's a lot of information, in my head I've kind of thought of there being different branches to consider because there's a number of different options, if you will, that have been floated. So if we're talking about a schizophrenia, organic schizophrenia spectrum disorder, the treatment would really rely on medication compliance, in addition to those additional non-pharmacological interventions. In that case, her risk would be lowered because she's not displaying those same symptoms. So we're able to kind of pinpoint the different factors that led to the severe violence in the past, and we're able to say those same things no longer exist. If we go down another branch with, say, trauma-induced psychosis, one of the concerns that I have is that the contemporary treatment records and the things that Ms. Geyser continues to struggle with on a day-to-day basis, those post-traumatic symptoms and characteristics remain prominent. And so if we're looking at that particular branch, the symptoms that brought her to the index offense, while improved, remain prevalent. They still exist. They are not yet ameliorated. If we go down another branch, again, and I can't emphasize enough that I do not believe this branch to be true, but if we go down the branch of I malingered, I faked it all, I was involved in this long-term, complicated manipulation of everyone around me, including the legal professionals, the evaluators, the treatment team, family, that seriously raises risk. That, frankly, that would put her risk off the charts, in part because, as she's saying now, I had control of everything and I basically was doing it for my own gain. And that puts serious question about how she came to that level of violence 10 years ago, and raises all sorts of questions and doubts about what we believe we know about her mental health, her behavior, her motivations, and kind of who she is as an individual. But again, I want to be clear that I do not believe that that branch is the reality of Ms. Geyser's situation.
When we're dealing with individuals, especially who have experiencing, childhood sexual abuse and other sexual violence, is it fair to say that part of the process of treatment and healing is wrestling with the ideas of agency and autonomy and kind of reconceptualizing that?
Yes.
Would you agree that the revisionist kind of explanations that Morgan has provided recently all deal with topics where, largely speaking, she lacked autonomy and agency in her decision making?
I think that's fair.
Does conceptualizing it in that light change anything kind of about your analysis of what to make of these statements when they're coming up in the context of this struggle with autonomy, of agency that was taken from her, and they come up in therapy particularly?
Well, so what I would say in the risk assessment and the conditional release question, when a person is on conditional release, the treatment team, the community treatment team, those that are involved in supervising her are reliant on her in large part to have an accurate self-appraisal of where she's at psychiatrically and behaviorally. It requires some insight for her to be collaborating with those professionals that are around her. Because again, we can't necessarily know what's going on inside of her mind, inside of her body. Sometimes there are outward signs, but in Ms. Geyser's case, we know that there's been times where she's experiencing rather severe symptoms and people around her weren't seeing it as clearly as they weren't seeing it as severe as what it really turned out to be.
Can you kind of be more specific in that last portion? What time frame are you talking about, and what people would you kind of be referring to?
Well, so for example, if we're looking at the index offense, so what we now know is what we believe we had known prior to kind of the revisionist history, if we are kind of calling it that. She has reported repeatedly that she began experiencing psychotic spectrum symptoms as early as, I think at some point she said 3, basically her first memories. And having ongoing perceptual issues where at that point, being a child, one, not knowing that that was unusual and that most people weren't experiencing that, but she wrestled to kind of put into context what it was that she was seeing. As an example of that, she had previously reported throughout her childhood at various times seeing this kind of shadowy figure, which prior to being introduced to Slender Man, she had called it. And that was kind of an episodic, idiosyncratic, perceptual phenomenon that had occurred throughout her childhood. When she learned about Slender Man and had really become fixated on that particular character, what she had described previously was that she had essentially put what she had learned to make sense of these other idiosyncratic experiences that she had had. So became convinced that she had been seeing Slender Man throughout the entirety of her childhood, and with these different, I'll call it ghost stories that come along with that. That is in part what contributed to this fear that she had, that she was in danger and the people that she loved was in danger, and that's what led to that index offense. People around her did not know that. So these are all symptoms or issues that were brought forward after the fact, and the severity and the index offense caught everyone off guard, and that's a concern, that she was able to essentially hide, or she wasn't discussing the gravity of these experiences that she had had.
Let's be clear, though. She was being raised in a household with an diagnosed but unmedicated schizophrenic father, correct?
I don't know the logistics of that. I do know that there is a history of schizophrenia, but I don't know anything about whether or not he was medicated, not medicated, the extent of her father's illness.
And you're aware that there is a history of sexual and physical violence towards her in the household?
I'm aware of what Ms. Geyser has told me about that severe trauma that was occurring.
Are you aware that there was significant history of substance abuse that her father had?
By Ms. Geyser's self-report, I'm aware of that, yes.
Fair to say that the only people who would have been privy to the obvious signs of her kind of mental decline weren't really in a position or self-interested in bringing light to other things happening in the household, such that they likely ignored obvious signs?
I don't know. I don't think I can answer that.
Fair to say that her care team and treatment team and community corrections agent aren't going to be kind of in the same position of turning a blind eye to obvious things?
Right. The purpose of conditional release would be there would be a number of professional supports around her, and in large part their role would be to be monitoring that as she's doing conditional release and readjusting to the community.
So fair to say we're not ever going to be in a position through this process where she's just kind of let loose in the community. She's going to be under strict supervision, control of her whereabouts, GPS, compliance with medication, compliance with therapy. It's going to be a lot different than just a life that you or I live out in the community, true?
So there's different levels of support and services and supervision that would go along with conditional release. As I understand it, her team that would be in place would be looking at her specific needs and tailoring that. So, but if the question is she going to be released and just no one's looking at her and nobody's checking in? That's absolutely not what conditional release is.
Also fair to say that her conditional release team and treatment providers in general are operating under the assumption that the psychotic spectrum symptoms existed, continued to exist for a duration, may or may not recur. They're not just taking her blind word of kind of her justification 10 years later in therapy, true?
I would hope not.
So if the system works as it is supposed to, her treatment team will also be hyper vigilant of the reemergence of symptoms because of this kind of recent questioning of her own diagnoses. Fair?
I would hope so.
Okay.
I obviously can't predict what other clinicians in the future may or may not understand of her particular situation, but certainly I would hope that anyone working with her is well-versed in her history because it is complicated. And there are a number, as I described it before, it's multifaceted. And so wanting anybody that's involved in her care, having her best interests in mind to understand the different complications or symptoms that have been prevalent, whether it's related to psychosis, trauma, depression, anxiety, otherwise.
Would it be fair to say that Morgan has historically, and let's call it since October 2021 and onward, been compliant with treatment, medication, and basically anything she is instructed to do, even if she is hesitant or doesn't believe that it is, helpful to her? She follows through anyways, correct?
I think it depends on which aspect of her treatment you're looking at. I would say that that's true with respect to mental health treatment, certainly. She is very active in treatment. She's very engaged. She is, in general, responsive to the recommendations of her treatment providers. In the midst of that larger context, there has been resistance and unwillingness to do, say, specific interventions or different kinds of, say, different methods of therapy, if you will. If we're talking about medical issues, there has been I don't want to necessarily say non-compliance, but a higher reluctance to follow through with the recommendations that exist.
If she's compliant with treatment, compliant with mental health care, compliant with medication, and less eager to be compliant when it comes to just physiological medical things, does that impact her suitability for release?
In her case, I believe it does. And the reason why I say that is one of the things that we are aware of with Ms. Geyser, some of these more subtle symptoms or warning signs relate to somatic issues, somatic complaints. And in the last, really focusing in on what's been going on since the August 2023 evaluation to present, there have been a number of vague, generalized complaints about pain, and different medical assessments have not been able to reveal a specific cause for that, and there has been a pattern of essentially rejecting the different treatment options that exist for her. And that is concerning to me because of that history of psychosomatic complaints being indicative of her mental illness.
When her symptoms were present, her psychotic symptoms and spectrum symptoms, was there accompanied random pain? Is there a history of pain being a predictor for her symptomatic nature at all?
There's a history of psychosomatic concerns in terms of, as she has described it, kind of heightened body sensations, having discomfort related to her body, and so these psychosomatic concerns that exist in the records, and most recently, I don't necessarily know what to make of it. I'm not a medical doctor. I did not examine her with respect to the etiology of these pain issues, but they are described in the records as psychosomatic, and that is a concern given history.
Would such descriptions of bodily discomfort and pain be inconsistent with long-term childhood sexual abuse?
Hard to know. Childhood sexual abuse, certainly, trauma, it can look different for different people. So certainly it could very much be a symptom of the trauma. And I would say in her case, she's described it as that at times.
So your position is essentially we can't rule out that it might be a component of psychosis symptoms despite other reasonable explanations, so we're just going to treat it as if it's a risk? Is that fair?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that there's uncertainty related to that at this point, and it's flags, it's red flags in the records that continue to exist, and it's certainly described by her medical providers as being, at least in part, psychosomatic in nature. Whether it's because of the trauma, because of anxieties, because of something else, I don't know, but it exists, and it is a red flag in light of the totality of information that exists related to her mental health conditions.
How long has it existed?
I can't recall when she first had reported that. I would have to look back at the records, but certainly it's been a prominent theme throughout the more recent months.
Has it extended into previous years?
I don't recall. I would have to look back. Again, it certainly is prominent in the more recent records.
It's been referenced, I think, a couple times that one of the major concerns that you have are kind of the prevalence and ongoing nature of PTSD symptoms. True?
True.
Can I have you elaborate a little bit more on what that looks like? Fair that PTSD symptoms aren't simple anxiety or feeling worried as someone would kind of conceptualize it without experiencing that. True?
True.
What are PTSD flashbacks?
So PTSD flashbacks, again, it can look different for different people, but for Ms. Geyser, she reports being flooded with essentially memories of past incidents of trauma and essentially reliving it, so feeling as though she's back in that place.
Is it true that one of the defining features of PTSD flashbacks is the brain's inability to distinguish between present tense threat and what other people would just experience as a past tense traumatic memory?
Right, a flashback, it's that reliving it, feeling as though you're actively experiencing that distress, that experience.
So her brain thinks that's happening as the flashbacks occur, true?
Yes.
And these flashbacks have been reported to include things as, including violent sexual assaults from her childhood. Fair?
I don't know that I would characterize it as that, but certainly sexual assault incidents or sexual abuse that she experienced.
You mentioned in some of the specific incidents that you raised, particularly one that I wanted to ask you about, in which in the middle of the night she wakes up, comes out of her room, and seems extremely upset and disoriented. Fair to say that a common feature of PTSD flashbacks is that they occur during sleep periods?
Certainly can, and it's there were a couple of those, just looking at the last several months, of these kind of episodic dissociative events in the middle of the night where she comes out of the room appearing to be very fearful, having difficulty communicating what's happening, staff attempting to respond and to provide comfort, and being essentially, once able to communicate, being very, very tearful. And these are, I wouldn't say frequent, but they still occur, and they certainly have occurred several times in just the last, say, 6-month period.
Fair to say that in these incidences she is waking up and has the both physical and mental sensations of having literally just woken up from being sexually assaulted?
I don't know. That hasn't been described as what she's reported with that, but I would say the records are, the records just don't include that information, and I don't know.
True that she told the staff during one of them that you mentioned where she had trouble regaining her voice that she felt like something was inside of her?
Can I just peek at my report?
Yes.
Thank you. Actually, are you able to direct me to which bullet point or which page that might have been on?
Let me find that particular one because I know we're talking about a couple of them.
Yeah, I have it specifically flagged in my report in my file.
Yep, let's look at page 16, second to last bulleted paragraph.
Yes, okay. So that was December 26th of 2023 when she exited her bedroom at night. The staff described her as being very tense, hyper aware. She stepped back quickly. She was described as being quite tearful, appearing to be fearful. She then was, as they described it, digressed into discussion about her history of sexual abuse. They described that conversation as being hyper-verbal and tangential. She described some distress related to the ongoing difficulty of her family relationships. And the quote that they included at that time was, "I try to be quiet in my room, but I fall asleep and then wake up and feel as like there's something inside of me."
Is it accurate that these types of PTSD flashbacks are relatively common occurrence among individuals that have complex PTSD due to childhood sexual assault?
It's a characteristic. I don't know that I would necessarily say that it's common, but it's certainly a characteristic.
Fair to say she's on a medication particularly to help her sleep through these kinds of flashbacks?
Yes.
And that's Prozocin, correct?
Yes. As well as, I believe she takes melatonin to help with sleep.
And just kind of for context, what was PTSD referred to as, known as, prior to gaining its kind of current label?
Can you...
PTSD used to be called shell shock, right?
Oh, long time ago, yes.
So we're talking about a condition that was discovered after individuals came back from the traumas of war, true?
Right, so I say that as in the field, the initial conceptualization of what we would now consider post-traumatic stress disorder, there's been a number of changes over time, but initially it was very specific to wartime trauma and the stress, the symptoms that people were experiencing within that context. Since that time, it's much, the understanding of it is different, the conceptualization is much wider, so it's no longer just limited to, say, wartime experiences, but it also can relate to, and say in Morgan's case, claims of sexual abuse and trauma occurring in childhood.
And I guess what I'm trying to highlight is this isn't just bad memories of past events that somebody's struggling to handle, true?
There's aspects of that, but no, it's more complicated than that.
Some of the physical descriptions that you flagged, one in particular jumped out at me. Let me see if I can find where it was. So it is a comment that Ms. Geyser made about not wanting to go outside very much because the sun feels weird. The sun makes her skin feel weird, true?
True.
Prozocin has a known side effect of causing sun sensitivity, does it not?
I don't know.
Are you familiar with it causing difficulty regulating heat?
I don't know.
So you can't rule out that those are the causes of some of these weird physical sensations that you describe as potentially problematic?
No, and I wouldn't necessarily say that that in and of itself is some kind of indicator of acute psychosis or something. The reason why I included that was, one, it was a notable incident in the records, and wanting the court to have the information that exists in full of what I reviewed, but also that stood out to me in part because by Ms. Geyser's own description of warning signs is that she experiences kind of hypersensitivity to things like the sun. And so again, not saying that that's indicative of decline, but it is notable in light of all the information that we know about her history.
So there was some talk yesterday, and I kind of want to pick up on specific incidences that you've included, but just more broadly about discontention that Ms. Geyser had with her therapist over the past, let's call it a year and a half, true?
Can you maybe rephrase the question?
You testified yesterday that Ms. Geyser was critical of her therapist's qualifications and skill and helpfulness broadly.
During the moments of our interview, certainly. There's been times where she has spoken to other individuals in a much more optimistic manner about her therapy.
You repeatedly referenced the therapist being no longer available. What's your understanding of that therapist's, I guess, status as an employee of the hospital?
Well, I want to be clear that it's not my role to investigate or to really communicate about a specific employee at an institution that I'm not out of, but anticipation of this particular hearing and in light of Ms. Geyser's report to me during the interview, I did follow up with the deputy director of Winnebago about those particular claims. And as I understand it, there was a allegation of some kind of ethical breach, if you will, that resulted in that particular individual being essentially sidelined. As there was an investigation, as I have understood it, and again I want to be very clear that I am not related to Winnebago and I don't have intimate or personal knowledge of this, but from what was communicated to me was there was an investigation, the allegations were not founded, and the particular staff member is on now a different unit, in part because of the damage that the allegations and the investigation made to her relationships with the patients on the unit she had been working on.
And just to be clear, as far as you're aware, Ms. Geyser has nothing to do with those allegations, correct?
Correct. It was alarming to her, certainly, and I think in the moments, so that was something that had just happened, and I think in the moments of our interview she was wrestling with kind of what she had been hearing from peers about this particular therapist, and knowing that this was a person that she had worked with for quite some time and had a strong therapeutic relationship with.
So reevaluating some past interactions with the context of knowing this person was sidelined, all but fired for purposes of her therapy, true?
Right. So as I understand it, and again I have no personal knowledge of this other than what's been communicated to me, is that this particular individual, there were some allegations, it was investigated, the allegations were not substantiated, but because of the harm that has occurred in the therapeutic relationship with the people that she had been working with, the institution had transferred her to a new unit but is not fired. As I understand it, she continues to work there.
So fair to say her issues were with this therapist individually and not broadly with her willingness to engage in individual or group therapy, true?
True, and I really want to focus on that this was something that had just come up, and I think some of the comments that she made to me in the interview can be put into that context where she was trying to wrap her head around some of these allegations within the context of her own therapy and her own trust of this individual, and feeling as though her therapy had been violated.
So kind of in that context, do you believe that those kind of disclosures to you, those thoughts, are a cause for concern in kind of the big picture compliance with therapy?
No, big picture is that Ms. Geyser, especially since October 2021, has been very active and engaged in treatment. She has been putting forth great effort in being proactive in her treatment. She has a number of goals, both short-term, long-term, and she is engaging in behaviors toward those goals, wanting to meet those goals.
Kind of on a similar vein, you note that in July of 2023, Ms. Geyser wanted to leave the social anxiety group, believing that it wasn't helpful to her or something about it was not really working. Fair to say that she didn't just quit going or refuse to participate when she started having those thoughts?
She had asked to be removed from that particular group, but absolutely, she continued to be engaged in her treatment overall.
So she wrote a written letter requesting to be reassigned, essentially, correct?
Yes, to be removed from that group and to be allowed to do a different activities during that same time frame.
So she had a concern that she raised through the appropriate channels in an appropriate way and complied with treatment in the meantime until a decision was made. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Does anything about that incident cause you concern?
In and of itself, not necessarily. However, again, when we're looking at that big picture, we do have information where she has resisted having specific diagnoses, and there was an indication at some point where she had mentioned that she had faked social anxiety as well to essentially get out of groups. And that would be concerning if this was another effort to essentially escape some kind of programming, but I don't know that that's the case. She has described it as, I've done groups that were similar to this and I wanted to spend my time in a manner that was different.
And even on the context of faking social anxiety, like, we're talking about specific days of specific groups that she just wanted to skip, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. Fair to say that having the anxiety symptoms and kind of using that as an excuse to skip class once or twice essentially isn't the same as, interpreting that to mean, oh, I'm faking all of my psychiatric symptoms. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. So a number of specific statements that we've discussed now over the last 2 days that have raised concern, those have happened in the context of one-on-one therapy, typically, correct?
Could you be more specific?
Particularly kind of her views of her own capacity for empathy or, manipulation. Those kinds of comments occurred during one-on-one therapy, true?
Certainly a number of them have. If I recall, there was also some statements during contacts with other treatment staff, such as nursing staff.
But fair to say that those came in the context of her communicating with her treatment team, whether that be nursing staff, doctors, individual therapists, whatever.
Yes.
In many of these cases, is it also true that then later therapy sessions kind of went through and unpacked those kind of very black and white statements and revealed that what she said isn't quite, what she actually believes or means?
What I would say is this: I don't know that each statement was unpacked or really processed in therapy, but it has been a theme as a part of her individual therapy, where kind of addressing this disconnect of at times viewing herself as unempathetic, where the data just doesn't support that. She's actually on a day-to-day basis described as having some idiosyncratic interpersonal things, but in general is capable of remorse, capable of empathy. There's not indication of, say, an antisocial personality disorder or psychopathy.
Is it fair to say introspection broadly is a learned socialized skill? We're not innately able to look at our feelings and kind of dissect them and what they mean?
I would say in general, yes. I do think that there is some organic things that come along with individual humans that allow some people to do it better than others, but in general it's a skill that people are taught, learn, and it's a process that humans continue throughout their lifetime.
Fair to say that Ms. Geyser's upbringing in the institution really presents a very different picture and process of learning these socialization skills that it kind of leads to these sorts of things coming up now as an adult in therapy, where a younger individual might have been redirected and taught the proper ways to interpret kind of what she was trying to express.
I think that's an absolutely fair characterization. She has, at no fault of her own, but because of institutionalization, not had the same opportunities that many adolescents have in terms of developing and maintaining age-appropriate, developmentally appropriate relationships, being able to problem solve the things that adolescents experience. And again, no fault of her own, but I think that's a fair characterization.
Fair to say, I guess, in particular with Ms. Geyser, that there seems to be a concerted effort to really understand and characterize herself in ways that allow her to make sense of things that she did as a child, for instance, that I guess are abhorrent to think about now.
Yes, I think that she continues to wrestle with a lot of her history and the different factors contributing to her childhood and what she says she experienced, to the specific index offense, to all of these different experiences that she's had since that time.
And many of these statements kind of come in the form of, if I did this thing in the past, I must not be capable of empathy, remorse, whatever, and not necessarily. So she's drawing that conclusion based on things that she knows she's done and has to make mental peace with, versus actually saying, no, I've never felt remorse, I've never X, Y, and Z, because she does report remorse, right?
So it's hard to unpack that because there's a variety of different similar statements. I think if you're referencing a very specific comment that she had, I believe it was in October, that particular statement had context related to making it. Comments about not being able to care for other people, not being able to feel, that has been repeated across time at various points, being driven by different things occurring in her life. Again, the totality of information doesn't support that. The totality of information, her day-to-day functioning suggests that she's very much an empathic person and is able, she feels a lot. Actually, that's one of the concerns, is that she can be sensitive and is prone to episodic distress that interferes with her kind of day-to-day functioning. So that being callous, she's described as having some clumsy moments socially, and potentially saying some things that maybe did not come across the way that she intended it, but there's nothing to suggest, again, say psychopathy or an antisocial personality structure.
So when looking at kind of these statements from a treatment perspective, or just broadly, like, we shouldn't be taking these as face value red flags of something being wrong with her, true?
I think looking at any person, whether it's Ms. Geyser or otherwise, looking at one specific incident without having context and greater understanding would be a dangerous thing to do. One of the things that's important, especially with Ms. Geyser, and because her particular mental health conditions are multifaceted and pretty complicated, it's really important to look at those things within the context of not only what's happening in the environment at that particular moment, but within the context of her particular mental health conditions and the totality of her adjustment and functioning across time.
Kind of final thought as to the comments that we're talking about. Fair that these and similar comments often come at times of, well, we would presume that Morgan's feeling defensive about something that had happened.
That comment certainly in October of 2023 certainly came within a context of heightened emotionality. At that particular time, she had been confronted with some concerns about her interactions with others during group therapies. In response to the feedback that she had been given, became quite defensive, and then from there digressed into conversation about her reported abuse history, about her difficulties and the stressors that exist at Winnebago, and then she made that, within that context, she made that particular statement relating to the index offense and her co-defendant.
And in how you kind of interpret these, does it make a difference to you whether comments like this are made in a heightened emotionally defensive posture, or like in a calm therapy session where she's reflectively trying to explore these issues? Like, would you treat those same statements as having different levels of risk or red flagginess, we'll say, based on just the context and timing of when they're made?
Context absolutely matters. And again, I would say that taking any individual incident or observable any thing that's kind of documented in those records, taking it in and of itself would be dangerous to do. The context matters, as does that larger understanding of her and her particular history of mental health and behavior.
The last question I have for you, it kind of runs back to the first topic we discussed of the care team's understanding and consensus surrounding her history and her present lack of symptoms in general, and the relative confidence that we have in the self-reporting of events as they occur versus the historical reporting. If you were confident that Ms. Geyser would faithfully self-report symptoms as they occur, even if she doesn't necessarily agree with how to interpret those, would that change your assessment of her readiness for conditional release?
That's just one factor of a number of concerns that I have. So certainly that's something that I'm looking for. I am concerned about that fact in particular, but there's also additional factors, as I've detailed in the report and through testimony, that also exist.
Thank you. I think that is all I have for you.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
Just very briefly, Judge. Doctor, it sounds like what you've described today, that there exists a current conflict in what caused the violent index offense in this case. Do you agree with that?
I think that there is a discrepancy in what Ms. Geyser currently understands and is reporting versus what exists in the records and is well documented. So I think those who have been involved in the evaluations, her treatment across time in general, and consistently have viewed her as a person who has genuine mental health symptoms, and there's not any reason to believe that she faked it all.
Do you think that that inconsistency in this case is a fundamental one that needs to be resolved before she would be released?
I do. As I had talked about, when a person is on conditional release, that person does not have the same structure and support that is available to them in the institution. So say in Ms. Geyser's case, nursing staff or the staff that work day-to-day on the units, or even her treatment team, being able to respond immediately when she's experiencing distress. In the community, her treatment team and those around her are reliant on her insight and her ability to accurately appraise her mental health and to be able to communicate those potential issues so that they can respond appropriately and she can respond appropriately and make sure that that she's doing well.
Doctor, it's been suggested that despite this incongruency with Ms. Geyser herself, The fact that the treatment team has access to all these records and information mitigates any kind of risk, regardless of what Ms. Geyser thinks herself. Do you agree with that?
I don't agree with that.
Why?
So again, if you're kind of looking back at those instruments that include empirically based risk factors for violence, future violence, those clinical factors in large part address some of these same issues. And the fact that these clinical factors continue to exist and are quite prominent, that raises concerns for me about her readiness.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further direct, or just any further cross?
Just to kind of put a point on this, the discrepancy that you describe is between kind of what we factually know happened, what the medical consensus is, and what Ms. Geyser now kind of post hoc describes having happened, correct?
Correct.
There's no controversy among her care team as to the fact that she was suffering from psychosis of some form during the index offense and in the years following, true?
Correct. The disagreement that may exist amongst the different professionals relate to labels. Again, the labels, in my opinion, are not as important as what we know about the symptoms, the behavior, the response to treatment, her engagement in treatment. And there's no disagreement amongst those who have been involved in evaluation or her treatment, as at least I understand the records, to suggest that she's got genuine illness.
And the state asked you about whether kind of there's been complete mitigation of risk because the care team has records. Fair to say that in the context of conditional release or just any treatment regimen, risk is never fully mitigated. It's just planned for. Fair?
Fair.
It's fair to say that the care team has the knowledge, information, and experience to disregard Ms. Geyser's self-assessment of her 10-year-ago condition and apply their own beliefs as to what happened and make a plan and treatment regimen consistent with those professional opinions and beliefs. True?
I don't know that I can say that that's true. When we are working with people, and again I'm saying we as in kind of the field and as treatment providers, it requires collaboration with the individual. And so you would ideally have a person who is invested in treatment, as she is. I don't mean to imply that she's not invested in treatment, but that also though has the ability to consistently give an accurate self-appraisal and to be able to communicate. So again, the treatment team can make decisions and put the appropriate supports and services to ensure that not only the community is safe, but that she's safe.
Final point. Fair to say that Ms. Geyser is compliant with treatment, medication, and rule conformity?
Objection outside the scope.
Overruled. Witness can answer.
Largely, I would say that's true.
And fair to say that she does what she's told, even if she doesn't particularly agree with the approach. Fair?
Not always, but I would say largely she is treatment compliant. When we're talking about specific interventions or recommendations, there is resistance and there have been times where she's not followed through on that, but largely she's very engaged in treatment. She is motivated toward her goals.
And she would have a conditional release team that includes therapists, psychologists, a conditional release coordinator, and DOC coordinator that would be telling her what to do, essentially. Fair?
In general, that would exist. The conditional release plans, as I understand it, they are developed specifically tailored to the individual. So there may be additional services or supports. There may be different levels of supervision or rules, but it's specifically tailored to her.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any further direct?
No.
All right. Thank you, doctor. Now, her report is Exhibit 4. Has that been moved in?
If it hasn't, I would move it in.
No objection.
Okay, Exhibit 4 is received. Thank you.
And may I be excused?
Yes, you may. We'll take at this point, you can have a seat. Are you under subpoena?
I don't believe I was subpoenaed.
All right, thank you. Otherwise, have a good day. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
What's the status of this state proceeding?
The state is not intending to call any other witnesses, Judge, so the state would rest.
Okay, state rest. Then we'd move to Ms. Geyser's presentation. What's the plan for Ms. Geyser?
Thank you, Judge. We'll call our witness, Kenneth Robbins. He's the third doctor that prepared a report, and he'll be available by Zoom. He's ready to go.
All right, well, let's take about a 10-minute recess. Come back at my...
I just wanted to note that Exhibit 3 was not worked into the record either.
No, I have Exhibit 3 marked as, yeah. That's the CV. Any objection? If not, the objection will receive Exhibit 3. So let's, it's about 1:45. Let's come back at 11. Court will be in recess.
All right, so Ruth Ann, wow, almost a year. Awesome, 11 months, rabbit ears. Hey, Missy, good to see you today. All right, again, if you guys have questions, Psychosaurus Rex is going to be is going to be coming on their show at 7:30 tonight, so 7:30 Eastern. So if you have questions, please you do QQQ, and I'll grab them and I'll pull them down. I've got a whole list. I got a whole list of questions going so far, and yeah, with that we will continue on with. This is from. This is from. I have it pinned, but let me go back to here. This is from April 11th of 2024. Trying to get us queued up here, waiting for this judge to show up. Where are you, Judge? Oh, there. Okay, here we go.
And there's Dr. Robbins. I see him up.
All right, he materialized. It's another digital miracle. He's here. All right. Well, then I think we're all set. We're on the record in State versus Geyser. Dr. Robbins, can you see and hear the court? All right, well, I can see you and hear you as well. We're prepared. I understand you. We're prepared to hear you as a witness. I understand you're prepared to testify as a witness. Okay, thank you. And you're welcome as well. So you're standing, it looks like. Okay. Well, if you could raise your right hand, our clerk will swear you in.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, very good. Thank you. And then Attorney Cotton.
Good morning, Dr. Robbins. I'm going to just start by asking you if you have...
just one housekeeping matter. State your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Yeah, sure. It's Kenneth Robbins, Robbins.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Cotton.
Dr. Robbins, you have a curriculum vitae or a professional resume?
I do.
And you provided that to our office as part of this process?
I did.
We've marked that as Exhibit A. Madam Clerk, I believe it's in the Exhibit Q. You've had a chance to review that. Is that an accurate resume that you provided to our office?
It is.
Judge, without objection from the state, I'm just going to move into admission, request admission of Exhibit A.
Any objections?
No.
All right, received.
Dr.
Is there an exhibit list?
Yes. You have an exhibit list that you're running?
No, it's the attorney should prepare an exhibit list.
Yeah, that's all. He doesn't have a separate one for defense.
Oh, really? Well, you have to prepare one, and you'll have to get that done.
And that document should be available for review. You might have to refresh the screen.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Just email Kate so she can put that together. So, Dr. Robbins, I want to ask you just a little bit about your professional background. What is your educational background?
Went to medical school at University of Michigan, graduated in 1977, and then did residencies in both internal medicine and psychiatry, and am board certified in both.
And you're currently board certified in both?
Correct.
What's your current employment?
I have been directing a Medicaid grant to reorganize the mental health system in several counties in California. I serve as medical director for Rock County and their mental health system. I do some work at a Grace Hospice. I do some consulting for the Madison Police Department.
Okay, when you said Rock County, you're referring to here in Wisconsin, Rock County.
Exactly.
And then you're also helping reconfigure the mental health system in some counties in California.
Exactly.
Do you have any connection to the Mendota Mental Health Center here in Wisconsin?
So I was the medical director at Mendota for most of the 90s, but I don't have an official role there at the moment.
What is the medical director? What were your duties as medical director of Mendota?
Essentially to oversee the clinical care.
Okay, are you in charge of the doctors and the various treating professionals in that capacity?
Exactly.
Now you're familiar with Miss Geyser because of your history with her, is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
What history do you have with Miss Geyser, if you could just summarize, please?
So as I have in my report, I've interviewed her several times in the past, initially for a competency evaluation back in June of 2014, next as an evaluation for her appropriateness for a reverse waiver back in June of 2015, and then a criminal responsibility evaluation in September of 2017.
Then have you had an opportunity to prepare conditional release reports or to work on that for her?
Just this for this particular conditional release application, yes.
Okay, and that report was submitted to the court previously, right?
And that's correct.
And I believe also without objection, Judge, I'm just going to tender Exhibit B, which is Dr. Robbins' report.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Robbins, you prepared this report after doing what type of investigation? Could you just explain what you did?
Yes, I read through her medical records at Winnebago Mental Health Institute. I spoke with some of the staff working with Ms. Geyser. I read through some of the other reports as well as my own. I read through Dr. Lundbohm's report of March of this year, Dr. Collins' report of August of last year, both to make recommendations about conditional release. And I think that's about it. And then I interviewed Ms. Geyser at Winnebago.
What is your experience with people, professional experience with people who have received or are petitioning for conditional release?
Well, I've done a number of these evaluations, maybe 40 or 50, and I've supervised many more for forensic fellows, and then participated in the preparation of reports by Mendota back in the day when I was at Mendota, which were not to give opinions, but to bring the court up to date on the status of people who are applying for conditional release.
What type of people are housed at the Mendota Mental Health Hospital?
So that's changed over the years, but when I was the medical director, we had kids, we had a civil adult unit, but primarily it was forensic, meaning people who had committed crimes and were either being evaluated for competency, treated to competency, or being treated for not after they were found not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect.
In other words, people like Ms. Geyser.
Exactly.
Somebody who was treated for competency, found NGI, placed at an institution.
Correct.
During the 90s or decade or so that you were the medical director, did anybody from Mendota ever petition for conditional release? Did that ever happen?
Oh, many times.
Okay. Were you involved in, well, you say many times, were you involved in any of those cases, or did you oversee them?
Yes, I essentially oversaw all of them and participated in looking at some of the letters that the Institute wrote.
And as the medical director, you're essentially in charge of what comes out of that institution. In other words, if a doctor recommends release, you're going to see that report and you're going to have your own opinion on whether that's appropriate or not.
Well, to some extent, the doctors who recommend release or who suggest that release is not appropriate are independent of the institutes, as in my case. So I have some role to play, and because the institute writes a letter bringing the court up to date on how the particular person is doing, but the institute doesn't make a recommendation.
And in that letter that you talked about is more or less is it a risk assessment or an overview of their treatment progress, or both?
Essentially both. It mostly focuses on behavior, how someone has done, how they participated in care, the clinical progress as well as the behavioral progress.
How do you know as a clinician, how do you know when somebody's ready to be released to the community?
Well, it's a somewhat subjective decision based on a belief of whether they are dangerous, for starters, whether there's something more important that they need to still receive at the institution, how they've done, how they're likely to do outside the institution, what kind of behaviors they've displayed when they've been stressed, etc.
And once release is recommended, just make sure the camera didn't freeze. Can you hear me, Dr. Robbins?
Can.
Okay. You just had a brief glitch there with the camera, I think. Once an individual is approved by a court to be released, what does the institution do? What would Mendota do, for example, once a judge has signaled his or her approval?
Well, they would look to meet the conditions that the judge lays out, but they would look to make sure that the person who's being released is being released to a safe environment where they can be monitored.
Okay. What's your opinion specifically about Morgan and her petition for conditional release?
My opinion is that this is an appropriate time for her to be conditionally released.
In your report, you said that it's an ideal time for her to be released. Why is it an ideal time right now?
Because Morgan has improved quite dramatically and needs things that the institution can no longer offer. I think she's benefited a great deal by being at Winnebago in many different ways, but I think she's reached the end of what Winnebago is able to help her with. There's no suggestion that she is dangerous at this time, and the kinds of things that Morgan needs, in my view, help with socialization, help with education, help with becoming independent are things that Winnebago can no longer provide in an effective way.
Okay, so there's no more treatment she can do at Winnebago. There's no more treatment she can do at Winnebago.
So there's more treatment. I just don't. I think the downside of being at Winnebago is greater than any benefit that she could receive from the treatment that's offered there.
Okay, and treatment can also be can and would be provided in the community, typically when a person is released from a mental hospital.
Yes, that would clearly be a critical part of Morgan's transition.
Judge, can I proceed, or do you want to take just a? Do you want to?
Let's take a moment here, Doctor. I have a cough.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you. It's one of those coughs. I get a tickle, and no matter what I do, I can't seem to alleviate the tickle. While I'm working on my tickle, I'm looking in the CCAP file, and you said the exhibits are there.
Exhibit A
Where is Exhibit A?
in the document.
Under exhibits?
Yes.
Or under document?
It should be under your exhibit column.
It's under exhibit document. I have when I pull up the exhibit tab, while I'm working on my cough, looking at the mechanics of CCAP.
I don't know why it's not there.
You agree it's not there?
Yeah.
All right.
Let me do something, I'll fix it.
Well, I have Exhibit A now through just through the filing in CCAP, so we can proceed. I think I'm ready to proceed. We'll be back on the record and asking questions, Attorney Content.
Okay, Dr. Robbins, there is, you just said the downside of remaining at Winnebago is greater than the upside of her being released. Do I have that right?
It's greater than the upside of staying at Winnebago.
So it's your recommendation she leave the facility because there's things like socialization and other matters that she needs to work on, and that would be best done in a community-based setting.
Yes, that's right.
And Dr. Lundbaum, you've had a chance to review Dr. Lundbaum's report and Dr. Collins' report?
I have.
I just noted in his introduction he did not review Dr. Collins' most recent report.
That's what but he has reviewed it now, I believe. Is that true, Dr. Robbins, as you testified today?
Yes, just this morning that was sent to me, and I did look through it, yes.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
And I think you were on Zoom for part of her testimony yesterday, were you not?
Right, for Dr. Collins' testimony, yes, I was.
Okay. Now, Dr. Lundbaum said today that since October of 2021, Morgan has been very engaged and proactive in treatment, has a number of goals, both long-term and short-term, and is heavily invested in those goals. Would you agree with her opinion?
I would.
And she also said today that she would describe Morgan Geyser as a, quote, very empathetic person. Would you agree with that?
I would.
That she has empathy?
I would agree that she has empathy.
Why do you agree with that?
Based on talking to the Winnebago clinical staff, based on reading the clinical notes, and based on my interview with Morgan.
Okay, but I thought there was one statement she made in an individual session that suggested she didn't have empathy. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Is that of critical concern?
It is not to me, no.
Why not?
No, it is. What people say in therapy is often challenging to put into context. And often when people are in therapy, especially someone like Morgan, who gets very down on herself, and at times appropriately for some of the things that she's done in the past, she will say things that are very critical of herself that don't necessarily reflect how she feels most of the time.
Like a person in a moment of frustration might say, I'm such an idiot or I'm so stupid, when they don't really believe that about themselves. Is that a fair example?
It is, and that happens even more in therapy, where you're looking at your behavior and trying to make sense of it, and sometimes you feel humiliated or embarrassed or remorseful about things that you've done.
Is there any doubt from everything you've reviewed here that Morgan is embarrassed and remorseful about the things that she did as a 12-year-old?
No, I believe most of the time she's
I'm sorry?
I believe most of the time she's remorseful.
Now, there's been some discussion about what the correct diagnosis is for Ms. Geyser. What's your current impression? What's your current diagnosis that you would apply in this case with respect to her mental health?
Just going to ask Sweet before he answers. Just pause for a moment.
Should I answer?
Oh, just wait. I'm just letting my throat
Sure. Oh, sure. Yep.
settle down. All right, do you need the answer to the question read back, Doctor?
No, I don't think so. The question, I think, was what's my current diagnosis for
Yes.
Ms. Geyser?
Yes.
So I think the primary diagnosis is post-traumatic stress disorder. There's, some question of whether she has also a generalized anxiety disorder or social anxiety disorder, but I think the primary diagnosis is post-traumatic stress disorder.
And what caused that? Have you been able to, does it really matter what has caused that, or as a clinician, did you examine that?
I did.
Yeah,
I think it does matter, and I think it's the primary trigger for the post-traumatic stress disorder is her father's sexual mistreatment of her.
Were we aware of that sexual mistreatment back in 2014, 2015?
No.
Is it something that you attempted to pry into with Ms. Geyser as a 12 or 13-year-old? Did you explore that with her?
We talked a fair bit about her relationship with her parents. At the time, she felt particularly close to her father and distant from her mother. But yes, I did ask her, and there was no, she was not at that point endorsing that there had been any sexual mistreatment.
Have you had other patients in the course of your career who have suffered sexual abuse as a child?
I have.
And is that something that is typically self-disclosed right out of the gate, or does that oftentimes take time, or do you have an opinion on that?
I do, yes, of course, and I don't think anybody would disagree that this is something that's very personal and very painful and often is not disclosed initially.
Now, you're aware Ms. Geyser's father has passed away.
I am.
And in subsequent to that, or somewhere around that time, as an adult, she's come forward and been able to disclose what he did to her. Do you have any doubt in your mind about the veracity of her self-report?
I don't.
When you diagnose PTSD, is this just an opinion that you render, or is there a manual you can go to determine whether this is a correct diagnosis?
Yeah, the DSM has very specific criteria for making that diagnosis, as with any diagnosis.
Does PTSD specifically require further institutional treatment for Ms. Geyser, in your opinion?
No, it doesn't.
And what about you mentioned a generalized anxiety disorder, so she has anxiety. Is that something that you think requires institutional treatment?
I don't.
Let's just tackle each one of those conditions. How would PTSD be treated in the community if the judge approves her release, specifically for Ms. Geyser?
It's primarily talk therapy. It's helping someone go through the memories that triggered the PTSD and help them gain some perspective, and sometimes medication can also be helpful.
And there's medication being prescribed right now, isn't there?
There is.
What about anxiety? Is that something that, how would that be treated with her in the community?
Similarly, it's, PTSD is sort of a form of anxiety. Many of the PTSD symptoms are anxiety. So teasing apart how much of the diagnosis is truly PTSD versus generalized anxiety disorder is a bit challenging because there's so much overlap in symptoms. But both of them would be treated primarily with talk therapy and sometimes with medication as well.
And when you would see patients released from Mendota on conditional release, do those people come back to the facility if they have a recurrence of symptoms that requires inpatient care, or are they simply gone and that's it?
No, there's always the possibility that if they relapse, if they become more ill, more dangerous, that they can be returned.
Okay, well, let's talk about the dangerousness. Is there any evidence of Ms. Geyser being a dangerous person in the last, I don't know, let's say 2 years or 2 years plus?
Yeah, so there hasn't really been, since her admission to Winnebago, any serious dangerousness to others. She has done some, she has been at some risk to herself with cutting and swallowing a battery back earlier, and then in 2021 with a more serious suicide attempt, but not since then.
And she's not violent towards other people at the facility, right?
That's correct.
Certainly at Mendota and in Winnebago, there are those people who they have to be restrained because they're violent towards others.
There are.
Really, with Morgan, the only singular violent event towards others is the horrible events that took place in 2014 with her friend, right?
That's right.
So now we have a decade plus no violent behavior towards other people.
Correct.
But some self-injurious behavior a few years ago.
The most serious a few years ago, but nothing since then.
And that's inside the facility of Winnebago, though, isn't it?
Correct.
Certainly, the facility is designed in some ways to be therapeutic, right? It's supposed to be. It's certainly not a prison. It's a treatment center. Would you agree with that?
I would.
There are some profoundly dangerous people, however, who find themselves in that facility.
Correct.
Many of whom are much older than a 14-year-old or 15-year-old.
Well, I think pretty much all the people who Morgan was with were significantly older, with very few exceptions.
If you can answer this question, would it be, I realize she's been there for an extended period of time, but does it remain safe for her to be there? In other words, is she going to have positive experiences being there, or would those experiences be better had in the community?
I guess I would say I think it's reasonably safe for her to be there, but in terms of what's therapeutic for her at this time, I don't think as helpful as Winnebago has been and as skilled as their practitioners are. As I said earlier, I think the downside of being there is significantly more worrisome than the advantages of being there at this point.
Okay. You've been involved with Morgan's case for 10 years roughly, right?
I have.
You previously diagnosed her with a form of schizophrenia back in 2014, 2015, right?
Correct.
Do you believe that Morgan faked her symptoms?
No, I don't. I don't think it would be possible.
Are you aware of any doctor, from all the reports you've read or medical records you've read, is there any doctor who truly thinks she faked her symptoms?
I'm not aware of anyone at Winnebago who believes Morgan faked her symptoms.
Well, isn't the concern that she was a sophisticated 12-year-old who was trying to come up with fictional inventions in her head to get out of trouble? Is there anybody who endorses that theory?
Yes.
Who?
I think most everyone who has worked with Morgan has endorsed that theory.
Okay, the theory that she was in her head believing she heard the voices at the time.
Correct.
Is there anybody who believes that she just made it up to escape responsibility?
I'm not aware of anyone who at Winnebago who believes that to be true.
Is it easy or hard to diagnose schizophrenia in a 12-year-old or a pre-adolescent individual?
It's very challenging to try to tease apart what's fantasy versus what's psychosis.
If it were psychosis, would you be able to look back today as a woman in her young 20s and say, I know it's psychosis and here's the reasons why?
So the schizophrenia is very unusual in a 12-year-old, and when it occurs in somebody so young, it takes a particularly malignant form. People are very ill, very challenging to treat, and if you were to stop their antipsychotic medicine, the odds are very small that their symptoms wouldn't return.
Okay, so somebody who has schizophrenia at that young of an age, if you stop the medication, it's virtually certain you would see a reemergence of symptoms quickly.
Very unlikely that they would go over a year without a return of symptoms.
Well, but here we have almost 2 years with no symptoms, and Ms. Geyser's not taking schizophrenia medication.
So the antipsychotics were started to be weaned in October, I believe, of 2022, and were stopped in December of 2022. So for this period of whatever it is, 16, 17 months, completely off antipsychotic medicine, she's had no psychotic symptoms, and she's also had psychological testing done, which also demonstrated no evidence of psychotic symptoms. And interestingly, 2 psychological testing episodes that were performed earlier did show psychosis. So I think there is no reason to believe that Morgan has had any psychotic symptoms over this last 16 or 17 months since the antipsychotic medicines were discontinued.
Okay, so it's your opinion that Morgan did not malinger or lie about the symptoms she was experiencing in 2014.
Yeah, I was starting to say, I just don't think it's possible that someone is able to do that. It's very hard, 24 hours a day. She was observed with cameras that were recording her even when she was not aware she was being watched. And there was lots of evidence that she was experiencing, if not hallucinations and delusions, at least fantasies that she believed. So no, could she do that 24 hours a day for 8 years? I just don't think that's possible.
Especially as a 12-year-old misleading multiple experienced doctors.
Exactly, and maybe I'm being defensive since I was one of those experienced doctors, but I don't think so. I just, if you look at textbooks about the ability of someone to malinger psychotic symptoms over the long term, it is just very challenging, and it would be a case report. It would be so unusual. This could be written up in the literature because it is so challenging to maintain these what appear to be psychotic symptoms unless you believe they're true.
Okay, so is it likely that Ms. Geyser did experience transient psychotic symptoms, or perhaps that her fantasies that as a 12-year-old were so powerful, maybe she became to believe those fantasies? Is that likely?
I believe it's most likely the latter is the most likely, that she had these fantasies and believed them to be true at the time.
And now what? Her brain has continued to develop, and she's matured and received therapy, and therefore that goes away over time?
Yes, I think part of it is maturation, part of it is the treatment that she's received at Winnebago, and some of it is just that she's become more able to tolerate thinking about the abuse that she suffered and is now able to talk about it.
You talk about the very wise and compassionate staff at Winnebago Mental Health Hospital. Does that play a role in her? Has that played a role in her recovery as well?
I believe it has.
So it's a combination of factors. It's maturity, it's the staff, it's the therapy, and it's the evolving recognition that schizophrenia was not the proper label.
Yes, and I think her capacity to be able to tolerate thinking of her father in a more negative way.
Is the label, should we be, for purposes of this decision that the judge has to make of whether to approve a release plan to be developed, would you say that the label is important, that whether it's schizophrenia, PTSD, or anxiety is the label what's important, or is something else more important?
It's hard to tease that apart. I think it's a combination of things, but it's it's the dramatic improvement that's been observed with Morgan, her commitment to treatment, and the progress everyone has seen, the lack of dangerousness, and the need she has for socialization at this point, for starting to, she's a very bright young woman. She has a tremendous amount of potential, but at some point, if she's in an institution too long, I'm afraid she's going to get stuck and not be able to mature in the way adolescents mature. As their brain is developing, they have the capacity to mature, and at some point that becomes more challenging.
Okay, so we may be at is that why you use the phrase ideal time for such a release to happen in 2024?
Exactly.
Because as we go into 2025, or as Ms. Geyser ages, her ability to form those important social relationships is going to further diminish.
Exactly. And the capacity of her brain to mature it becomes more and more challenging as she gets older. So
in a perverse way, somebody could become more dangerous in a way, or maybe not more dangerous, but less able to function in society the longer they are denied the opportunity to have those relationships.
I think that's fair.
Well, you used to be the medical director at Mendota. What happens when a person has spent their adolescent years or early 20s? What happens? The person has to be released and they walk out onto the street, or where do they go?
Well, they become institutionalized, and it becomes very hard for them to become functional, productive people when they leave.
So what happens with someone like Ms. Geyser, though, when the court approves the release plan? Where would she go?
I guess if it were up to me, I would suggest that she go to a group home, a structured group home where she would continue to work with staff, continue to work on her own emotional issues with mental health professionals, and start to socialize, start to learn how to be more independent, how to become more educated. She has some very specific goals in mind that I think she can start to pursue. And I'm concerned that if we wait too long, that it's going to get more and more challenging for her to pursue those goals.
Okay, so we have group homes in Wisconsin.
We do.
And then Ms. Geyser's team would, in your opinion, should place her in a group home so she can have some more freedom, but not total freedom. Do I have that right?
I think that's fair.
So it's a structured environment, but somewhat less structured than the locked facility of Winnebago.
There would be more ability to be independent, but it would be monitored and observed.
And I assume there's staff at those group homes?
There is.
That would work with people on, you mentioned education and work and socialization. Are those topics that are worked on?
Exactly, and they would work with her mental health staff. They form a team and they work together to make sure that she is progressing in a safe manner.
Okay, so she moves into a group home for some undefined or extended period of time while those tasks are addressed. Is that correct?
It is.
Did you ever, when you were at Mendota, see people who were decompensated at a group home and they had to be brought back to a facility?
Yeah, unfortunately, I did.
Okay, so that can happen if somebody it has to be tried, but if it doesn't work, then the person is brought back to Mendota, for example.
Exactly, or Winnebago, that's right.
Okay, but if they make progress, then what happens? Would you if Ms. Geyser makes progress, would you envision further relaxation of the restrictions against her?
Gradually over time, yes, to a point where hopefully she becomes a productive citizen and reaches the goals she has in mind, which in my view are quite realistic.
Let's talk about those realistic goals. Why do you say that?
Because she herself is aware that she needs structure, that she'd like to transition to a group home. She's not looking to be completely free. She gets that she continues to need to be monitored and to work with staff, and that she continues to need mental health treatment. She wants to get education. Her initial goal is to become a CNA, a certified nurse assistant, which is, I think, a very realistic goal given her intelligence. And over time in the future, perhaps become a writer, which I also think is a realistic goal. Obviously, it's not something she can start tomorrow, but I think it's a realistic goal to work towards.
Right. None of her goals are delusional or grandiose or unrealistic.
Agreed.
You mentioned in your report that you discussed with Ms. Geyser her WRAP plan, W-R-A-P, and you described it as an excellent plan. Why do you believe it's what is the plan and why? What is Ms. Geyser's plan and why is it excellent in your opinion?
Her WRAP plan is essentially how to deal with stress and who she can turn to for help. And she has a list of current peers. I'm sure that will expand if she were to be conditionally released, including her brother and her mother and a number of friends who she feels can be helpful. She has realistic plans about how to deal with stress and various things that she can do to monitor her affect, her mood, and her impulses, and what to do if she becomes concerned about her mood or her impulses, and they're all very realistic.
Now, Dr. Lundbaum has identified a number of incidents over the past years that give her some concern, and you mentioned in your conclusions that you consider Dr. Lundbaum's observations to be that these incidents are minor problems. Can you expand on that?
Sure. The example that you mentioned earlier where she was very negative about herself in talk therapy, and a number of Dr. Lundbaum's examples are things she pulled out of the talk therapy notes. These are things that happen to everybody in talk therapy. People say negative things about themselves. That's part of what you do in talk therapy, is to try to make sense of yourself, and you look at the good news and the bad news, and to assume that because Morgan says something negative about herself in talk therapy or even on the unit, that to me is what you anticipate for somebody who's maturing. And there are very few adolescents who go through adolescence without saying some very negative things about themselves.
There was something about heightened emotionality. What does that mean?
I assume there was a period of time, there was some period where she became emotional, but again, she's been dealing with a lot of things that we would want to make her emotional. She needs to be looking at the crime and how it happened and how to make sense of that she did such a terrible thing. She needs to make sense of her sexual mistreatment and her father's death. She's got lots on her mind, and it's not surprising that she has periods of time where she's more emotional.
Do you feel that Ms. Geyser has an opportunity to become an independent adult if she remains in the Winnebago facility?
I think it's, as we can see, she's only had about 6 times where she's gone into the community, even though she's eligible to go into the community, because it's just not something that can happen that often at Winnebago. They don't have the staff to allow that to happen on a regular basis. So her independence is going to be very limited if she stays at Winnebago.
And as you said, it's important, particularly given this unique case of her age and when she went into the facility, it's particularly important here to permit a greater opportunity for release into the community sooner rather than later.
Yes, that's my point of view.
Is Ms. Geyser's suicidal ideation significantly diminished?
It's largely gone. I think she has moments where she is very critical of herself and maybe has fantasies about suicide, but she has not had serious suicide thoughts since the attempt in 2021.
And there have been no security holds since 2019, so 4+ or 5 years?
That's right.
Morgan's a bright girl. You describe her as a bright girl, somebody who's smart.
She's very bright.
You mentioned in your report that she will not, and I think you've testified to this, Morgan won't benefit from further time at Winnebago, you said. But you also said, despite the best intentions of the staff, Winnebago will, and these are your words, hinder her ability to progress. Do you still hold that opinion?
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't say there's nothing she could benefit from at Winnebago. I think, further talk therapy, she needs talk therapy one place or another. I just don't think it has to be at Winnebago, and the downside of being there is very significant.
Right, because she would get talk therapy if she's conditionally released. There's no doubt about that.
Correct.
And you noted that even with the best intentions of the staff, she's still going to have limited contact with age-appropriate peers, right?
Correct.
In other words, if she stays at Winnebago, she has limited contact with age-appropriate peers and limited educational offerings.
That's all correct. She's on a unit with people who've committed dangerous acts, are older, are mostly quite ill with their psychiatric problems. It is hardly an ideal circumstance to grow up.
And of course, at her young age, she is still maturing and still growing, hence the reason why you'd like to see her be given the opportunity to go into the community.
Exactly.
You describe it as critical, in your opinion, that Morgan be transitioned out of Winnebago. Why do you believe it's critical? Is it everything we've just discussed, or is there anything we've missed?
No, I think we've covered it pretty well.
And you recommend structured group home with similarly aged peers, but you also talked about believing the importance or finding it important that Morgan be given an opportunity to further her education. Do you believe that's important?
I do.
Why? Because she's expressed that to you, or are there other reasons?
Because she's bright and she has goals that would require education, and that's going to be part of her maturation process and becoming a productive citizen.
And then when she's in a structured group home, she's going to have appropriate mental health services and providers that she can work with, just like she does at Winnebago.
Well, that would have to be arranged, but yes, that certainly can be arranged.
What about medication? If she needs to take medication for an anxiety condition, that can all be done within a group home, correct?
It can.
They provide you with connections with doctors that you can visit with, or psychiatrists you can refill your prescriptions through, right?
Yeah, I think it would be really important that she continue to work with a psychiatrist and a therapist.
In terms of insight with Morgan herself, do you believe that Morgan possesses insight into the need that she has for that type of support?
Yes, she was very clear with me that that's what she feels she needs, and that's part of her RAP plan that we talked about earlier.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Good morning, Doctor. Are you currently in California?
No, I'm in Madison.
Okay. I believe you testified that you have yourself written roughly 40 to 50 conditional release opinion reports. Is that right?
Yeah, that's a wild guess, but yes, that's what I said.
Okay. It would be fair to say that it's been a very small portion of your career has been devoted to forensic psychology, correct?
I guess I wouldn't say that. It's not a big part of my career at the moment, forensic psychiatry, but I was at Mendota for almost 10 years, and that was pretty much all I did during those years. I started a fellowship between Mendota and the Medical College of Wisconsin that continues, that's focused on forensics, that for psychiatry residents who want more education about forensics, they spend a year in that program, and that has continued to the present, and I still do some teaching in that program. So I guess I wouldn't say it's a very small part, but at this moment, it's not a big part of it.
Well, what about yourself as far as competency evaluations? Have you done a lot of those over the course of your career?
I have.
Any rough estimate?
So when I was at Mendota, I supervised all the competency evaluations. So there were hundreds that I supervised during the 90s. Since then, I don't know, maybe 30 or 40, not a huge number.
Since the 90s?
Yeah, that's right, in the last 25 years or so.
And you did the mental responsibility evaluation in this case, right?
I did.
And how many of those have you done since the 90s?
More than competency. I would guess 70 or 80.
Okay. If I hear you right in this case regarding conditional release, you look at this as a balancing test, correct?
Yes, that's fair.
Balance between risk to the community and here benefit to Morgan, right?
Exactly.
And you certainly see that there's a greater benefit to Morgan than any risk she would present to the community. Is that right?
That's my belief, yes.
And because of that, you believe she's suitable for conditional release at this time. True?
Well, it's a combination of factors. I don't see dangerousness to the community, and I see there being more advantages than disadvantages to transition her out of Winnebago at this point.
And because there are more advantages to her, you believe she's suitable for release?
Well, that in combination with the fact that I don't see danger to the community.
Well, not to beat this horse, I guess, but you certainly consider the benefits to her, correct?
I'd say I consider the benefits and risks both to her and to the community.
Okay. I'm a little unclear. When do you believe that Morgan first disclosed that she had been a victim of her father?
So I don't know that, but the first that there are notes in the Winnebago charts about, so she had talked to her mother about this long ago, but in terms of talking to treatment providers, the first that I see that is the psychiatrist who was working with her in 2021 and 22.
Well, you're aware that she also had talked to law enforcement long ago, correct?
Correct.
And really the evidence we have comes solely from Morgan. True?
True.
Thank you, doctor. That's all I have.
Any redirect?
No.
All right. Doctor, are you under subpoena?
He's not, Judge.
Pardon me?
Doctor, are you under subpoena? I've been told you're not.
Okay.
All
I
right.
wasn't sure.
So thanks for being here today and appearing by Zoom. Have a good afternoon.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Further witnesses for the Ms. Geyser?
Okay, Miss Geyser would like to test. Sorry, 1 minute. Okay, the defense does not have any further witnesses, Your Honor.
All right. I view this as a civil proceeding.
I do too.
All right. State agrees?
Yes.
All right. All right. Very good. Thank you. With that, then the defense rests.
Yes, Your Honor.
Does the state have rebuttal testimony?
No.
Okay. I asked Dr. Pope to be available from Winnebago. She's been on Zoom on both days. And I'd like to ask caller to have her answer some questions. Should be brief. Any objections from the state?
No, not at all.
Any objections
No.
from the defense? All
No.
right. Dr. Pope, are you there?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm Judge Boren. I think we've met before. So, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You've been listening to you've been listening to what's gone on in this case by Zoom yesterday and today. True.
That is true.
I'd like to call you as a witness and just ask you some questions about what's available at Winnebago for treatment. So now, if you're prepared to do that.
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Okay, then I'm going to have our clerk swear you in. Could you stand and raise your right hand?
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Just state your full name for the record.
It's Dr. Kayla, K-A-Y-L-A, Pope, P-O-P-E.
And what position, and you hold a position at Winnebago Mental Health Institute?
That is correct. I'm the medical director.
And because of that position, are you familiar with Morgan Geyser?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Medical director, you hold a medical degree?
I do, Your Honor.
Are you also licensed as a psychiatrist?
I'm, yes, licensed and board certified in both child psychiatry and general psychiatry.
All right. Have you been familiar with, how long have you known then Morgan Geyser?
Since July of 2019.
All right, so you have long-term history with her.
That's correct.
There's been a lot of discussion about, in the petition and in the response to the request for release on a conditional release petition, as to what's available at Winnebago if she's not released, and what is the proper course of action for her in the future. Are you prepared to comment upon that?
I am, Your Honor. So it has already been identified by the experts. Morgan has already reached the highest level of privileges at Winnebago. She has actively participated in therapy, medication management, and all the treatment rooms that are available. At this point, she has optimized all that is available for Morgan. And as Dr. Robbins pointed out, we have very little ability to provide Morgan with experiences in the community. And I would agree with him that at this juncture, it's critical for her to have those experiences to help her continue with her development and socialization.
If she remains at Winnebago, what impact does that have on the risk assessment as to her dangerousness?
I don't think it would have much impact. I think at this point she is safe to return to the community, and I don't know that there's much more that could be done to make her safer.
Dr. Robbins, in his report and in his testimony, recommended if she is released to a group home to facilitate further acclimation into the community. Has that been, if you have experience with that type of remedy?
I do, Your Honor, and I do think that would be an appropriate placement for her.
All right, thank you. I have no other questions. Attorney Zapakowicz, questions?
Doctor, have you reviewed the reports of either Dr. Collins or Dr. Lundbaum regarding conditional release?
I have just glanced at them. I did not review them in detail.
You're aware that both of them find Morgan at this time not suitable for conditional release?
I did hear their testimony to that effect.
And they believe that Morgan still represents a significant risk of bodily harm to herself or others?
I did hear their testimony to that effect.
You don't agree with that?
I would say I probably agree more with Dr. Robbins' assessment of the situation. Morgan has not had any dangerousness for several years now, and I do think at this point it is critical for her to make the transition to the community to help with her ongoing development.
You don't believe 6 months from now she would be less ready to go into the community, do you?
No. But I do think that critical period for development is closing, as Dr. Robbins identified.
And you don't really have any experience with Morgan going back to 2014 when this offense was committed, do you?
No, I was not involved in her case at that time.
And are you aware of the underlying facts of that incident in any detail?
I am aware of what transpired to some extent, but not in detail, no. I was not involved with the case.
Nothing else, Judge.
All right, thank you. Any questions, Attorney Cotton?
Thank you, Doctor. The team at Winnebago will work with Morgan to figure out the right way for her to transition, right?
That's correct. We'll work with her community team.
She already has a team that's been put together waiting for the judge to approve things, right?
That's correct.
And so if Judge Boren gives the green light today or tomorrow, is that team ready to meet and put pen to paper and figure out the plan?
I think the process is there's a 60-day period for them to put together a plan.
Okay, and then they file it with the court to see if the judge approves.
Correct.
Okay, so the team is ready to go. Morgan has a relationship with them. Can they do that within 60 days based on your experience? Does that seem like a sufficient window?
Sometimes they ask for an extension if it isn't enough time.
Okay, so if they need more time for some reason here, they can ask for that.
Correct.
And then they'd give their report to Judge Boren, and he can make his decision from that point.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Attorney Zapakowicz, anything further?
No.
All right, well, I have no further questions, ma'am. Thank you for being available to testify today. I appreciate that. With that, that concludes the testimonial part of the hearing today. True from the state standpoint?
Yes.
True from the defense standpoint?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Then we'll close all testimony. I'll hear argument this afternoon. Now, I've mentioned the fire drill, or not rather the tornado drill. I want to avoid that. That'll be an interruption, needless to say, and disruptive to a thought process if we're involved in anything when it starts. So I'm going to recess the case to 2 o'clock. Now, that should be at the end of the tornado warning and the participation here. As I indicated, we're in a unique position because we're the shelter right here in this courtroom. So I know that we'll have people coming in and it'll be disruptive. So we'll adjourn recess to 2 o'clock. Okay, and then I'll hear argument from both sides.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day then, or good morning and initial afternoon.
All right, some interesting things from this testimony. So we have a few doctors say she needs to, the window for development is closing and she needs to get out into society so that she can form relationships. There's other people that are saying, no, we don't want her released because she's still a danger to society. So it was Dr. Brooke Lundbohm and Dr. Robbins. I'm sorry, yeah, Dr. Collins. Dr. Robbins wanted her to be. He said he's the one that was, and the director, the medical director there. They were both saying she's gone as far as she can go. There's been no violent episodes with her. Even though she said in 2022, I faked it all. But then there's like absolutely no way that she could have faked it. She could not have malingered for that. It's like impossible or nearly impossible. And if so, there'd be, if it had happened before, there'd be case histories on it, case study on it. So interesting. Well, let's see what happens. Let's fast forward. What are you guys saying? Crazy Mary Jo, yeah, sound was wonky. Yeah, I think Kelly had that same problem. Barry, Morgan Geyser is a risk. Tuned to South Park's Kyle's mom song. Southern Belle, pizza's in the oven. Nice. Yeah, I got to make some soup for myself. Has she been off the meds? That's what they're saying. She's been off the meds since I think 2022. Hold on, let me find. October 2022, she was started to be weaned off the meds, and then December of 20. So from October to December, so she was started to be weaned off October of 2022. Now this is 20. When is this again? This is 2024. Wait. Yeah. So from October she started to be weaned off of them. December she was off of them entirely. Of 2022, and then she went through all of 2023 without meds, and now here this is April of 2024. So that's how long she's been off the meds. She developed a relationship with the 43-year-old that was not healthy. Well, let's back that up, JMS. She was writing letters and talking on the phone with the 63-year-old male. So would that be considered healthy or not? Let's see, lost my mojo. Since being admitted back into the mental health facility, this judge has since been removed and will no longer be presiding over Morgan Geyser's case in the future. He actually retired. Judge Bourne, he retired. Michael Bourne, I'm pretty sure he retired. Because he was on Alyssa's trial, and then I think he retired. Yeah, he retired April 30th after serving 25 years. So Michael Bourne retired April 30th of 2025. So he did retire. And yes, let's not call Morgan names. YouTube, their bots crawl our chat, and we just don't want to have any issues with YouTube. So, yes, appreciate that. Yes, Northwest. He retired. It was planned after 25 years. Robin, I did not see that yesterday. Jose Abira, Lake and Riley. We did watch that. And that was a judge bench trial. We did watch that live. We covered that live. So that is I don't think we had to delete that. I'm pretty sure that's still in our playlist. I know some things we had to delete because we got demonetized. So I'll double check that. I think I know we covered it live for sure. All right, let's Green-Eyed Cat be right back. All right, no worries. Kelly, since she lied originally, can they try her now for attempted, or is it not guilty reason insanity considered facing jeopardy? So great question, and Northwest says no to that double jeopardy. Thank you for that. I didn't know that. So 12-year-old played everyone. Kelly, it kind of seems like it. Mike, she's extremely dangerous. She should never be released. We do Southern Belle. We have Sarah Grace Patrick is coming up next week. We have a Raul Valle hearing. Devin Michaels is being sentenced. Leilana Simon has a hearing. Corey Richens apparently has a hearing on Friday. So the big one for us is going to be the Sarah Grace Patrick. That's scheduled to start next week. So we're going to do, maybe over the weekend, we're going to do trials we're watching. So we have Corey, we've got Raul, we've got Carlos, we've got Sarah Grace Patrick. Those are the four big, huge ones. And then Sharon sent us something yesterday I want to check into about this au pair. I definitely want to check this out. This is happening. Trial begins January 12th in Fairfax. So I definitely want to check this one out. Conspiracies, double murder, love triangle, au pair. Au pair was Brazilian. So that's one I want to check out. That came from Sharon. So yeah, we have a lot. I think we'll do maybe Saturday or Sunday or even Monday while we wait for Sarah Grace to start up. We can do trials we're watching. So yeah, what's Leilani up to now? Don't know, Mike, other than she has a hearing. So Raul's court date is the 6th. Yes, you are correct, lazy boys. Yep, the 6th. Raul has a hearing. Hopefully it'll be streamed and we can show it. So Gina, looking forward to the Sarah Grace trial. Yep, yeah, we did her hearings. We did like a deep dive on her last week or 2 weeks ago. I forget now, but yeah, we did a deep dive on her. Definitely looking forward to that one. Kelly, question for the Psychosaurus Rex, which we will get to tonight, or she can answer it now. Is the way this case played out specific to Wisconsin voters, NGRI, this potentially messy everywhere? I don't know. I'm going to copy that, and we can ask Rex that tonight. So that'll be a question for our Rex, because I do not know the answer to that. Sarah Grace Patrick is, yes, true, yes, January 5th. That's when jury selection starts. So it may take them a day or two. I'm not sure, but we will be ready. We will be ready. Yes, the au pair, yeah, will be a good one. Yeah, Crazy Mary Jo. I know nothing about it, so I'm looking forward to that. Gordon, better late than never. Awesome. I'm super invested in Raul. Yeah, so are we. Lazy Boys, he needs a ponytail defense lawyer or has to apply for a public defender. Purple Daisy, Sarah Grace Patrick will be interesting. Yeah, that's jury selection starts the 5th, which is next Monday. So we'll go on and we'll be ready. We'll probably do maybe that's when we'll do trials we're watching, so we can kind of if they seat a jury, we can just cut that and jump over. So anyway, we'll definitely be ready for that. All right, let me get us. Let's continue on here. Let's get to closings. They take a 2-hour lunch break, as we know. He was talking about a tornado drill. That's crazy. Sorry, guys. Let me rewind this. Okay, here we go.
We back on the record in State versus Geyser, same case number and same appearances. We completed testimony this morning, and now the court's in a position to hear closing argument from the attorneys. So I'll proceed then and call on the state. Attorney Zepakowicz.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, I'm going to start first by looking at the statute. As Morgan filed her petition for conditional release, at that point, the court had to grant it. That's the way the law is designed in this case. And you are mandated to grant it unless you find clear and convincing evidence that she poses a significant risk of bodily harm to herself or to others. I think the evidence here is clear and convincing that there is such significant risk. This isn't beyond a reasonable doubt. This isn't even by a preponderance, Judge. It's by clear and convincing evidence. And again, I think that clear and convincing evidence does exist here in this record by way of the reports from Dr. Collins and Dr. Lundbaum. You have two of, I guess, what I would call the leading experts in the state on issues of competency, mental responsibility, and conditional release that have devoted their careers to the area of forensic psychology. Dr. Collins, I believe, testified she's done thousands of competency evaluations, thousands of mental responsibility evaluations, and at least hundreds of reports regarding suitability for conditional release. I think their experience in this area is extensive, and their opinions present clear and convincing evidence. Each of them also, Judge, has a great deal of experience with Morgan Geyser. Dr. Collins, presumably because of her expertise, was hired by the defense in this case. Right after the offense happened, she was hired and I believe met with Morgan for the first time sometime around June 4th or 5th, 5 days after the offense actually happened. She knows Morgan better than any of the doctors that have testified. She's had a longer period of time with her. She knew her back then, immediately after the offense occurred, and has had the most contact with her throughout the course of the almost 10 years. Both of these doctors, Judge, drafted lengthy reports that were thorough and detailed. I guess I can't really say that quantity equals quality, but I think when you look at the reports of Lundbaum and Collins, certainly the quantity shows the amount of effort and detail that they've put into writing their reports and that they put into arriving at their conclusions. Certainly, in my opinion, much more so than Dr. Robbins. His report is 6 pages long. It doesn't have the same detail. It doesn't have the same thoroughness. It doesn't have the same recitation of what's gone on at Winnebago with Morgan in terms of treatment and therapy. Their reports, Judge, I submit, are better. They're more well done, and I think the fact that they are that gives them better quality than the report, and ultimately a better conclusion than is arrived at by Dr. Robbins. I know just today, while on the stand, I thought the testimony of Dr. Lundbaum regarding her description of the different paths that this case can take was very informative. I think it showed that she didn't start out, Judge, with, I'm going to find a way to keep Morgan Geyser in. She looked at everything and assessed everything, and that took her to the conclusion that she arrived at. Both recognize the improvement that Morgan has made and admit that release will happen, but she's just not there yet. Dr. Collins opined that 6 months to a year was needed to satisfy her that the risk was no longer significant. Both of those doctors included, Judge, the legal standard in their reports. That wasn't anywhere in the report of Dr. Robbins, and I think his view on it, at least in my opinion, was somewhat incorrect in terms of the law. He felt that he could balance what was in Morgan's best interest against any potential risk. And if the benefit was greater to Morgan than the risk was to the community, well, that meant she should be released. That's not the legal standard, Judge. There's nothing in 971.17 sub 4 sub D that talks about the court looking to the best interest of the person who is under institutional care. It says simply that the court shall grant it unless there's clear and convincing evidence of a significant risk. I don't even necessarily think that, I know the opinion of Dr. Pope, which I guess maybe I should have looked into it more, Judge, but I felt kind of blindsided by it. I had not spoken to Dr. Pope. I didn't know that she was going to be testifying. I didn't, we don't have any report from her. I don't have a CV. I don't necessarily know much more than she's been with Morgan for 5 years. But in any event, she seemed to opine that Morgan needed more experiences within the community, that based on her age, it was time that she start receiving those, that would be in her best interest. But again, that doesn't speak to whether or not there's a significant risk. I know she did say that she didn't feel there was a risk, and she was more aligned with Dr. Robbins, but again, without having a full report from her and knowing the entire basis for her opinion, I don't think the court should give that opinion as much weight as Dr. Collins and Dr. Lundbaum deserve. Dr. Robbins, he had it wrong in his report. He said that this was Morgan's second time petitioning for conditional release. Well, we all know it's in fact the third time. I don't know why he waited until today to review the report of Dr. Collins. That was filed on March 5th before the report of Dr. Lundbaum, but he, in his report, it only mentioned reviewing Dr. Collins' August report. In any event, Judge, what I think I have the biggest issue with that Dr. Robbins included in his report was on page 4, where he indicates that the case is tragic, and he indicates that this is a particularly tragic story with many victims. No, there are not many victims here, Judge. There's one victim. There's one victim who almost died, and that was the victim in this case. There's one victim in 2014 CF 596. He states, including, of course, PL, but also including Morgan. I don't accept that, Judge. Morgan is not a victim in this case. If Morgan was a victim of her father, yes, that is also tragic. But the only information we have about that comes from Morgan. The information we know about our victim is that she was stabbed 19 times and left in the woods to die by Morgan and Anissa Weier. We know that she was found by a citizen witness because she cried for help. Help me, I've been stabbed. We know emergency personnel came to the scene, found her covered in blood. We know she was taken for medical treatment. Doctors opined that she was within 1 millimeter of losing her life. She had significant injuries to her liver, pancreas, and stomach, all of which had been stabbed. Her heart was struck by the knife. One victim in this case, Judge, and that was her. And she'll be a victim in this case for the rest of her life. She will have significant scars that she carries with her for the rest of her life as a result of what Morgan Geyser did. I would be remiss, Judge, I think Marcy's law requires me to let the court know that the victim's family is vehemently opposed to the release of Morgan Geyser. I know they indicated they did not wish to make a statement, but certainly wanted me to convey that to the court. So, is there significant risk here? Well, Judge, Morgan Geyser tried to kill the victim in this case, and then 7 years later, she tried to kill herself. That was less than 3 years ago. I think that alone shows there's risk here, and the fact that it's a significant risk is supported by the doctors in this case. One of the other things that Dr. Lundbaum testified to today was, well, I guess I should go back. I touched briefly, Judge, it's not clear if Morgan was a victim of her father. The only evidence we have comes from her. We have another issue that was brought up by her about, well, was she faking all these years? The doctors say no, but I guess the question then becomes is, why is she saying that now? We don't know. That's not clear. We don't have a clear answer on that. We don't have a clear answer, Judge, on why she committed this offense. For years, the thought was, well, she's suffering from schizophrenia. She believed Slender Man was real. She believed Slender Man was going to harm her and her family. And she felt that she had to do this to appease him. Now we're getting a different version. We're hearing, well, she believed in Slender Man, but she wanted a way out of her family situation. So the motivation here is no longer even clear. Dr. Lundbaum testified today on some of those points, and I think the question became, and I know is a question for both of the doctors, is can Morgan be trusted to report her symptoms? Dr. Lundbaum testified that this raises serious concerns. Not her only concern, but certainly serious concerns. Her reliability of her self-reporting is hard to know. That makes her a significant risk. Dr. Lundbaum questioned, is she motivated to reliably self-report? Is she willing to self-report? Or is she not going to because she wants to be released and to stay released? That makes her a significant risk. I would direct you, Judge, to page 33, at the top of that page on Dr. Collins's report, and page 30 of Dr. Lundbaum's report. Those are their conclusions and their arguments, Judge, as to why there is significant release here and why they cannot support release at this time. So the state is asking that you follow the recommendations of those two doctors and not allow Morgan to be released at this time.
All right, thank you. Then I'll turn to Attorney Cotton.
Thank you, Judge. As the state notes, the statute states as follows. The court shall grant the petition, shall grant Ms. Geyser's petition, unless the state proves by clear and convincing evidence that Morgan would pose a significant risk of danger or great bodily harm to herself or others, or serious property damage. Clear and convincing evidence. That means that the evidence is highly and substantially more likely to be true than untrue. Colorado versus New Mexico, 1984 Supreme Court case. And the court obviously knows that standard from its years on the bench. But that's the burden. It's a high burden for the state to meet to prove that this petition should be rejected. And let's be clear, just so we're framing this appropriately, exactly what we're talking about, with all due respect, Your Honor. We're talking about this court approving the petition so that Winnebago can continue the plan for Ms. Geyser's release. She does not go anywhere today other than back to Winnebago, where she will remain at the mental health hospital for 60, 90, 120, however many days it takes or extensions they need for the hospital, for Winnebago, to come up with the release plan and submit it to this court. You are the gatekeeper. And if you grant this petition today, it doesn't result in Ms. Geyser simply walking out of the doors and going into the community. And even once this court grants the petition, even when that happens, she will have 30 more years of supervised release over her head. This is she's served a significant period of time, but there's a significant period of monitoring that will take place after that. So nobody's talking about releasing Morgan today. And I'm sorry that the state feels blindsided with the court's decision to call Dr. Pope. Certainly we had no more advance notice than they did, but I thought it was a good decision. And what was significant about Dr. Pope and Dr. Robbins, what's particularly significant about those two doctors, is both of them, respectively, have been either are the medical director of one of our two mental health hospitals or are a former director of Wisconsin's mental health hospitals. Dr. Robbins was the medical director of Mendota for a decade. In that capacity, I don't know if it seems to be that the state is suggesting there's maybe a lack of quality with Dr. Robbins. The credentials he brings to the table are frankly as high as any person you could ever call in a courtroom to offer an opinion about something like this, because he's spent his whole career working with mental health patients. He ran Mendota. He was in charge of all the doctors who drafted release plans and worked on release plans. And then Dr. Kayla Pope currently runs the Winnebago Mental Health Facility. And so when I hear the state suggest that it's just Dr. Collins who has significant experience with Morgan. That's not true. Dr. Robbins was involved in this case right out of the gate, just like Dr. Collins. Look at the case history reflects his involvement right away. So he has just as much historical years with Ms. Geyser as Dr. Collins does. And what's significant is that while Dr. Robbins supports release right now, the two reports aren't that far apart if we're looking at them closely. Dr. Collins does say today, this moment, Morgan should not be released, in her opinion. But she offers the opinion that it should happen in the coming months. That's the language she used in her report. And whether that's 3 months or 6 months or however many months it is, by giving the green light today for Winnebago to begin the transition process, that's consistent with Dr. Collins' recommendation, that's consistent with Dr. Robbins' recommendation, and it's consistent with what Dr. Pope said. In fact, the only doctor really truly coming up here maintaining total opposition is Dr. Lundbaum, one of the four. And I don't know that we weighed up the number of this versus that, but Mr. Sapakowicz is talking about Dr. Collins having all this experience with Ms. Geyser, and that's true. She has met her on a number of occasions, and she's been involved, and we've had her involved. Dr. Pope testified today that for the last 5 years, she's been involved with Ms. Geyser. 5 years straight in the mental health facility at Winnebago. That's how long she's been involved. And what she said, Judge, is that she's known Morgan since July of 2019, and I think that Your Honor had said, so that's a long-term history with her, or she had said that's a long-term history. And then she said, Morgan, and this is consistent really with every doctor, Morgan has received the highest level of services available at Winnebago. Quote, she has optimized all that is available. We have very little opportunity to provide socialization to her. And she heard all of the testimony from each doctor. She listened to it for 2 days. And she told this court that she agrees with the conclusions of Dr. Robbins more than the other two doctors. This is the director of the facility that Ms. Geyser is currently housed at. She is telling the court, as both a treating clinician, as a director of the facility, and in her capacity as an expert for this court, quote, I think at this point, she is safe to return. There is not much more we can do to make her safer. A group home? She agrees with that. I agree more with Dr. Robbins than the other two doctors, and the critical period for development is closing rapidly, as Dr. Robbins also acknowledged. And I don't think anybody here is harboring under, especially not the former director of Mendota, nobody's harboring under any delusion over what the statute calls for and what we're here to talk about. Everybody has talked about their perception of Ms. Geyser's needs, but what makes Dr. Robbins and Dr. Pope so significant is because both of them have substantial history with Ms. Geyser, and Dr. Pope has probably the most ongoing, contemporaneous, daily contact with Morgan to assess how she is. Is she safe? Is she dangerous? Is she somebody that can be treated in the community? And you had a resounding testimony from Dr. Pope today that it's appropriate to begin this process. And what she testified to, Your Honor, is that there'll be a 60-day period of time, and you know this because you listened to the testimony closely, but there's already a transition team that's been assembled. Winnebago is waiting for essentially the green light from this court to permit the next step to occur. And we're talking about a small step. We're talking about Ms. Geyser meeting with her transition team, and the transition team presenting a plan to this court that probably will involve her going to a group home or some sort of inpatient treatment plan like we proposed in our release plan that we submitted to the court. That's what we're talking about. But we're also talking about making sure that somebody who was found NGI after 10 years, now she's paid dearly, after 10 years, she's ready. And she wasn't ready previously. That's why the petitions were withdrawn, that she's ready now. And that plan that comes to the court, you may or may not approve it. you may not like the group home they suggest. You may think it needs GPS monitoring if that's not in there. The court will have whatever input the court has over that plan. But Dr. Pope, the director of Winnebago, who's working with Ms. Geyser for the last 5 years straight, the most experience with her, and the person that entrusted to run the facility, is recommending that that happen. Along with Dr. Robbins, who's so well respected that he used to run the only other mental hospital that we have in Wisconsin. So really they're the two very top people. And I agree that Dr. Collins is a very top doctor too. I know Your Honor thinks highly of her. We do. That's why we've retained her on the case. And I think she's very close with to what these other doctors are recommending. And frankly, if there's any deterioration by Ms. Geyser, the first thing that's going to happen is that the release plan that's being proposed won't be proposed. They won't suggest that she be released. So this process will be contingent on, without a doubt, Ms. Geyser continuing on this positive track that she has been on for years. Continuing to take medication, continuing to participate in therapy, continuing to remain a good patient at the facility. And if that happens, and if the court approves the plan, then some number of months down the road, just like Dr. Collins says, some number of months down the road, Ms. Geyser will go to a group home probably, or inpatient somewhere. There is no way the state met this burden of at a minimum, two of the doctors saying, sign off on the petition right now, and another doctor, Dr. Collins, sort of there, but maybe some more months, and one doctor opposed. They didn't meet their burden of showing the court that it's highly and substantially more likely to be true rather than untrue that Ms. Geyser that this petition should be denied. And they have to overcome the presumption that it shall be granted. That's what the law tells you to do. It shall be granted. I think it's true that the window is closing. I think that as you have a very long history with Ms. Geyser. You saw her. You were the first judge on this case, and you've been the only judge involved in this case, and we've all watched her grow from a 12-year-old child into a young 22-year-old woman. And socialization is important because she's going to be monitored for many, many decades to come. And it's important that once we've maximized the services she can receive at Winnebago, and once she's proven that she is not harmful to herself and has never been harmful ever throughout her stay towards any other person. It's an isolated event that we have in this case, and it's horrible, one that she accepted responsibility for. And she has incredible empathy, as the doctors have testified to. But the time is right for the services that can no longer be provided at Winnebago, as their director told you, for those services to now be provided in a somewhat less restrictive environment. And for those reasons, I'm asking you to grant the petition.
All right, thank you. I appreciate your comments. Attorney Zipakowicz, any rebuttal argument?
I don't, Judge, no. Thank you.
No. All right, thank you. Thank you for the good arguments. One aspect of the case, the court's in a position to rule, and I'll rule this afternoon with regard to the petition for supervised release. As was with the doctors that testified, the court's been involved with this case since the beginning. And as has Mr. Zipakowicz and as has Mr. Cotton. So the history, the anecdotal history of the case goes back for the length of the legal proceedings on all sides and in all facets. Just an initial comment. the court asked Dr. Pope to be available from the beginning in the event it was necessary that she testify. The issue of what happens at Winnebago for Ms. Geyser at this stage of her tenure there has been in the case. Everybody talked about it, that there's no place else to go, there's nothing else out there. I thought it was necessary that somebody from Winnebago be here to tell us what it really is, so we know what the status is. That's why I asked her to be present, and she repeated, didn't repeat, but she said what other doctors had said, that basically there isn't any place else from a remedial standpoint, not much else for Ms. Geyser to do. However, I forget which doctor it was. It may have been Dr. Collins or Dr. Lundbone, did state that what happens in a situation if Ms. Geyser stays at Winnebago is that they re-emphasize the therapy that she has and they work more diligently at it. So it's not totally an end-of-the-line type situation. Parties should also keep in mind that it gets lost in the shuffle, is that the court doesn't have to accept any professional opinion. It's clear that the court can listen to what takes place, but the court doesn't have to accept their final opinions. I look to the key case, not the key, well, it is a key case. There's a series of cases in Wisconsin involving Randall, State versus Randall. Allen, Hayden, Randall. The most recent decision of the case is at 2011. WISAP 102. It's a 2011 decision, but Randall's been around since the mid-70s, 1975, 76. He murdered, the bottom line is he murdered 2 police officers in a really vicious way in the course of a robbery, and ultimately was committed and went through a number of petitions for review. And in, I think, at least in the 2011 case that's been cited, it was his 4th petition for review. There, all of the doctors testified, and three doctors testified in favor of supervised release. The court denied it. So that emphasizes the point that the issue of experts testifying still doesn't change the court's view that the court makes the final decision with regard to what occurs. So I do begin my analysis of the case going to the statute that's been cited, but I want to reemphasize what it says. It's in 971.17 sub 4 sub D. It says the court without a jury shall hear the petition within 30 days after the report of the court appointed examiner is filed with the court. The court shall grant the petition unless it finds by clear and convincing evidence that the person would pose a significant risk of bodily harm to himself or herself, or of serious property damage if conditionally released. In making the determination, the court may consider without limitation, because of remuneration, the nature and circumstances of the crime, the person's mental history and present mental condition, where the person will live, how the person will support himself or herself, what arrangements are available to ensure that the person has access to and will make necessary medication. At this case, first the court looks at the what happened, the nature of the offenses, of the offense. This is it's a brutal murder. It's a brutal attempted murder. And another aspect of the case is that everybody involved, the victim, the 2 assailants, are all 12 years old. They're all kids. but Ms. Geyser and Ms. Weier attempt to kill and wanted to kill the victim. The reports show that she was stabbed 19 times in the body, torso. And was basically left to bleed to death. It is fortunate that somebody came by and either saw her or heard her pleas and were able to get the authorities there, the fire department, the paramedics, to save her. Otherwise, she would have died. Now, there's a lot that can be said about that type of situation, but you think first of the effort to stab somebody 19 times. If you read the complaint and go through the history, she's on the ground, the knife is going in 19 times, and it's Ms. Geyser that's wielding the blade. But then she's not dead. But then they leave. And the only consequence of leaving under those conditions is, of course, that she'll bleed to death. If they thought, if they were able to think through that sophisticated maneuver, that she'd bleed to death and die. And the posited justification for the attempted murder was to appease Slender Man and become one of his disciples. Thus, the defendants, Ms. Geyser and Ms. Weier, then had packed up gear. They left and they started to walk up north to a national forest where Slender Man maintained his mansion, and then ultimately they're apprehended later on the freeway. But that's what happened, so we can't forget what happened, the brutality of it, the callousness of it, if you will. You keep in mind that the defendants are young, they're kids, but that's what they did. And that is a coloring, if you will, an umbrella over what the court has to look at in the case. Now we get to really analyze the reports, and I've read the reports. They came in early in preparation for the hearing. I read the reports and I've heard the doctors testify. What is significant, and we've talked about it, but we can't overshadow, we can't forget what those reports show and what the evidence presents. When we talked about the attempted murder, the rationale, if you will, for the attempted murder was Slender Man. That was the impetus for it. That's why it happened. That's how the case proceeded. That's how the initial diagnoses came forward. Those were the operative facts, the operative mental health facts, if you were, for the case. Now, the court is, I mentioned at the beginning of the hearing, ultimately, just to step back a minute, ultimately the court found the defendant guilty and the not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect based upon the statute. I committed her to the maximum that was available, and that was a 40-year commitment. Under the statute, a person can petition for a supervised release every 6 months. So this isn't the only time limit is 6 months. So that's why it brings us here today. There were 2 other petitions filed. Ultimately, they didn't go forward. Now we're here on the 3rd petition. But that brings us, that's what we're here for today. Now back to this Slender Man situation. The diagnosis then was schizophrenia and some very sophisticated diagnosis with regard to both of the 2 defendants. That's how the case operated. And Ms. Geyser went through her commitment process with that being the diagnosis and what spurred the treatment on and what the treatment was based on. Now, back in, I think, 2022, beginning of 2023, that changed. And up to that point, Ms. Geyser was receiving psychotropic medications. Then she was alerted individuals that two things happened. One is she said that she faked the hallucinations and really the groundwork for the schizophrenia diagnosis, and she made it up. And she made it up because it all was, now that the shift occurred, or a shift occurred from the Slender Man situation to her father, and that her father had been sexually abusing her for a number of years, and that this is her way to get out of the family. She knew she wouldn't go back, but that's why she did a lot of these things. Now, we don't know whether that's true or whether the Slender Man situation is true necessarily. There's tremendous background, tremendous factual support, witness support, professional support that the Slender Man rationale for the murder, the attempted murder, was what was presented and was viewed as true and accurate. Ms. Geyser now reports that that's not true and accurate. Then we have the allegations with regard to the father. The father is now deceased. Comment as well, Ms. Geyser is essentially estranged from her mother. It's not clear whether there's been a rapprochement with the mother. It appears there may have been some effort at that. But that's still an issue that's outstanding. So now we have two new developments in the case that affects the diagnosis and really affects the risk assessment, and that is that Ms. Geyser changed what was the basis of the diagnosis and what was going on from schizophrenia, from Slender Man to non-schizophrenia type situation, that changed her medication. Her medication goes from psychotropic, psychotic medications. They took her off those medications. What's significant is, as I think Dr. Collins and Dr. Lundborn testified to, is that oftentimes when people are taken off the psychotropic medications, at some point in time, they ultimately regress and go back into this old situation. That hasn't happened yet. That may be an indication, I think, as the doctors indicated, that in fact the diagnosis was incorrect in the beginning. It may also be something that's going to reoccur in the future. That's an unknown, and we have to keep that in mind, that that's one of the unknown factors in the case. Now, I mentioned the father's situation. Now, the father's situation comes into play as a rationale for what happened. So if you sort of play that out, what is the reason that she, along with Ms. Weier, attempted to kill the victim? Was it because of the alleged sexual assaults going on, the sexual abuse? Was it Slender Man? What was the reason? Nobody's really commented upon that during the course of this hearing. What has happened is that part of the focus of the case from the defense standpoint has changed. The emphasis, or a lot of discussion centered on the father's sexual abuse of the child as a motivating circumstance, the catalyst for bringing about the crime that's incurred, the attempted murder of the victim. And throughout much of the hearing, the emphasis is what impact did the sexual abuse of the dad have on of Ms. Geyser, and how did that impact the case? The testimony of certainly of Dr. Lundborn, more than Dr. Collins, but Dr. Collins as well, is that the change in emphasis by Ms. Geyser as to what happened creates a credibility issue on her part as to what to believe, what not to believe. Is she a credible reporter in the future, currently, is she a credible reporter currently as to what's really going on? What's been said oftentimes by the experts, and what we have to remember, is that in a case such as this, what impacts the perpetrator, what impacts someone in Ms. Geyser's position, is only known by the person. These are things that happen to them mentally. It's not something that somebody takes a picture of and say, isn't this what happened? You don't have that. You have to rely upon the reporter. So the credibility of the reporter is exceptionally important. Now, so we're faced with a situation, as has been testified to by, actually, I don't know if Dr. Robbins testified to it, but Dr. Lundboom did and Dr. Collins, is that Ms. Geyser, under her current regimen, is successful. She's doing well at Winnebago. She's participating well, but she limits her participation. She doesn't go out on working as much as she could. She doesn't go out in as many efforts to get out in the public as she could. But the most they can do is what they've done. So it's almost to repeat, maybe with more emphasis, of what's happening. But it's certainly, that's where she is, and that's what Dr. Pope emphasized with regard to her testimony. The solution that's offered by Dr. Robbins, and to an extent by Dr. Lundboom, who mentions the halfway house as well in her report, is that she should be released to a halfway house and they do the rest of the work. The court reacts to that in a negative way. That means that the ultimate issue of risk assessment can't be made today. It has to be made after the torch is passed, if you will, to somebody else. That can't be the case. This court has to be able to make those assessments. Part of what the statute talks about is factors for the court to consider. The person's mental history and present mental condition. I've discussed that to a certain extent, and that is a big impact on the case. Where the person will live, we don't know. Yet where the person lives is significant as to where placement occurs, who the person lives with, how that mechanism will transpire. That we don't know. And we won't know for a period of time. It may be that it could be years before we know that. But we don't know because somebody else has to make that decision. I consider where the person lives on a petition for a conditional release to be extremely important. Where they live, who they live with, what the environment is significant. How the person will support himself or herself. That almost ties into where the residence is. We don't know. At this point, there's no plan out there. There's nothing been worked out. Now, of course, you see, well, in conditional release, that'll be worked out. But that's a factor the court has to know. Do they have somebody to help support them? Do they have a job they can go to? Do they have a plan for job training? All of that is really left open in this case. Another part of the statute refers to arrangements available to ensure that the person has access to and will take necessary medication, and of what arrangements are possible for treatment beyond medication. I'm satisfied that any conditional release plan, when it comes back, it'll have adequate provisions for that, for the medications and how that's continued. Now that's in the normal course. What the court knows today is that Ms. Geyser is under a treatment plan, medication plan, that she takes medications. They were disclosed in all of the reports. The court assumes to an extent that those continue unless modified during the course of the treatment plan. But so I assume that that's covered. I infer that that's covered. But those other issues that I talked about are not. So what we're faced with at this point is that Ms. Geyser is doing well in her program, that she needs socialization, she needs some outgoing, some further work in that regard. That's one aspect of it. The other aspect is her credibility is at issue. She's changed her position, and her credibility as a reporter is at issue. That the credibility of the reporter is critical to what assessments are made, how professionals, how mental health professionals make decisions. They're critical to how legal people make decisions. The credibility of the reporter is paramount, because that's the factual basis, that's the factual foundation for what occurs. And when you put all of these issues together that I've talked about, all of these factual circumstances, we come back to risk. The dangerous risk is significant for the community. At this point, this court's satisfied that the credibility issue undermines Ms. Geyser's stay at the institution. That until that credibility issue is resolved, that risk is high. We have two different versions, in a way, as to why the attempted murders were committed. And, this isn't just an aspect where somebody drove a car into another car and drove off and left them sit there. This is a personal, if you will, a brutal attack on another person. This is hands-on, if you will. This is bloody, it's gory. But that kind of risk, that kind of dangerous conduct is what the risk is. Do we know if someone will repeat it? We don't know. But what this court's responsibility is to be sure that the risk is lessened. So as the statute says, the court shall grant the petition unless it finds by clear and convincing evidence that the person would pose a significant risk of bodily harm to herself or to others or serious property damage if conditionally released. This court is satisfied by evidence that's clear and convincing that Ms. Geyser does pose a significant risk of bodily harm to herself, to others, or of serious property damage for the reasons that I've stated. Now, she works hard, she continues to do what she's supposed to do, but that doesn't change this risk. Remember that the community is concerned with risk, dangerous risk. The community is concerned to a great extent as well with what happens to Ms. Geyser. But the primary concern in the balancing, and we talked about balancing earlier, in the Randall case, they talk about the balancing that goes on in the court's decision. The ultimate determination of dangerousness requires a careful balancing of society's interest in protection from harmful conduct against the equitee's interest in personal liberty and as well as autonomy. So that's the balance. But the balance is the public interest in staying away from harmful conduct. Under these circumstances, this court satisfied that the scales tip in favor of the public, and it tips that way by clear and convincing evidence. So in this matter, after hearing all of the credible evidence, which I'm satisfied was very well presented by both the state as well as by the defense, I'm satisfied that the petition should be denied. So ordered. With that, I'll remand Ms. Geyser back to the Winnebago Mental Health Institute. So ordered.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, court will be in recess.
And with that, that was denied. So, Sherry, thank you so much for the 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. That's awesome. Ruth and Ed, you guys got, and Teresa as well. Flower Girl. Oh, hold on a sec. All right. So good job, Sherry. Thank you for that. You got 3 people that are in our chat often. So cool. Thank you. Welcome new members. All right. So that was from April. That was from April of 2024. And the judge is basically the credibility. Credibility was the issue, satisfied that Morgan does pose a significant risk for bodily harm to herself and for others. So for that, he denies it. Then she tries again in January of 2025, which we'll watch in a second. But what do you guys think? What do you guys think? Yes, widespread. I'm dying to hear Psychosaurus Rex's opinion on Geyser tonight. I have so many questions. And I will also remind you guys that 7:30 tonight Eastern, Psychosaurus Rex will be joining us. I have been getting some of your answers down from yesterday and today. So if you do a QQQ, please post those and I'll try and grab them so that we have some questions that we can ask Psychosaurus Rex tonight, and then join us. And I'm sure there'll be more questions that you guys have. So I'm looking forward to that conversation. Psychosaurus Rex says, well, maybe it's the January hearing that more interesting info comes out. We have to split that January hearing, just so you know, because it's like 7 hours. There's an hour and 15-minute lunch break, so it's like 6 hours. So we're gonna split that. Yeah, we're gonna split that because we wouldn't be done until like 6:30 or 7. So I'm gonna split that between half today and then half tomorrow. All right, that is 4:30 on the West Coast. That is correct. That is correct. 7:30 tonight, East Coast. 4:30 on the West Coast. Ionine says fair decision. You know, I was thinking about this because I was having my lunch there while I was watching, and I'm like, I don't necessarily think that the system. Let me put it this way: I think where the system failed was putting her into a group home where she wasn't monitored properly, perhaps. And Rex, we can talk about that tonight. I'm just going to throw that out here today, now, so you guys can talk about it. But like, I think if she was put in a group home and she was monitored the way they were saying that she was going to, I don't think it would have been, I don't know, I don't think it, well, she wouldn't have escaped. I mean, if she hadn't escaped, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now, right? She'd still be in that home. She'd be working on herself. She'd be hopefully getting better. She'd be interacting with people her own age, building relationships in the community, right? I mean, that's the whole point. But then she escaped. So did she escape because the group home failed her, or did she escape because I mean, I don't know. To me, I think she did. I think the group home did fail her, right? All right, what do you guys think? Gina says, just a theory, but being estranged from her mother implies to me that mom doesn't believe Morgan's SA claims. Yeah, we heard from Angie yesterday at the beginning of the stream. I played a bunch of her interviews, and she claims that she didn't know that Morgan had this. She didn't claim, or she claims that she didn't realize Morgan had delusions and hallucinations, and she didn't say anything about her husband, Morgan's father. She didn't say anything about that. So Mallory, yeah, the whole reason she wanted out was because they wouldn't let her friend visit. And that's appropriate, right? So that's appropriate. So that's her not adhering to the rules. So that's her not adhering to the rules. Betty, I thought a doctor said yesterday that her mother and one other visited Morgan 2 or 3 times a week. You are correct. Yeah, at least twice a week. That's what one of the doctors said. Yes, you are correct. Abe, the group home worked as intended, gave her a chance, reported her missing as soon as she took off. That's what I expect them to do. But what about maintaining security? Like this person just like climbed through a window? Like where's the security? That's why she ran away, Mallory says. Again, not following the rules and having inappropriate relationships. Yeah. Brett, she managed to sneak someone through her window into her room daily. Definitely not carefully enough monitored. Yeah. Like that's where I'm thinking the group home failed her. So if this group home was a little bit more, I don't want to say locked down, but again, Rex, we can talk about this tonight if you have information on this. Where's the security for something like this, right? Where is the security? Hector's mom, I would have great concern for others, excuse me, for others in the group home, especially a roommate. Purple Daisy, there is definitely a security problem with the group home, right? Brian, is she on meds? She wasn't. She's been off of meds since December of 2022. So she's probably, no, is she back on them? I don't know. We'll cover that though. Today we're going to get through her second hearing, and then tomorrow we'll cover her escape and subsequent capture, I guess, if you will. All right, first up though, I have a quick little news thing here. This is 3 minutes. Let's check this out. This is just a news clip on her being denied. Let's see if they say anything more that we need to pay attention to.
Responsible for the 2014 Slender Man stabbing will be staying put for now.
A judge denying Morgan Geyser's request for conditional release. Brett Lemoyne is live with what this means for Geyser's chances of release in the future.
Well, defense attorney Anthony Cotton says Geyser will try again in 6 months. Keep in mind, Geyser was only 12 years old when she stabbed her friend 19 times. For 2 days.
My opinion is that this is an appropriate time for her to be conditionally released.
Morgan Geyser listened to experts talk about her mental health.
I think she's continuing to wrestle with some of these complicated issues.
The 21-year-old petitioned the court in January for conditional release. 3 doctors evaluated Geyser and filed reports. 2 of them said she's not ready.
Her reliability of her self-reporting is hard to know. That makes her a significant risk.
Geyser's attorneys want her moved to a group home. The director of the facility Geyser is in now agrees.
And I do think at this point it is critical for her to make the transition to the community to help with her ongoing development.
But there was also testimony about Geyser telling doctors she faked her mental illness. Geyser says she was sexually abused as a child. Doctors testified Geyser hasn't been violent toward anyone else since the stabbing. She's also been off her antipsychotic medication since December of 2022. Doctors say she's had no issues.
Morgan has improved quite dramatically.
Experts diagnosed Geyser with schizophrenia and post-traumatic stress disorder.
The victim's family is vehemently opposed to the release of Morgan Geyser.
Ultimately, Judge Michael Boren agreed, saying Geyser's credibility is an issue. He believes the public would be in danger if Geyser left the 24/7 care she's currently receiving.
Under these circumstances, this court's satisfied that the scales tip in favor of the public, and it tips that way by clear and convincing evidence.
Now, one doctor testified today saying it would be good for Geyser's social development to transition to a group home. Geyser has spent half of her life in confinement. Doctors say she's only had about 6 supervised visits in the community in the last decade. Reporting live in Waukesha, Brett Lemoyne, Fox 6 News.
Brett, one might think if you were trying to say, I am ready to be released, that you would be saying those words yourself. But we don't hear from her. Why not? Is she not given the opportunity?
No, she had the opportunity today, Ted, and in fact, she came very close to speaking to the judge, but Anthony Cotton, her defense attorney, ultimately encouraged her not to, saying that she really just wanted to apologize to the victim in this case.
Brett Lemoyne reporting live for us. Thanks.
All right, so Mallory, I wanted to pull this up. Okay, Mallory says, my sister was in a group home. I'm sure there are different levels, but the point is to give them more independence and integrate back into the community with set guidelines. If you can't follow those rules, you're out. So, and thank you, Mallory, for your $9.99. Appreciate that. Yeah, so she didn't follow the rules. Well, they thought that she could. They thought that she was capable of. She was on the right track, and she showed that she is not ready to be integrated back into society. So, all right. Now let's go to. Let me just find out where I am here. Okay, now we're going to jump forward to January 29th. I'm sorry, January 9th of 2025. And we're going to fast forward to, here's another hearing. Hearing from January 9th of 2025. So that was April of 2024, right? Now we're going to go to January 9th of 2025. Now this one, like I said, it's like 6 hours, so I'm going to have to break it. I'm going to break it in maybe at like 4:30. I'm going to break it. So we have stuff to watch tomorrow as well. So we'll break this in half. All right. Hold on a sec. All right, so this is her with short hair. So I think that was a haircut. So I don't think she was pulling her hair out or medication. I think that was her shaving her head. I'm pretty sure that was her shaving her head. That's what I'm going to go with. But now here she is with short hair. So I'm pretty sure that was her just shaving her head. So that's what I think. All right, so a hearing from January 9th of 2025.
And then what we can do, and they see, these ones are all connected, so far all the way. This one is not yet. Okay. So these people. You look like a change in her hair. And those whispers. Tuesday. Is that too fast?
Right, thank you. Please be seated. The court will call the matter of State of Wisconsin versus Morgan E. Geyser, case number 14 CF 596. Appearances.
State judged by Ted Pakwitz and Abby Nicolai. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning, Judge. Morgan Geyser with Attorney Anthony Cotton. She's here in person.
All right. Thank you and good morning. Let me just get the case called up on the. Thanks, sir. Excuse me. So we're here this morning on a petition that was filed for supervised release. I just want to go through a little bit of history of the case to set the matter in context. So in this matter, the index offense, or the offense for which we're in court today, happened on May 31, 2014. Ultimately, Ms. Geyser entered a guilty plea to count one of the information which charged an attempted first-degree intentional homicide as party to a crime. She was found guilty of that offense. The state struck an enhancer for use of a dangerous weapon. By agreement, various reports were accepted, and the court found Ms. Geyser not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. The court then committed her to the Department of Health Services for preparation of reports. Reports were prepared, and then on February 1st, 2018, the court committed Ms. Geyser to the Department of Health Services for 40 years, finding that the conditional release of Ms. Geyser would pose a significant risk of bodily harm to herself or others, or of serious property damage. Now, since then, Ms. Geyser's filed two petitions for conditional release that were withdrawn before hearings occurred. There was a third petition for release that was filed in January of 2024. Court conducted hearings with regard to that petition on April 10 and 11, 2024, and denied the petition. She has now again filed a petition for supervised release. The court's ordered the various doctors to prepare reports. Courts received reports from Dr. Brooke Lundbaum, Dr. Deborah Collins, and Dr. Kenneth Robbins. Those reports have been received and are in the file. Court also received a letter report from the Winnebago Mental Health Institute that was dated November 7, 2024. In this matter, the petition, in the hearing on the petition, is governed by section 971.17 sub 4 of the statutes. It's a hearing before the court without a jury. The burden's on the state to establish by the burden is to the state's burden in this case is approved by clear and convincing evidence that the commitment should continue because the individual is presently a danger to herself or to others. So that's the context of the case that will proceed, and the state has the burden of proceeding. Any comments with regard to that from the state?
No, Judge, no comments.
Any comments from Attorney Cotton?
No.
All right, well then I'm prepared to proceed. State's prepared to proceed?
Yes.
All right, victims have been notified?
Yes, and some and perhaps others will at some point be joining, and they're all present by Zoom.
All right, very good. We have individuals present by Zoom, I know, so we'll proceed on that basis. So with that, then I'll hear from the state.
Thank you, Judge. The state did pre-mark two exhibits that I know defense counsel has stipulated to their entry. Exhibit 1 is the CV of Brooke Lundbaum, and Exhibit 2 is her report, document 617, filed December 30th of 2024. So I'd move Exhibits 1 and 2 into evidence. I have copies for the court.
Any objections?
None.
All right, very good. Thank you. The Exhibits 1 and 2 will be received. Yeah, thank you. Then Dr. Lundbaum's appearing by Zoom?
Correct. The state would call Dr. Lundbaum.
Okay, doctor, are you there?
I'm letting her through right now.
All right.
She is fully connected.
Dr. Lundbaum, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to to stand, raise your right hand, clerk will swear you in. Or do the best you can. There we go.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Then state your full name and spell your last name.
My name is Dr. Brooke Lundbohm. First name is spelled B-R-O-O-K-E. Last name is L-U-N-D-B-O-H-M.
All right, very good. Thank you, Doctor. Then Attorney Nicolai.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Dr. Lundbohm.
Good morning.
Doctor, you submitted a report dated December 30th of 2024 regarding petition for conditional release filed by Morgan Geyser. Is that true?
Correct.
And that report has already been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 2, but you're familiar with that report as you sit here today, true?
Yes.
And you've had a long history with Ms. Geyser. Is that also accurate?
Yes.
And in fact, on page 2 of your report, you actually outline the various evaluations and reports that you've done regarding Ms. Geyser and her various stages of psychiatric stability. Is that true?
Yes.
And those date all the way back to 2016.
That's correct, although I also did complete a competency examination early on in the evaluation as well, or the case as well, which was actually 2014.
And in April of last year, you actually testified at a conditional release hearing for Ms. Geyser as well. Is that true?
Of this year, that's correct.
Of 2024.
Oh, I'm sorry, 2024. Yes, that's right.
Okay. So I just have a few questions. Ultimately today, Dr. Lundbaum, you did form an opinion for the judge regarding your belief of whether Ms. Geyser is ready at this point for conditional release, right?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
At this point, I am in favor or in support of her petition for conditional release. Specifically, I don't believe that she currently poses a significant risk of substantial harm to herself, others, or to property damage.
And doctor, is that opinion different from the opinion that you gave in April of 2024 at that conditional release hearing?
It is.
Okay. And I just want to ask a few questions about the change in opinion. So I want to talk a little bit about some of the risk factors that are identified. Can you talk to the court about what the HCR20 V3 is?
The HCR20 is a risk assessment instrument that commonly used in the completion of conditional release assessments or other violence risk assessments. It is not a psychological test in that it gives a specific score or answer to the question, but it is comprised of a variety of different factors that have been linked through the research to help examiners determine risk and protective factors. The HCR20 is broken into 3 separate parts with historical factors, clinical factors, and then also risk management items.
Is one of the clinical factors lack of insight?
It is.
And is that important to consider when trying to identify someone's risk for violent recidivism?
It is one of the several different factors to consider, but it is an important factor, yes.
And what is meant by lack of insight?
So insight relating to a person's understanding of their mental health condition, but also insight and understanding of the different factors, warning signs, triggers that have brought a person to previous acts of violence.
In terms of your concerns in April of 2024, did you have concerns about Ms. Geyser's insight into her mental illness?
Yes.
And at this point in time, well, strike that. Did you, in April of 2024, have concerns about Ms. Geyser's credibility as a reporter?
I did.
And so I want to talk about kind of that trajectory over time, if we can. Can you remind the court, please, of the initial findings regarding the psychological diagnosis that Ms. Geyser had at the time of the index offense?
So at the time of the index offense, there was consensus amongst a variety of professionals involved in the case that she was experiencing symptoms of a psychotic spectrum disorder that was eventually pretty consistently diagnosed as schizophrenia. The symptoms that she displayed of particular relevance were delusional ideas related to the fictional character of Slender Man, but also a variety of auditory and visual hallucinations, disorganized thinking, disorganized behavior, and instability in her emotional regulation.
Were those symptoms things that were observed objectively as well as reported by Ms. Geyser subjectively?
Yes.
And were those symptoms something that professionals believed prompted the index offense?
Yes.
Now, at some point in time, more recently, did Ms. Geyser indicate that those symptoms were made up?
Yes, so as outlined in the previous report to the court, as well as in my previous testimony, there was a shift in Ms. Geyser's articulation of her experiences around the time of the index offense and afterwards. In fact, she had started to claim that she had fabricated the signs of mental illness, though that was not supported by any professional that's been involved in her case, whether as an evaluator or treatment provider.
And I believe I recollect that even the last time you testified, we talked about this, and you even challenged Ms. Geyser about the fact that her claim of fabrication just wasn't consistent with the other evidence, right?
Correct.
And what did Ms. Geyser say about that?
Sorry, what did she say about that during our previous different contacts or during the current contact for this petition?
I'm sorry, when you pressed Ms. Geyser on, that's not consistent with the records, that's not consistent with the evidence that you fabricated this, did she persist in that claim nonetheless?
During our previous contacts, she did.
Okay. Did at that time, so that the court has an idea on a timeline, when did this claim that she fabricated these symptoms begin and persist through?
So without looking back at all of the records, it appears that those claims began in about 2022. There's indication from a institutional-based psychological evaluation where she was discussing essentially feigning mental illness. Also around that time, I had contact with her for a petition for conditional release. She was discussing those same things, certainly during our contact in 2023, and then also for that most recent conditional release evaluation, she was again claiming that she essentially feigned mental illness.
And the most recent petition for conditional release, you would have had your interview with her according to your report on February 13th of 2024. Does that sound right?
That sounds right.
And during that interview, she was still telling you that she had fabricated all those symptoms.
Correct.
Now, so during this time period of between 2022 and 2024, at some point in time, were her psychotropic medications discontinued?
So the available information reflects that her treating provider at the Winnebago Mental Health Institute began to taper her from her antipsychotic agent, which was Invega Sustenna, in the fall of 2000 or fall or winter of 2022, with that taper being complete in about January of 2023. So the record suggests that she has not been taking an antipsychotic agent since about that time, though she's continued to take antidepressant and anti-anxiety medications.
And that remains true as of today's date?
Correct.
As of today's date, are you aware of Ms. Geyser reporting any symptoms of delusions or hallucinations or any kind of psychotic symptomology?
In review of the records, the last time that she either evidenced or expressly discussed overt psychotic spectrum symptoms was in about 2021, I believe it was. So there's been a several year period now where there's been an absence of those acute or overt psychotic spectrum symptoms.
Okay. I want to ask about the discussions that you have had in the past with Ms. Geyser during this period when she claimed to have fabricated the symptoms. What explanation did she give you for the index offense?
So that has shifted a bit with her self-report, again, not being particularly credible within the context of this kind of conversation. She, at various points, though, maintained that she was being sexually abused within her family home and had essentially engaged in the index offense with desire to essentially escape her home life. Again, that not being consistent with the totality of information that exists.
In your current report, in Exhibit 2, you indicate that Ms. Geyser no longer claims that she fabricated symptoms, right?
Correct.
Can you tell the court when she stopped saying that, or kind of give the court some point in time when she stopped claiming that that was a volitional fabrication on her part?
I don't have an exact date. What I can tell you is that in the wake of the most recent petition for conditional release, there was quite a bit of discussion, especially during individual therapy, about her mental health history, not so much focusing on diagnosis, but the actual presentation, the symptoms, the problems that she was experiencing, and how those have essentially changed as she's continued to age and mature, as she's continued to participate in treatment. With her participation in treatment, it appears that there's been a essentially her stepping back from the claim of that she fabricated mental health symptoms, but rather understanding that she did experience these particular symptoms. The etiology, not entirely clear whether it's an organic schizophrenia type disorder or the relevant to a trauma-induced psychosis or some other condition, but there's been an acceptance of, I experienced these things, they were consistent with delusions. With treatment, they have essentially abated.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, that has been sometime since April of 2024 that has all occurred.
Correct. Within, say, the 8 months between the time of my previous report and the current one, 8-9 months.
Have you ever asked Ms. Geyser why she would claim that she had fabricated those symptoms?
We did discuss that during the current clinical interview for the current petition. She had vocalized that it's been difficult for her to appreciate and understand the different experiences and symptoms she's experienced over time, in part due to the young age that she was when the index offense occurred, in part due to memory not necessarily being fully formed or being impacted by the severity of her symptoms over time. Also, there's been changes simply because of development and maturity, changes in her chemical makeup as she's continued to get older. Her current understanding is that she experienced fantasy related to these different fictional characters, and within the context of her mental illness, fantasy essentially became blurred with reality, where she had a difficult time determining the difference between essentially what's fiction versus what's real.
And I certainly understand that at around the time of the index offense, Ms. Geyser was young. She was 12 years old, right?
Correct.
But you'd agree with me that she was 21 at the time of the last clinical interview in February of 2024, when she was telling you she lied about being schizophrenic, right?
Right. Correct.
Would you agree that in this case that there is a core, there's a lack of clarity regarding the motivation for the actual index offense?
I don't believe that's true when it comes to the agreement and consensus across all the professionals that have been involved in her case over the last 10 years. I think that consistently the professionals have agreed that there was an underlying psychotic spectrum disorder that was quite acute and impacted her reality attachment, her behavior, her ability to problem solve, and that has consistently remained the case in the way that the different professionals have viewed what happened back in May of 2014.
Thank you, Doctor. I want to talk a little bit now about kind of the idea of relationships. And do you have any concerns about the strength of interpersonal relationships for Ms. Geyser, both historically and currently?
I do.
Could you explain to the court a little bit about your concerns in that regard historically for Ms. Geyser?
It's a pretty broad question, so I'll try to break it down a little bit here. So historically, Ms. Geyser has demonstrated difficulties in forming bonds and attachments with others. There's a pattern of interpersonal conflict, whether it's other patients at the institution, her family members, individuals that she has acquaintances or friendships that she's made. That said, she is an individual who's essentially grown up in a adult psychiatric hospital, so her opportunities to have kind of typical developmental social relationships have also been impacted just by virtue of her placement. I have a particular concern at this point that she is an individual who remains vulnerable to potential manipulation or exploitation by others. She is an individual who has experienced loneliness over time, and as part of that, which she recognizes, has made some poor choices with regard to her friendships or relationships with others, because she essentially wants to have connection with people, connection that she otherwise does not have the opportunity for, again, by virtue of the institutional setting.
Why is personal support something that's important when you're considering a petition for conditional release?
What we know about risk management is that support is a important factor to help a person to essentially manage the different stressors that he or she may experience in the community, but also to provide additional layers of monitoring for potential decline in mental health, essentially to provide guidance, to be able to teach about independent living skills. So support is a big factor that you want a person to have a strong support system, whether it's professionals, non-professionals, ideally all of that.
Sure. Could you talk about, for the court's benefit, the personal support that Ms. Geyser may have or not have in terms of close family members?
Over time, her relationships with her family members or select family members has been strained. There have been periods where she has not been in contact with them due to conflict or tension. Since, I would say, since the death of her father, I'm drawing a blank on the exact date, I believe it was in April of 2023, there was a brief period of time in which she had cut off all contact with family, but then there is a noticeable re-engagement with them, where she has made additional effort to essentially reestablish bonds with particularly her mother and maternal grandmother, as well as her brother. It's my understanding that those relationships continue to be a bit tenuous, but they have strengthened, especially within the last year, give or take.
When you completed the Minnesota multiphasic personality inventory with Ms. Geyser, was there any insight into how she perceived her social support system using that tool?
Yeah, with that tool, she responded that she perceives her social support system, especially with respect to her family relationships, as being tenuous.
And in your report, you indicate that she actually holds negative feelings about her family and blames them for difficulties. Is that accurate?
That is what the instrument indicated. It's also consistent with her presentation over the course of time.
And how can that impact someone's risk for violent recidivism? If that's the feelings that they hold regarding the two closest family members to them.
In and of itself, fractured family relationships wouldn't necessarily augment a person's risk if there's additional levels of support that they can rely upon. In Ms. Geyser's case, she would have the benefit of rather significant professional support surrounding her if she were to be discharged to the community. Ideally, she will continue to bridge those gaps that exist with her family members and continue to strengthen those. However, frankly, a lot of people in the community don't have great relationships with their family, and in and of itself, like I said, that doesn't necessarily suggest that she would be a higher risk for violence. It's just one factor to consider, especially when we're creating a risk management plan for her discharge to the community.
Sure. Thank you, Doctor. I have a couple of questions about one of the other risk management factors, the non-compliance with remediation factor. What does that mean? Can you tell the court what that factor is talking about?
So that factor would be trying to predict her, when it comes to the risk management factor, trying to predict the likelihood that she is to follow the conditions and expectations of her treatment plan, of her supervision plan. In her particular case, she does have a history of essentially pushing back on expectations. However, that is been now years since she did that. Her recent stability and rule compliance in the institution does bode well for her success within the community, especially given her more recent willingness to accept feedback and guidance from individuals who are involved in her care.
I want to ask a couple questions, Doctor, about there seems to have been a couple recent changes in diagnostic findings regarding Ms. Geyser since we were last in court for the last conditional release hearing. Your report indicates that there was a psychological assessment in May of 2024 with Dr. Myszak, M-Y-S-Z-A-K. Is that true?
Correct.
And did that psychological assessment result in a new diagnosis?
That particular evaluator opined that there was support for a diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder.
And is it true that that doctor suggested individual therapy with a goal that Ms. Geyser advance her understanding of that condition and its impact on her?
Yes.
Is it also true that there was another psychological assessment in September of last year with Dr. Hessler, H-E-S-S-L-E-R?
Correct.
And what was that assessment in regards to?
So on May 31st of 2024, the 10-year anniversary of the index offense, Ms. Geyser indicated to her treatment staff that she identifies as a transgender male, and to be to be clear, I'm using female pronouns and her court given name just to be consistent with the collateral records. But since that time, she has identified as a transgender male and has made efforts or begun having changes to essentially live as a male. So in the treatment records, she's now identified with male pronouns and a separate name. Also the use of recently the use of a breast binder.
And that was the impetus for the assessment with Dr. Hessler?
As I understand it, the institution staff referred her for that assessment, essentially to determine if there was implications of her underlying mental illness playing a role in the decisions and identity changes. The examiner at that point opined that there was not evidence of psychosis or other significant mental illness impacting her gender identity, but rather this has been a process that has been ongoing for quite some time.
And part of that process, actually going back to November of 2023, Ms. Geyser identified as non-binary. Is that true?
Right. At that point, she identified as non-binary and had asked, I don't believe that she had specific pronouns that she wanted to use, but had begun to identify as a different name.
Now, is that name the same name that she identifies as now?
It's not.
Okay.
Since essentially coming out as transgender male, she has chosen a distinctly male name.
Okay. And ultimately, through that assessment, Dr. Hessler offered a diagnosis of gender dysphoria for Ms. Geyser. Is that true?
True.
And that was September of last year?
Correct.
Is it significant to you that there are these diagnostic changes since the last conditional release hearing?
It's notable. Neither of those diagnoses, however, necessarily impact her risk for violence. When considering the changes to those particular diagnostic changes, I think it's important to note that the impetus or the problems, the issues are not new. These are things that are documented in the record. It's essentially just a label that has been attached, and there may be disagreement across the professionals about whether or not those are appropriate diagnostic labels, but there is full agreement that the symptoms or the issues are in place and have been for quite some time.
And Doctor, I just have one more area of questions for you. I wanted to ask you a little bit about, it seems like both Ms. Geyser and you seemed to discuss the likelihood that if the petition were granted, that a placement would be appropriate in some sort of a supervised home. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Are you aware of any specific location that's been identified that would accept Ms. Geyser at this point in time?
It's my understanding that process would have been premature. So as I understand it, if the court were to grant her petition for conditional release, there is, I believe it's 60 days that her community-based treatment team would be working with her institutional treatment team to essentially come up with a conditional release plan that would include a specific placement, residence, treatment programming for the community. So a specific location is not yet identified, though I am aware that there are locations in our state that would be appropriate.
So there are locations that you believe are able to provide the appropriate supervision for someone like Ms. Geyser?
I am aware that there are a number of facilities in our state that that would match essentially what I described in the report. I don't have a specific recommendation for a group home or residential treatment facility that essentially goes outside the role of a conditional release examiner.
But would it be fair to say that in terms of the safety of the community, it would really require that type of a step down, in your opinion, for Ms. Geyser?
My support of her current petition for conditional release assumes that level of support. Essentially, it's the next step in the progression toward community-based adjustment. It's the least restrictive environment that is one step down from where she is at this point.
And that opinion underscores concerns that you still have about Ms. Geyser's risk in the community, true?
Right. It is in part offered to help manage the continued concerns that I have related to her risk in the community. So essentially helping to provide that additional support and supervision to ensure that there is a stepwise, smooth transition as she readjusts to the stressors that come along with community placement, but also taking into account her unique needs, especially as she was just 12 years old when she came into the institution and essentially has no experience as an independent adult in our society.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I don't have any other questions for you.
Thank you. Then Attorney Cotton, do you have questions?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Good morning, Doctor. How are you?
Good, thank you.
You have a long history with Ms. Geyser, don't you?
I do.
And when I look at your reports, or when I look at your current report, on the first page you cite the applicable legal standard that you had to consider, do you not?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
Essentially just to orientate the reader of the report to the exact legal standard, the specific issue that the report is then going to go on and discuss.
Okay, have you ever, outside of Ms. Geyser, have you ever done reports like this before in your professional career?
I have.
Okay, you've testified in other cases?
I have.
You've, in some situations, recommended release, and in others, the opposite?
Correct.
Okay, how many years have you been performing these types of evaluations?
I started doing these particular kind of evaluations as a postdoctoral forensic psychology fellow in about 2008, and I have been licensed in the state of Wisconsin since 2009. While by no means the primary area of my practice, it is a regular part of my practice since that point.
Got it. And would it be fair to say that what you're focusing on for purposes of this type of evaluation is whether Ms. Geyser poses a significant risk of bodily harm to herself or others?
Correct.
As well as serious property damage?
Correct.
And of course, you're familiar with the history of this case. There's no serious property damage that ever occurred, right?
Right.
Really, would you agree with me that the singular violent event in Ms. Geyser's life really was the crime for which she was adjudicated NGI?
I would say interpersonal violence. The most significant and severe incident would be the index offense. There is also indication of self-injury over time, but that's been years since that has occurred.
Yes, many years ago she did have a suicide attempt in October of 2021 at the facility, right?
Right.
So we have now a significant length of time with no such attempts, right?
Right.
Now, starting with page 3 of your report, you discussed Ms. Geyser's contemporary institutional adjustment, and you indicate that she resides on what type of unit?
The unit is named Choices. It's a minimum security unit. It's the same unit that she's been on for quite some time, several years.
And what does that suggest, if anything? Or what does that tell us about Ms. Geyser?
At Winnebago, most of the units, frankly, when it comes to this kind of commitment, are minimum security. There are some medium or higher security units, but those are for more acute individuals and individuals who essentially just got to the institution. It does suggest, though, that she has maintained a level of psychiatric and behavioral stability to warrant her placement there versus potentially going back to the more restrictive housing unit.
And since, would it be fair to say that since June of 2022, so about 2.5 years now, Ms. Geyser has been placed in the pre-integration phase?
Right.
Which means what?
It is, so her particular unit has different phases that correlate to psychiatric stability, behavioral stability, also come along with different privileges. As I understand it, the pre-integration phase is the last or final phase that is available to patients on her unit that have not yet received support for conditional release. So essentially she's at the highest unit, or highest level.
Yes, the with the most privileges before she can move to the integration phase.
She currently has the most privileges that are available to patients at Winnebago.
And then whenever Judge Boren grants conditional release, if it's after this hearing, she would be promoted to the integration phase, as you understand it, right?
Right.
Now, they can't do that until the judge gives the green light, so to speak, right?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Now, Ms. Geyser, at the facility at Winnebago, is it true that she's maintained access to a high level of institutional-based privileges?
Yes.
Specifically, she actually has, she's allowed to walk around the facility, the campus, the courtyard, whatever you might call it, with another patient who has similar privileges, right?
Correct. She was granted what's called full escorted liberty. I believe it was in about February of 2024.
And since February of 2024, there have been no concerns to cause diminishment in those privileges.
To my knowledge, that's right.
And in fact, she even gets to go off campus.
Correct.
She gets to go to Starbucks and the museum and Walgreens and Target and other such outings, right?
Correct. I believe it was in about March of 2023 that she was awarded that level of privilege, and has since gone on several community-based excursions or outings.
Right. And if there was, certainly you, as part of your analysis here, Doctor, you reviewed all the institutional records, all the treatment records and things of that nature, right?
Right.
And you would agree, not a single time in any outing or any excursion that she's taken has there been any concern of dangerousness towards others?
Correct.
Or herself?
Correct.
Now, I don't want to belabor the point, but you do indicate that you did talk about insight, fair to say?
Yes.
Something in I guess I want to just explore it a little bit because you talked about Ms. Geyser being perhaps vulnerable to other individuals. That's something that we all have to be mindful of, is it not?
It is.
Really, that's something we have to be mindful of for any person in these shoes coming out of an institution after this length of time. We don't want someone to be taken advantage of, right?
Correct.
Especially someone like Ms. Geyser who might have people out there who find it to be an interesting case or a newsworthy event, right?
Correct.
Sometimes you get those weirdos that latch on, right?
There is a high publicity attached to this case, and as part of that, there have been a number of individuals who have reached out to her spontaneously over time, which is at no fault of her own. It is a product of a high publicity case.
But would you agree with me that what's important is that Ms. Geyser recognizes, hey, if this happens, I should discuss it?
Correct. She has, over the course of time, she has demonstrated improving insight into the risks that come along with communicating or establishing relationships with people who essentially have reached out simply because of watching news sources or other media things related to her case.
Part of maturing as a patient and as an individual who's growing up is disclosing those things and communicating about those things in treatment with the professionals, right?
I would say that, as well as accepting feedback related to the decisions that she's made.
And disclosing, would you agree, also disclosing things that happen, even if it potentially creates a situation where one is concerned that this could hurt my case, so to speak, right?
Right.
Okay. And that happened here. In fact, Ms. Geyser did disclose when she was concerned about a lawyer who had connected with her. She self-disclosed it, said she was worried about it, and brought it up and expressed those concerns, right?
She did discuss those concerns appropriately, and appropriate action was taken. I don't recall if she self-disclosed it or if it had come to light and institutional staff had essentially asked her about it. Regardless, her response to the situation was appropriate. Her concerns about the situation was appropriate. Her reluctance to potentially discuss on her own was also appropriate, given the fears that the power differential that existed, as well as concerns about how that could negatively impact her desire for conditional release.
Does Ms. Geyser currently participate in regular therapy with the social workers?
She does.
And your report notes 100% attendance between July and September of 2024?
That's with group psychotherapy, but also she has excellent attendance with her individual therapy.
And have you spoken to those professionals, or did you not speak to them directly?
I did not speak to them directly. I had access to the numerous progress notes related to those contacts.
Now, when Ms. Geyser was evaluated by Dr. Myzak, you testified previously, just spelling, Madam Court Reporter, it's M-Y-S-Z-A-K, Dr. Myzak. That was May of 2024, right?
I believe so, yes.
And that was the purpose of that was simply to determine whether there was any autism-related spectrum condition that could be identified, right?
Right.
And as I understand it, a number of people might be on the spectrum in one way or the other as we gain more understanding of the condition, right?
Right.
It may not be that there's more people with it. It may be that we just, as a society, have a better understanding of the spectral nature of the condition, right?
Correct.
In any event, what's important for this hearing is, was Ms. Geyser resistant in any way to that evaluation or diagnosis?
Not to my knowledge.
Does one having an autism spectrum disorder make them a violent person?
No.
There's no relationship between autism and violence that you're familiar with, right?
What I would say is that the diagnostic label here is not the thing that I would focus on when examining a person's risk for violence. What I'm interested in particular is the symptoms or issues. Frankly, whether it's an autism spectrum label, schizotypal personality disorder, schizophrenia, what we know is that the symptoms or the problems that were described are consistent with what we already knew across the course of the records.
Got it. So we should be less, I think what I'm hearing you say, and correct me if I'm wrong, is we should be less concerned about the labels and more concerned with evaluating how the person is functioning and doing.
Right.
Okay. Whether it's schizotypal disorder, schizophrenia, autism, the real issue is the person stable and are they proving it?
Right, and is the person receiving appropriate treatment surrounding those particular symptoms or problems? And does the person continue to evidence those symptoms or problems, or do they continue to be a prevalent part of the daily psychosocial picture?
I really don't want to, I think for Ms. Geyser's sake, get too deep into this, but there is some evidence, there's self-disclosure, a report by Ms. Geyser about the sexual trauma she endured as a young child.
Right.
From her father.
Right.
In other words, he was her caregiver and he was sexually abusing her, as it's been reported.
As it's been reported, correct.
You used the phrase trauma-induced psychosis. That is a condition, is it not?
Yes.
Is it just what it sounds like, that because of someone's trauma that they're enduring, they can exhibit psychotic features?
Correct.
When that trauma disappears, you said her father died in April of 2023, when that, and she's been removed from her father even before that for many years.
Right.
When that trauma disappears, would one expect to see a diminishment of symptoms sometimes?
I would say that that's hard to say. Everybody's experience with mental health conditions, regardless of the nature or the label of it, is unique to that particular individual. What I would say is that there's been now observation for several years where psychosis, those acute symptoms of psychosis, have not been a prevalent part of the clinical picture.
Sure. And the professionals noted it back when she was an 11-year-old turning 12 and 12 turning 13. The professionals noted symptoms back then, but you testified that in 2021 was the last time there was any acute or overt psychotic symptoms by Ms. Geyser.
Right. As I recall the records, in 2021, there were some ongoing issues related to her report of auditory disturbances that she specifically described as being demons, but there has been nothing of that sort for the last, whatever that's been now, 3 years.
Yes, going into 4 years now.
Correct.
And you testified that Ms. Geyser's had considerable discussion with her individual therapy about her condition as the years have gone by, right?
Right.
And there's been a significant improvement in her personal insight into what she endured as a child, right?
Right.
Put simply, we hope that people mature.
I would say that it's a combination of factors. So maturity, as well as since that suicide attempt in October 2021, there's been a noticeable shift in her engagement and in treatment. And so as she has continued to take treatment more seriously and become consistently engaged and invested in it, she's benefited as well. So has demonstrated improvement in her understanding as time has gone on, albeit not in a perfect trajectory.
Is there any, I'm sorry, what hasn't been a perfect trajectory?
Her insight.
Okay, but as she sits here now with your clinical evaluation, you would agree that she has insight into herself and her condition?
I would say that it continues to be a process for her. It is a process that will continue likely throughout the entirety of her life, but certainly throughout the last, whatever it's been, 8, 9, 10 months, there has been a noticeable improvement in her understanding of her mental health, how she discusses her mental health, diagnostic labels aside.
Now, when Ms. Geyser is released, you talked about her placement in a group home. You called it a stepwise approach, right?
Right.
So there's a number of facilities that exist that she can reside at.
That's my understanding.
Okay, and we can ask people from Winnebago more questions about how they do that.
I would say that Winnebago probably has an understanding, as well as the individuals who would be a part of her conditional release supervisory team, so case management especially.
Okay, as part of your evaluation with Ms. Geyser, you asked her about some of her plans for the future, didn't you?
Yes.
Would you agree that her plans are fairly normal and rational plans for someone in her situation? Would you agree?
Yes.
She's heavily invested in her artwork. She's a talented artist and writer, isn't she?
She is.
She's also somebody who expressed an interest in maybe selling artwork someday.
Correct.
Or writing for a living, being an author.
Correct. Professional author has been a goal of hers since she was quite young.
So that's rational for somebody in her shoes to think about how they might support themselves in the future. Certainly she'll be on supervision. Judge ordered 40 years. She'll be on supervision in some way for much of her life. But saying, I want to be an artist and I want to be a writer, for someone in her shoes is a rational goal.
Yes, I would say so.
Gender identity, does that relate to violence?
No, not typically. And in her case, I would suggest that that's not a factor that's particularly relevant to her risk.
The state talked a little bit about it. You don't think that the gender identity, non-binary, male, female, is related to risk?
No, there are individuals where gender identity can be an issue and is incorporated into their larger mental illness. There's not evidence of that for Ms. Geyser.
And in fact, that's why it was important to have the evaluation done by Dr. Hessler, right?
Right.
I'm sorry?
Right, correct.
Got it. So Dr. Hessler can diagnose both dysphoria. Seems like that's common. That seems more prevalent now that I'm hearing than. Would you agree as a doctor?
So just briefly about gender dysphoria. So not all individuals who are dealing with gender identity would experience that, but really what it is it relates to the emotional state attached to that disconnect in gender identity versus the physical body. In Ms. Geyser's case, she had described feeling discomfort, especially in her own body, looking at her body over the course of essentially her entire adolescence and now adulthood.
Okay. Now, your ultimate, the ultimate question for you is whether Ms. Geyser is a suitable candidate for conditional release. That's the conclusion section of your report, right?
Right.
Now, it was Ms. Geyser. It's important that a person who's going to be released on conditional release have an understanding of what the plan is, right?
Correct.
And when you spoke with Ms. Geyser, she anticipates living in a group home. That's her expectation, right?
Correct.
She doesn't say, I'm going to just go and rent my own apartment and be an artist and live independently in the community. She recognizes the need for a group home.
Correct. She recognizes the stepwise approach and is fully on board with that and can vocalize a number of benefits that would come along with it.
One benefit is getting her out of an institution, right?
Correct.
Because she's maximized all the services she can get at the institution.
I don't know that I would say she's maximized all the everything, but certainly she has been at a high level, and at this point she's obtained all of the privileges. The next step is logically, if using that stepwise approach, the group home placement or supportive residence in the community where she continues to receive supervision, but it's no longer in that lacked institutional ward.
Right, because she'll start, she's, as you said before, for better or for worse, she's spent a lot of her formative years inside a mental health locked facility, and that's not the most conducive environment to one's independent growth.
Correct.
And so a group home will provide a structure, but a bit more privileges so she can gradually reintegrate into society.
Correct.
And the reason why you support that is because you want to make sure, it's important to make sure that there's continued monitoring and professional support for her, right?
Right. I'm concerned not only about the safety of the community, but I am concerned about her safety and that she's able to appropriately cope with the demands and stressors that she's likely to face without experiencing deterioration in all of the improvements that she's made over time.
Now, the relationships with her family in some respects, you noted are, for a lot of people, you said lots of people don't have great relationships with their family, right?
Right.
But what you noted was that Ms. Geyser would have, you said, tremendous professional support, right?
It's my understanding that there is the option. Everybody's conditional release plan is different, but there is the ability to have significant professional supports around her for the lack of support that she has potentially otherwise.
Clinical factors you looked at in reaching this ultimate conclusion, you talked about the HCR test, but clinical factors you looked at are whether Ms. Geyser has negative attitudes. You found none.
Correct. In the past, she has displayed negative attitudes related to treatment, but that is not anything that is prevalent at this point.
And active symptoms of major mental illness, you found none.
Correct. In my review of the records, I had described in the previous report to the court in March of 2024 that there were still some ongoing concerns about emotional regulation and anxiety, unprovoked reactions to unknown triggers that were reminiscent of her trauma. Since that time, there's nothing in the records to suggest continued symptoms that once plagued her, like crying spells, anxiety attacks, periods of dissociation. She continues to describe some nightmares, but they don't appear to be as disruptive as they were even as recently as that last conditional release report.
Okay, impulsivity, you found none as well, right?
Right.
And unresponsiveness to treatment, you found none. This is all page 13 of your report. You found no evidence that she's unresponsive to treatment.
Correct. And again, that risk management part is a prediction of what she's likely to face, but her institutional stability, her acceptance of rules, her willingness to accept feedback, that all bodes well for her compliance with conditional release.
So it's which is good. It's a predictive tool, and we're trying to predict dangerousness, right?
Right.
No evidence of covert manipulative behavior prediction either, right?
Correct.
Low self-esteem. The HCR indicates low self-esteem, but you said in your report, in terms of her presentation towards you, she was a fairly confident young woman, right?
Yeah. Over time, she in direct interviews, she presents as quite confident, well-spoken. She's incredibly bright, but the totality of information, including from the current psychological testing, suggests that she is an individual who harbors low self-esteem and can be especially self-critical.
Yes, of herself, self-critical, of looking at herself and critiquing her own behavior.
Correct, and kind of driven from this desire for perfection, which, as we know, is not a realistic expectation for self or others.
Yes. Bottom of page 13, as you reached your conclusions, you talked about Ms. Geyser's assistance that you would have in the community with the wide array of professionals. You noted a case manager, probation agent, and mental health professionals all available to provide assistance, right?
Correct.
And her rule compliance, as you went into page 14, you noted her rule compliance. That actually bodes well for her rule compliance in the community, right?
Correct.
We look at one's behavior inside the facility and try to, and it will give us a rational ability to predict that in a group home she would perform similarly.
Correct.
She has pro-social goals, we've touched on that, but you would agree that her goals themselves are coherent and pro-social.
Yes.
She hasn't had a lot of opportunity to foster age-appropriate relationships outside of the mental health hospital, but that's through no fault of her own, right?
Right.
Now, in the conclusion section, to be clear, your ultimate conclusion is that you are in support of her petition for conditional release.
Yes.
The evidence from in your opinion, every doctor has their own opinion, but your opinion is that the evidence does not support a conclusion that she would pose a significant risk of bodily harm to herself or others or property damage if conditionally released, right?
At this time, that's correct.
And that's offered to a reasonable degree of professional certainty?
Yes.
You note considering the totality of the information, so with your long history with Ms. Geyser, including a competency evaluation early on in the case, you note that the totality of the information suggests a much more positive trajectory since a suicide attempt way back in October of 2021.
Yes, that's right.
In pages 16 and 17 of your report list a series 1 through 11, a series of items that we don't need to speak, the judge has read them all, but what's the purpose of identifying items 1 through 11?
So my support of Ms. Geyser's petition for conditional release comes with some assumptions, such as that residents within the supportive residence. I would not be in support of her petition for conditional release if it was essentially just going into the community without a variety of different support services, as well as the ability to effectively monitor her behavior, her relationships, again, with the goal of wanting the community to be safe, but also I want her to be safe and well protected. Some of the recommendations there take into account the unique circumstances that she faces because of her notoriety, the high publicity of this case, and wanting to essentially provide some feedback to those who will be working with her to potentially help them to provide some boundaries so that, again, she's safe, the community's safe, and that she's successful.
Sure. Winnebago Mental Health Hospital isn't going to just release Ms. Geyser right into the community with no plan, though, right?
No, as I mentioned earlier, so as I understand it, there's 60 days that her treatment team in the institution and the conditional release supervisory team would be working together to come up with a comprehensive and specific conditional release plan.
And you're familiar with the letter from Jennifer Parnell that was filed with the court where, and she's a physician assistant at Winnebago, document 608 that the judge had referenced at the beginning here, but you're familiar with her letter where she indicates that the client will not be conditionally released until the plan is approved by Judge Boren, right?
So I'm not familiar with that particular document or the other examiner reports, but that makes sense to me. That's my understanding as well.
Right. The team has 60 days. They put together the plan. They send it to the judge, and he makes the final call.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Any regret?
No, thank you.
Doctor, I just wanted to go back to your comments about the Ms. Geyser's assertion that she fabricated the initial description of what happened in the background with Slender Man. Does what what I'm looking for is an explanation as to, is there a negative connotation to someone in Ms. Geyser's position of making an assertion years after the event that she fabricated much of what was said about the initial event? Is it meant to try and create a more favorable standing from her point of view and how to proceed with perhaps a conditional release petition? What's the motivation for that?
So I think I had testified to this back in April of 2024. The impetus for her making these claims is not fully known. When I talked to her about it during the current petition for conditional release, she essentially just had said that it was easier to say that she faked it rather than trying to really process and understand the severity of the symptoms that she experienced, and then also when putting it into the context of the changes that she's experienced in her symptoms across time. There's indication in the records that she may have inaccurately come to believe that if she did not have a diagnosis of schizophrenia, that may be favorable for her petition for conditional release. Certainly that is not the case. And actually her claims of fabrication, I would say, severely complicated risk assessment for some time there. What I can say is at this point, she's no longer claiming that her understanding of her mental illness, her mental health symptoms is much improved and in line with what the professionals around her also think.
Does a person's ability, though, to make the assertion that she fabricated key elements of what brought her to the current situation impact her credibility as to what she says currently as to her status? Is she capable of manipulating the system in order to gain a more favorable result?
To unpack that a little bit, any person certainly is capable of manipulation. However, Ms. Geyser in particular is a person who has been under essentially the close watch of professionals for 10 years now. And there's absolutely no support for conclusion that she faked things. I did testify previously and wrote in previous reports that I had concerns about her credibility as a self-reporter because her self-report was so drastically different from all the information that existed. And that is something certainly to watch out for in currently and in the future. We want to make sure that her understanding essentially aligns what is known through the totality of information. Again, at this point, her understanding of her mental health does seem to align with what records suggest what is known about her.
With regard to her assertion of sexual abuse by her father, is there, looking at the history of the case, is there support for that type of assertion by her as part of the background of the case?
I would say that there's not support for the conclusion that somehow sexual abuse essentially caused her to do the index offense and that it was somehow related to escape her home life. The data is clear that she did experience symptoms of a significant psychotic spectrum disorder. The etiology has been debated by professionals, but the evidence is very clear that those symptoms were legitimate and they persisted across time. There was support that she experienced benefit with the use of antipsychotic and mood stabilizing agents, which was what you would expect with a psychotic spectrum condition.
With regard to her current status as somewhat being at the top of the line as far as her work within the institution, if she continues to be at that level of treatment and supervision, is there any negative impact to her and her ability to be a safe person over the her continued status as being at the top of the line, but being not able to go to the next level of the stepped-up program?
I would say that the biggest risk would be that it prohibits her continued development as a human. So the risk factor for violence, certainly she's adapted well to that level of support and structure, and I would imagine that she would continue to display that. She does risk boredom, especially since she has very colloquially been there, done that. And so you risk that there could be some regression in behavior, but from a violence standpoint, certainly her environment has been quite helpful for her. The concerns, though, has been noted, frankly, since the onset of this case, is that the institution does not have all the resources that you would want for a person to be able to continue to develop as the goal of a functional, autonomous adult.
I'm just reflecting on my notes for a moment. In your previous discussion, in the report it's clear, but the testimony may not be clear. When Ms. Geyser has been at the top of her supervision and goes off campus, if you will, off the institution, she's always escorted. True.
She is escorted when she has gone into the community. She has unescorted privileges on the Winnebago campus.
So there's never been a time up to this point that she's been unescorted within the community on any of her trips to the library or to the store or anything like that?
Correct, and it's my understanding that that's not an option for Winnebago patients.
All right. Thank you. I have no other questions. Any questions from the state based upon my questions?
Just one, Judge. Doctor, should it cause the court any concern that regardless of etiology, there is this consensus by the professionals that at the time of the index offense and around that time, severe and acute psychotic symptoms persisted with Ms. Geyser, and now they're gone, and there's no psychotropic medications being used?
What I would say is that is certainly something for her future treatment team to be very aware of, that she does have this history. Within the context of the institution, with the amount of treatment support around her, she has not evidenced regression to psychotic spectrum symptoms. But I believe that she could be at risk for developing those in the future, and that's certainly something that her treatment team would want to be closely monitoring and aware of. Certainly it's something that she appears to be accepting at this point, is able to articulate different warning signs, triggers, signs of that decompensation, and so it should be a part of her ongoing treatment to essentially continue to have that a part of the conversation and a part of the monitoring process. And if need be, to make changes to her medication regimen. What we do know is that when she was prescribed Invega Sustenna, she was doing quite well. There was a remission in those same symptoms at that point. So it's possible that her treatment team may want to consider the addition of that should there be evidence of, again, some of that decline as she experiences stress or other changes as part of the conditional release.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Attorney Cotton, any questions?
Thank you. It's true that she is currently medicated, right? She gets medication at the facility and she takes her medicine, right?
Right. Her medication regimen at this point includes antidepressant agents and anti-anxiety agents.
And part of psychiatry, the way psychiatry works is somewhat of a trial and error approach to try out certain medications and see how that impacts the patient based on their diagnoses.
It can be.
And by all accounts, the medication that's administered, she takes it and it works, right?
Correct. There is, she has always been compliant with taking her medication, as I understand it. And I testified to, and as is in the report, there's been an absence of those psychotic spectrum symptoms for quite some time now.
There are other concerns, doctor, beyond just her growth if she remains at Winnebago. One concern, I want to know if you'd agree with this, but one concern is that the individuals who are at Winnebago, who come into that facility, are people who are sometimes dangerous people, right?
Correct.
And Ms. Geyser can therefore be exposed to those people, right?
Right.
People who are older or who have a long criminal history or a violent criminal history, right?
Certainly could be that. It could also be people who are experiencing dysregulation within the context of their own mental illness, that there can be a high acuity as those people continue to do their own treatment.
So when a person is ready to be released and they can be safe in a group home, it's not only good for their development, but it's good for somebody with Ms. Geyser in particular not to be exposed to negative influences if we can avoid that, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further from the state?
No, thank you.
In listening to these questions and answers, one question about schizophrenia, is it, how usual is it that someone with a diagnosis of schizophrenia treated with various psychotic medications is weaned off of those medications and the diagnosis of schizophrenia is removed?
That's a hard question to answer. One of the complexities here is that childhood schizophrenia is a fairly rare condition. And there have been a lot of changes just biologically as throughout the last 10 years. Certainly there are people who can effectively manage their illness without psychotropic medications, but while engaging in non-pharmaceutical interventions. There's certainly the possibility that Ms. Geyser's been able to effectively manage her symptoms better, and they have essentially gone into remission simply because of the support and structure that she's experienced. So again, I would caution the people working with her in the future to remain sensitive to the fact that she does have this history. That said, there's nothing to say that I can't say with 100% certainty that she's going to face similar delusional ideas, auditory hallucinations, similar symptoms like she did in the past. It's certainly possible that those will continue to be absent as she continues to move forward here. The biggest thing is that she works closely with those treatment providers, and everybody is aware of her history, of the warning signs, the triggers, the signs of decompensation, and that they have a plan in place to react appropriately if that should happen.
Thank you. Any further questions based upon my additional questioning from the state?
No, thank you.
Anything from Attorney Cotton?
No.
All right, well then, thank you, Doctor. Appreciate you being able to be here today. Thank you for your testimony.
May I be excused?
You may be excused, yes. Is the doctor under subpoena?
Yes.
Released from the subpoena?
Yes, please.
Any objections?
No.
All right, so thank you, Doctor. You have a good day.
Thank you.
I think at this time it's appropriate to take a recess. Let's take a recess to 10:30.
Well, her screen name is Montana. So I'm not sure Not sure what her deal is. What's this?
Maybe Judge told Caleb Hogan to appear again.
Isn't that the
No, last time he had Caleb Hogan. Yesterday.
But MMHI is Mendota, so that's what I'm wondering.
Well, MMHI, I'm sorry.
It's entirely possible it was a holdover because
That's
we
probably
originally
Ken Robbins because he's affiliated with Mendota.
He's signed in separately.
Okay, I don't know that.
I just wanted to make sure. It was probably something left over from the hearings we rescheduled then. It's just hard when they don't respond.
All right, trying to pick up any hot mic moments here.
Can you let me know if we're
All right, I'm going to fast forward. At the top of the stream, I thought the judge said something about family members. So I don't know. Where
Same appearances. I understand. These numbers, same appearances. I understand we have an additional witness to call by the state.
No, sir. Judge, the state would rest at this point.
Oh, state is resting?
Yes. I believe the defense has some witnesses, though.
Oh, okay, very good. Then turn to Attorney Cotton.
Thank you. We call Kenneth Robbins.
All right, Dr. Robbins, are you on the hooked up?
Not quite yet.
All right. Dr. Robbins, are you there? Now you're muted, so you have to unmute.
Sorry about that. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, doctor, good morning. You're being called as a witness by Ms. Geyser and Attorney Cotton, so I'm going to ask you to, if you can stand, raise your right hand. Our clerk will swear you in.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Very good, thank you. Then you may be seated. State your full name and spell your last name.
Kenneth Robbins, Robbins.
All right, thank you, Dr. Robbins. Then we're prepared to proceed. Attorney Cotton.
Yes, before we begin with questions, Your Honor, I've tendered Exhibit C, which is Dr. Robbins' CV. I've actually just put him up here by your clerk. But I've moved for admission of his curriculum vitae and his report, which is Exhibit D. There's no objection.
So I have...
You said your original one.
Okay, so what I have is Exhibit C and D. C is Dr. Robbins' CV. D is his report. Any objections from the state?
No.
All right, then received. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Robbins.
Good morning, Mr. Cotton.
Thank you for being here. I understand you're by Zoom from California.
That's correct.
If you have any trouble hearing us, just let us know at any point, okay?
I will, thank you.
Doctor, I'm assuming that you're out of the fire.
I'm sorry, that I'm out of the...
That you're out of the fire.
Yes, I'm in Northern California, thank you.
All right, very good, very good, thank you.
Glad you're safe.
Thank you.
Now, you are the Director of Mental Health for the Tribal Health of Lake County right now?
That's accurate.
And you're also the psychiatry consultant for a hospice center?
Correct.
Are you a consultant for the Winnebago Mental Health Institute, and if so, what do you do?
Yes, I am, and what I do is I go over cases with the nurse practitioners and physician assistants to help them when they're struggling.
And you're an adjunct professor at UW-Madison?
Correct.
Are you do you have any affiliation with the Mendota Mental Health Institute?
I was the medical director at Mendota for most of the 1990s.
You were the medical director?
Correct.
Okay. And You're a doctor of psychiatry, are you not?
I'm a medical doctor with a specialty in both internal medicine and psychiatry, yes.
And you have board certification in the same?
I do.
As well as neurology?
Well, psychiatry and neurology is one board, but my board certification is in psychiatry.
Got it. Dr. Robbins, you've had a long history with Ms. Geyser, would you agree?
Yes, I would agree.
Going back how far, if you can recall?
Going back to shortly after the original criminal contact back in 2014.
And you've been appointed by the court to conduct an evaluation in this case for conditional release.
Exactly.
Are you familiar with the criteria that have to be considered when determining whether a person should be released?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Specifically, whether a person is a danger to themselves or others, whether they're a risk for substantial bodily harm or property damage, right?
Exactly.
Now, did you keep the statutory factors in mind when you conducted your analysis in this case?
Yes.
And did you prepare a report?
I did.
Let's walk through your. Do you have your report in front of you today, Dr. Robbins, or no?
I do.
Okay. If you need to refer to it, you can just let us know if you need to, but I'll just ask you some questions from that report, okay?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd like to make one correction. And I only noticed it as I read through it here in California, but what I say in the first sentence is not accurate. It says that I'd interviewed her on February 21st of 2024, which I did, but I didn't update it. My most recent interview was November 13th, if you don't mind me making the correction.
Yes, I was going to ask you about that. You did interview her back in February, but you've also conducted a more current interview, right?
Exactly.
And so the conclusions in this report are based on the current interview and your current analysis of Ms. Geyser.
Exactly.
As well as your history of her condition in your review of records.
Correct.
What if anything, did you do in preparation for this report? Did you speak with any professionals at Winnebago, or did you review any records?
I did. So I reviewed all of the Winnebago records, and I did speak with the psychiatrist who's been working with her.
In your review of when you say you reviewed all the records, what does that mean?
I went through her computerized medical records and updated myself on her behaviors and what the various professionals at Winnebago have written about her since I last saw her.
Are you you're aware of the current diagnoses that the professionals are operating under? Are you not?
I am.
Is Ms. Geyser receptive to her diagnoses?
She is.
Is she being treated?
She is.
You note, so as we walk through your report, you indicate that it was the opinion on page two, in the sort of the middle paragraph, you indicate that it was the opinion of multiple psychiatrists and psychologists that Ms. Geyser met the criteria for schizophrenia based on a variety of symptoms that were observed back when this offense happened. Do you still believe that to be true?
Yes.
But you note that this is your language, the conceptualization of her psychotic challenges has changed significantly in the last 2 years. What do you mean by that?
So a couple of years ago, she had her third round of psychological testing, and for the first time, it didn't support that she had psychotic symptoms. And the psychiatrist who was working with her at that time, Dr. Kayla Pope, who's the medical director at Winnebago, felt both based on her interview with Ms. Geyser and based on that testing that the diagnosis needed to be reconsidered, that there was no longer support for a diagnosis of schizophrenia, and ultimately the diagnosis was changed to primarily post-traumatic stress disorder, along with social anxiety disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, and autism spectrum disorder. So the psychotic diagnosis, the diagnosis of schizophrenia, was eliminated after she was weaned off of her antipsychotic medication, and there was no return of any psychotic symptoms.
Does that mean that Ms. Geyser was somehow faking it back in 2014?
No, I don't believe that to be true.
As a 12-year-old or so?
Correct.
What do you believe to be true?
So I'm not certain. I think, as I put in my report, I think either she was experiencing transient psychotic symptoms, which is to say psychotic symptoms that didn't persist and gradually went away, which is certainly something that's possible, or the intensity of her fantasies based on some of the trauma she had experienced were so intense that she believed them to be true.
The trauma being her sexual abuse by her father.
Exactly.
And you note in your report that in 2023, Dr. Pope, meaning the medical director of Winnebago, identified the fact that Morgan had a breakthrough with her mother related to that, and the mother acknowledged all the red flags that existed about the abuse.
Exactly. Up until that point, Morgan's belief was that her mother had not believed the things that she said, and her mother came around and began to recognize that Morgan's reporting had been accurate, and she had not believed her, and having her mother come around was really quite traumatic for her.
And with her mother's support, they reopened a legal case against the father and made a report, right?
Exactly.
Now, what Dr. Pope recommended is that Morgan be weaned off some of the antipsychotic medication to see whether she would deteriorate. Isn't that how it was approached?
That's exactly how it was approached.
Is that the right way to do it as a psychiatrist? Is that the right way to approach a situation like this?
Yeah, if there's a question about whether someone truly has psychosis and they're on antipsychotic medication, gradually weaning them off the antipsychotic medications and seeing how that impacts symptoms is absolutely the right way to do this.
So that was done in this case, and how is it unfolded?
There's been no return of what appears to be psychotic symptoms. She's done very well off antipsychotic medication.
Is it important to maintain some medication regimen with Ms. Geyser, or is she still medicated though?
She is still on medication really to treat her anxiety symptoms that are associated with the diagnoses I mentioned earlier.
You note that Ms. Geyser's behavior has improved significantly since 2021. There was a suicide attempt way back then. Has there been any evidence of aggression or danger to herself since 2021?
There's really been no danger of aggression throughout her hospitalization, and since that 2021 incident, there has been no evidence of any suicidal ideation.
Does Ms. Geyser report a better relationship with her family as time has gone on?
Yes, particularly with her mother and her brother.
She has a very supportive relationship with her brother?
Correct.
And things have improved to some degree with her mother?
Exactly.
Now, Morgan, I'm sorry. Does Ms. Geyser have goals for the future that she's discussed with you?
She does.
What are those?
She'd like to ultimately become a therapist working with people with substance use disorders, and recognizes it'll take some time to get trained properly for that. And in the meantime is thinking about other jobs, such as working as a librarian.
librarian.
Yes.
In your professional opinion, are those realistic goals for somebody in Ms. Geyser's situation?
Yes, she's it's been clear throughout the testing that she's had that she's very bright and has a lot of potential.
If she were granted conditional release, where would she go?
I don't know, but I guess it would be my recommendation that she go to a group home, that she not go immediately to living independently.
When you were medical director of Mendota.
Correct.
And you consult with Winnebago, and you know the medical director of Winnebago, Caleb Pope, right?
I do.
And so what's the difference between Mendota and Winnebago? Aren't they both just the same type of mental health facility that we have here in Wisconsin?
Well, it's really like one big hospital where Mendota has certain specialties and Winnebago has certain specialties. Winnebago takes the vast majority of involuntary admissions, civil involuntary admissions, and kids and women have been exclusively at Winnebago. Some of that has changed recently, but that's primarily the difference. And then Winnebago doesn't have maximum security, which Mendota does have.
Got it. So let's talk about conditional release as a concept, though. When you were medical director of Mendota, were you involved in people's conditional release planning?
Yes.
How does that process go? In other words, when judge approves conditional release, or if he approves it, what will the facility do? Will they release Ms. Geyser right to the community, or what would they do?
They would work with people at the county, in the community, to develop a plan that's safe and that's consistent with what the judge orders.
And do the treatment is that called a conditional release team?
I don't know. That's not what we called it then, but yeah, that's the basic idea, though.
Right, a group of people at the facility that work with the community-based people to come up with a plan for the court.
Exactly.
You mentioned Ms. Geyser going to a group home. She herself recognizes that she would like the opportunity to live in a group home, doesn't she?
Exactly, she does.
In other words, it's not a situation where Ms. Geyser is indicating that she wants to just go right to her own place. She wants to live in a group home and reintegrate in a safe manner, right?
Exactly.
There are group homes in the state of Wisconsin? Is that why you mentioned that?
Yes.
Is it important that Ms. Geyser is engaged in individual and group therapy?
Yes.
Why is that important?
Well, she has very significant anxiety issues, and she has had, I think, what can only be called a bizarre adolescence, and needs help with sort of developmental issues. She has had very limited exposure to peers. She's had very limited access to education and independence. And so she's going to need a lot of help in becoming the mature person that she wants to be.
What's your ultimate conclusion in this case with respect to Ms. Geyser's petition for conditional release?
I believe it's appropriate.
What do you base that on?
Essentially that she has had multiple opportunities to be in the community and has done very well, and that I think there's nothing to suggest that she is a danger to herself or others, and I think there's very little at this point that Winnebago can do for her, and that's what they would say as well. I think it's in her interest and in everybody's interest to try to help her now become the person she can become.
Well, I want to push back on that. I mean, one might say she's locked in Winnebago, nobody's being harmed, leave her there. What's the problem? What's the problem with doing it that way? It's not hurting her.
Yeah, I guess there's no treatment any longer that Winnebago has to offer her that's going to be useful. So there's nothing that she has to gain by being there. Second, there's nothing to suggest that she's would be dangerous outside of Winnebago. Done nothing to suggest she's dangerous at Winnebago to others, and since 2021, nothing to suggest she's dangerous to herself. And third, she's a young woman with great potential, and she's not going to realize that unless she has an opportunity to get into the world and start to have more interpersonal interactions that are appropriate with peers, that she has more education opportunities, that she has the opportunity to be independent in a more significant way.
In terms of her future dangerousness as we try to predict it, is it your opinion that it would therefore make her less dangerous? It would make Ms. Geyser less dangerous if she's given the opportunity to move to a group home and expand her growth as an individual?
I don't think she's going to become dangerous to other people, whether she's at Winnebago or not. I think that there is the risk that over time, if she is limited by the things that Winnebago can offer her, I could imagine her becoming hopeless at some point and potentially becoming a danger to herself. So yes, perhaps ironically, I think she would be safer outside of Winnebago.
So from your professional opinion, her risk to others sort of remains the same in or out. You don't see that changing. But you use the word ironically, the risk to herself, self-injurious behavior increases the longer she would remain at Winnebago without the opportunity to expand herself.
I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned at some point she's going to start feeling hopeless.
That she's just locked there forever.
That she's locked there forever, that she can't become the person she wants to become, that she can't have the kind of interactions she wants with peers and with family.
Was that part of your analysis in this case, that in fact institutional placement increases her risk of danger to herself?
Yes, I do think that's true.
And a group home would diminish that because she would be given, although certainly not unfettered liberty in a group home, right?
Correct.
They can use GPS monitoring and any other tool they want to keep an eye on a person, right?
Exactly.
Okay. So not unfettered liberty, but some small degree of freedom, and that would enable her, you said she has immense potential, or you said great potential, so she'd be able to start realizing her potential more fully.
Exactly.
In contributing positively to society.
Exactly.
Now, it is possible that as Ms. Geyser lives her life, that there could be a reappearance, if you will, of psychotic symptoms. That can happen, right?
Possible.
So how does that get managed for an individual if and when she's released, to make sure that if that occurs, it's addressed? How do we focus on that?
Well, that's why I think it's so important that she continue to receive individual and group therapy, that she continue to work with psychiatrists, that she continue to work with a therapist. She is a very insightful young woman, and I am sure that if those symptoms return, which I think, by the way, is very unlikely, but if they were to recur, as long as she has people she's working with who she can talk with about it, I am sure they would be appropriately addressed.
You indicate in conclusion section 3 that it's your opinion Winnebago mental health is not a, quote, healthy place for Ms. Geyser to remain. Do you still hold that opinion?
Exactly. I do.
And that has nothing to do with the staff. They have a very good staff and good professionals there. It has to do with Ms. Geyser's growth as an individual.
That's fair.
At your time at Winnebago, you had the opportunity, you had occasion to interact with people who had been housed there for many years, if not decades, I imagine.
I have.
And does it become easier or harder to reintegrate people to society and to have a reintegration to the normal world the longer they remain inside a facility like Mendota or Winnebago?
You know, it really depends on the individual, but certainly for Ms. Geyser, the longer she's there at this point, I think that the more challenging it's going to be to reintegrate.
So one of the reasons you support release at this stage, and you supported release 6 months ago or 8 months ago when we were last in court, right?
That's true.
And in fact, between your last evaluation and this one, there's been absolutely no, are you aware of any violence or any concerns that have developed in that interim period of time that would cause you to revisit those opinions?
No, and she certainly had plenty of opportunity to be in the community, to be stimulated by being in the community, which was what sometimes we worry about, and she's done extremely well.
Those supervised outings that she has in the community, how do those typically unfold? Do you know how that works?
I'm not sure what you mean.
It's a group of people leave the facility and they just have a chaperone who keeps an eye on them, or what do they do?
Yeah, exactly. They usually have a specific goal in mind. They go out for a particular reason, and could be to go shopping, and could be to go visit something that they may learn something from, and they're in the community with a chaperone.
So ultimately, you remain of the opinion that Ms. Geyser should be released on conditional supervision with, at this point, to a group home with continued monitoring and treatment.
Exactly.
Thank you. That's all.
Cross-examination.
And Dr. Robbins, it would be those individuals running that group home that would make the decision as to how and when Ms. Geyser could come and go from that group home, correct?
Well, I'm not sure exactly. Usually there is a team that's working together, so it would be people from the group home working with the mental health providers who are working with her, and together coming up with a behavior plan.
But that team, if we call them that, would be in charge of her comings and goings, correct?
Yes, within the parameters that the judge sets forth.
And Dr. Robbins, not only did you agree with the release plan last time, you were also in favor of Ms. Geyser being reverse waived back into the juvenile system, correct?
Correct.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Any further direct exam?
No.
Okay, well, doctor, thank you for being with us today.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Enjoy California.
Thank you.
Is the doctor under subpoena?
No.
So thanks for being here. You have a good day and a good year. Thank you.
Thank you. You too.
Further witnesses?
Yes, Dr. Deborah Collins. Do we have her on Zoom, Jessica?
She's not logged into Zoom yet.
Okay, give me just 1 minute.
We can be in recess for about 5 minutes.
Yes, Your
Matter. Dr. Collins, are you available?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I can see you and hear you. Are we prepared to call her as a witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Defense calls Dr. Deborah Collins.
Okay, Dr. Collins, I'm going to ask that you stand, raise your right hand. Our clerk will swear you in.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. And then state your full name and spell your last name.
Deborah Collins, DeborahCollins.
All right, thank you. Attorney Cotton.
Good morning, Dr. Collins. We've tendered exhibits A and B to the court. Judge, without objection, I believe it asks that those be received.
Any objections?
No objections.
Okay, A and B are received. Thank you.
Dr. Collins, you're a psychologist?
Yes.
And just briefly, could you describe your educational background?
In 1998, I was conferred a doctoral degree in clinical psychology from the University of Hartford in Hartford, Connecticut. 3 years before that, I was conferred from that same institution a Master of Arts degree in clinical psychology. I also was conferred in 1987 a Bachelor of Arts degree from St. Norbert College.
What licensing do you have?
Since 1999, I have been a licensed psychologist in the state of Wisconsin. I am also now, for several years, a licensed psychologist in the state of Michigan.
Are you the director for any special units here in the state of Wisconsin?
I'm the director of the Wisconsin Forensic Unit.
What does that mean?
The Wisconsin Forensic Unit is a division of Behavioral Consultants, Inc. That's a company that I own. And the Forensic Unit is a division of that which is in contract with the Department of Health Services in the state of Wisconsin to conduct competency to stand trial evaluations throughout Wisconsin's 72 counties of adult defendants.
Is that all it does, competency evaluations?
That particular division of Behavioral Consultants, yes.
Okay. And then Behavioral Consultants as the overarching organization, does that agency do other work?
Yes, that's a private practice clinic staffed by master's and doctoral level clinicians. The doctors conduct, including myself, an array of forensic mental health assessments in both civil and criminal arenas. And we receive appointments from courts and referrals from the defense bar and from prosecutors or district attorneys.
We heard from Dr. Brooke Lundbaum before you in this case. Does she work for either of these agencies?
She is an employee. She has an independent private practice through Behavioral Consultants.
Okay, so she's considered an employee also at Behavioral Consultants.
Yes.
So you're familiar with her work, are you not?
Yes, I am.
Well, you're the president and owner of Behavioral Consultants, so I'm assuming, would it be fair to say you hired her or had a decision in the hiring process with her?
She completed her postdoctoral training under my supervision and under the supervision of Dr. Kenneth Smale, who has since retired.
Okay, my question is, were you involved in her hiring or that was a different person who made that decision?
No, I was involved in hiring her initially as a postdoc and then on staff.
Got it. And you would agree that she does high quality work?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review the other doctors' reports in this case?
Yes.
And you're aware that are there any common features, if you could speak broadly, are there any common features among all the doctor reports in this case?
Yes.
What is that?
The bottom line common feature is that there's a unanimous support for Ms. Geyser's petition for conditional release at this juncture across the three doctors.
When you reviewed the other reports in this case, did anything give you pause where you read another Dr. Lundbaum's report or Dr. Robbins' report and you thought they just got something glaringly wrong?
No, certainly stylistically we have differences. Certainly things we would emphasize there are differences, but I saw nothing glaringly that drew my attention or drew concerns for me.
Stylistically, one obvious point is that your reports tend to be incredibly long, detailed, and thorough versus other doctors who might have a more condensed form of writing.
For whatever reason, that seems to be the case, that my reports are longer.
And yours is 37 pages in this case.
Yes.
When you undertook this project, this is not the first conditional release report you've done in this case. You've done others, right?
Yes.
And in fact, last time we were here, you were not quite there in terms of supporting Ms. Geyser's release, right?
I did not support her conditional release most recently, earlier this year.
You wanted to have more, if I remember correctly, you wanted more time to pass. That was one thing you wanted, was more time to pass.
More time to pass, coupled with other factors that I testified and wrote to about.
Right, you wanted more opportunities for Ms. Geyser to go into the community, more privileges for her to be able to exercise at Winnebago, and you wanted to have continued monitoring to make sure there was no resurgence of any psychotic symptoms.
Correct. I think there was also an emphasis on sort of her increased stress tolerance, so likely increased hours of employment.
Yes, I remember that. So now, this report that you've dated December 9th, you started by discussing the standard for the court to consider. You are familiar with what the court has to reflect on in deciding whether to grant conditional release.
Yes.
Specifically, whether there's clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Geyser poses a significant risk of bodily harm to herself or others, or serious property damage. That's the narrow statutory question to be answered.
Yes.
And it's a prediction, isn't it? We don't know with 100% certainty anything.
I would say from the perspective of a mental health professional in 2025, the issue is not a prediction so much as it is a risk assessment. So appraising what would heighten risk, what would mitigate risk. So we know we can't predict the future, I guess is what I'm saying.
How did you do a risk assessment in this case, doctor?
I did a risk assessment by reviewing the totality of information, so all the records that were available, including with my office, with the Winnebago Mental Health Institute, the other reports that are in the record. I also used structured professional judgment tools to make sure that my review of the risk factors wasn't just from the hip, if you will, or based on my own experience, but it drew from the literature and what we know from the literature that places someone at heightened risk for violence and what also can mitigate risk. And then I certainly met in person with Ms. Geyser and conducted a 2-hour clinical interview with her to get an update from her perspective about how she's been doing.
You looked at Ms. Geyser's educational history?
Yes.
As well as her medical history?
Yes.
As part of this evaluation, doctor, as part of your report, did you re-review prior competency reports and other evaluations that were done?
Yes.
You reviewed a competency report from June of 2014 by Dr. Lundbaum. Did you not?
Yes.
And a competency report from earlier in June of 2014 by Dr. Robbins.
Yes.
You reviewed medical records from Ms. Geyser's first hospitalization at Winnebago from August to December of 2014.
I would say I reviewed the summaries of those, so I've not reviewed the thousands and thousands of pages in preparation for my report today, but I had those summarized and reviewed all the old reports that have been done, including with my office.
Why did you want to go back and read summaries from 10 years ago and competency reports from 10 years ago? What's the point of that?
In this case, one could be biased by simply having contemporary information if someone's doing very well for the last 6 months. I wanted to see what the longitudinal course in this case and for Ms. Geyser is. What are her vulnerabilities? What are her strengths? How far has she come? And I wanted to be reminded of the totality of that, not merely the past 6 months.
Another bias could just be that you could rely on your memory, and sometimes memory is faulty, so you want to go back and re-review the reports to make sure you're recalling things. There was a Chapter 51 detention that took place back then when Morgan was still a child, and you reviewed summaries of records from that.
Yes.
One thing that jumped out at me on page 9 of your report, Doctor, was that you had reviewed an intake assessment from Jesse Andrews, who was an LCSW at Winnebago. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Are you aware of the fact that Miss Andrews is now the director? She's no longer a treating therapist. She's the director of Winnebago.
No, I was not aware of that.
Okay. You haven't talked to Miss Andrews recently, have you?
No.
Okay. You also reviewed records from Miss Geyser's third hospitalization at Winnebago, and again looked at the summaries of those records as well as a reverse waiver report that came through in 2015.
Yes.
And this is all of these reviews, even though you've done previous conditional release reports, all of the review that took place here was a de novo review, if you will, a new review of everything yourself when you were assigned this task, right?
Yes, so as I indicated in my report, from a report perspective, I copy and pasted those sections from earlier reports. From a in fact perspective, I also read and reviewed the contents. I didn't merely copy and paste, for example.
Got it. So when we see a lot of the same language between the two reports, it is a copy and paste, but you yourself go and re-review everything to make sure you're remembering it correctly.
Correct, and I wrote what I'm copying and pasting. I'm not lifting from some other document.
Yes.
They're from my independent reports.
What is Ms. Geyser's current clinical presentation? You said you met with her?
I did.
How would you describe her presentation?
I would describe her clinical presentation as, in appearance, more akin to male than female, but consistent with her recent identification as a transgender male, and that occurred following the evaluations earlier this year for conditional release. She was bright and engaged. By bright, I mean alert and engaged. She was cooperative. She maintained her emotional control, acknowledging she was a bit anxious, which isn't unexpected given the purpose, context of the evaluation. There were no signs of acute emotional distress, and there were no signs of acute psychosis. So her reality contact was in place.
You know how to look for things like that because not only do you have a history with Ms. Geyser, but you have a history with hundreds or thousands of other patients, right?
Yes.
And with Ms. Geyser specifically, you've had times where you've met with her in the past where it's evident to you as a professional that she's exhibiting delusional symptoms.
Yes.
And Ms. Geyser herself said unequivocally to you, unequivocally acknowledged that she was delusional. She believed it and recognized it. Fair?
Yes.
And therefore she did have psychotic symptoms years ago, correct?
Yes.
Interrupt me if you want. I think maybe we're both going to answer the same question. The etiology of that, if you will, there can be a number of reasons why those symptoms were exhibited. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Trauma could be one example. Naturally occurring psychotic condition could be another. There could be a number of reasons why one would have vivid childhood imaginations can sometimes manifest themselves as delusional. So there's a lot of reasons why we might see that as a professional.
I would say that, for example, vivid childhood imagination is not the equivalent of a delusional belief, but when you're evaluating someone who is 12 years old, it can be challenging to name it properly, but you know what you see. In other words, it's still distorting the individual's reality contact, whether it is an intensely held fantasy and or has some delusional or psychotic underpinnings.
And there's been many years of treatment with Ms. Geyser where she's received antipsychotic medication, and then eventually that was weaned off, right?
Yes.
Or it was reduced, I should say. She was weaned off of that, right?
Yes.
Do you agree with that approach as a clinician, that to wean somebody off of these antipsychotic medications to see how they respond?
I'm a psychologist, not a psychiatrist, and would leave judgments about weaning someone off medications to the domain of psychiatry. What I would say is, in practice, I have seen that occur, and especially in a hospital setting, that's preferred, so that you can closely monitor someone to see the impact of that weaning, if you will, in someone's psychiatric status.
Okay. Now, when you spoke with Ms. Geyser, she discussed with you her last petition for conditional release that was brought to Judge Boren, didn't she?
Yes.
And she, even though, and at that time you weren't in support of release, we've already covered that, right?
Right.
Nor was Dr. Lundbaum.
Correct.
Now, Ms. Geyser made a decision to still proceed with the hearing and have the court make a decision. For what reason?
What she told me is that she wanted to see what the court and what others wanted her to do, to work on, to achieve, so that she might ultimately be granted conditional release.
Is that a good or bad for her future prognosis?
I think it is most likely good or favorable in weighing toward her prognosis, because what it indicated is her willingness to go into quite a stressful circumstance, a court hearing, that would bring her lots of attention, media attention included. And it would also show her openness and proactive effort to see what else she could do, so that presumably she intended to work on it, to obtain conditional release.
And it also demonstrates how she handles defeat, doesn't it? Or rejection.
Yes, in this case.
Right, because it provides an opportunity as a clinician for you to evaluate her. Judge denies her petition for conditional release. She knows she can't file that petition again for another half a year at a minimum. You can look at that as a clinician and say, well, did she try to commit suicide? Did she go back behind the doors and start slamming things around and creating a disturbance? Right? It gives you a concrete event to look at, a significant negative event to look at from her perspective, and evaluate it.
Correct. And I would say from Ms. Geyser's perspective, she didn't have the benefit of knowing how she would react to that hearing, but was trusting she could manage it.
And managing something that's more stressful than really a lot of people in society even have to confront, because, as you noted, significant media attention and publicity associated with even making the request.
Yes.
Based on your review of the records and your discussion with the professionals, how did she handle that rejection?
Without problem and well.
And she remained goal-oriented and worked on the things that the court expected her to work on.
Yes.
Or worked on the things that the professionals also indicated she needed to work on, right?
Yes.
She has attained pre-integration level at Winnebago, meaning the highest applicable level of privileges, right?
Yes.
And her access to the canteen, the vending machines, that independent privilege that was given even after the last hearing, that was a new privilege, the final thing she was waiting for, right?
Yes.
She enjoys off-ground supervised outings every other week. Could you just describe that briefly for the court?
What Ms. Geyser enjoys is with other patients who have the same privilege and choose to exercise it. In addition to supervising staff, she's accompanied into the community to places like the library, the dollar store, other retail merchants, coffee shops, and there she exercises liberty, possibly for an hour or however long that the outing entails.
Starbucks, Target, dollar store, Pick and Save, she's been able to go to all those places.
Yes.
Any concern of her becoming violent or being dangerous to herself or others that you've seen in those outings?
I have no record of any concerns being raised by her behavior in the community when escorted.
Any holds or reductions in her level of liberty privileges that you're aware of?
No.
Ms. Geyser's sleep has been improving, even in light of her the court denying the petition last time. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And we do know, as we learn more and more about the human brain, how important sleep is to one's well-being, right?
Yes.
She's also working a few hours a week. She works at 2 hours a week at the log cabin workshop.
Yes.
And actually, she has multiple jobs they've employed at Winnebago, doesn't she?
Yes, I believe a total of an estimated 5 hours a week.
She works at the log cabin workshop. She folds laundry and is working through something called the Hope program.
Yes.
She continues to visit with her mother, doesn't she? Miss Geyser's mother visits her every other week at Winnebago?
Yes.
Do you consider her mother and brother to be key components of her support system, and if so, why?
I would say that presently, that is how Ms. Geyser identified them as key components of her support system outside of the institution. That hasn't consistently been the case, though presently for the past 6 months or so has been so.
There was an evaluation that took place last year, 2024, in May, where autism spectrum disorder was identified. Is there anything about autism that gives you a concern in this case about her being violent or dangerous to herself?
No, because I've not seen that report, and nor have I seen outside of that report and independent of it a history of that diagnosis applied to Ms. Geyser.
Go ahead.
She only received that in the context of that evaluation, and I requested that report multiple times and never received it. So I can't really speak to the diagnosis. I don't know the basis of it.
Okay, autism isn't known as being a condition that connects with violence, is it?
Not necessarily so.
Ms. Geyser is also focused on her physical health while she remains at Winnebago, isn't she?
In the past 6 months, she has been so, yes.
She's been running on the treadmill for up to 17 minutes at a time, and proud of that, isn't she?
Yes, once a week, as I recall.
She's able to practice yoga and walk around the grounds with another patient, sort of at her own liberty, right?
Yes.
And Ms. Geyser's keeping active by writing books and performing her art, right?
Yes.
Is Ms. Geyser compliant with her medication requirements, as far as you know?
Yes.
Any concern there?
None that I'm aware of, no.
Looking to the future, if her petition is granted, does Ms. Geyser express, in your professional opinion, does she express rational views about what her life might look like?
Yes.
What are those views, and why are they rational?
Well, what she recognized and told me so and identified are rules that she would likely or may be subject to on conditional release, that she was likely to reside in a group home, though hopes at some point she would obtain an independent residence. She didn't have any unrealistic goals about that area of her life, about her employment. For example, she told me she'd essentially take whatever she could get in terms of employment. She wants to begin, I guess, her life outside of the institution and recognize that she would be subject to a whole host of expectations and rules and what could happen if she violated those.
So she recognizes the significant quantity of rules and restrictions that'll be imposed by the court?
Yes.
Meaning, well, you mentioned in your report ankle monitoring, a GPS bracelet, internet use monitoring, treatment appointments with doctors, medication management, a variety of things like that.
Yes.
Ms. Geyser hopes to engage in volunteerism at some point in her life, maybe an animal shelter, and to maintain a purposeful life. Is that what she expressed?
Yes.
I noticed that you in your report, you indicated she hasn't had a recurrence of panic attacks since her last conditional release hearing. Is that why did you note that? Is that important?
What she told me is that she's not had a recurrence of panic attacks. There was nothing in the record to suggest to the contrary. It's important because it talks about or speaks to her ability to cope with stressors in her current environment and vulnerability to destabilize in terms of a panic attack under stressful circumstances.
And maybe this ties into what we discussed earlier, Dr. Collins, but you noted that there's been no recurrence since the last conditional release hearing. Isn't that significant because had she responded to that stressful event with panic attacks and destabilization, that certainly would give you concern about her release to a group home, right?
Yes, it wouldn't be a bar to her release to a group home. It just might speak to her vulnerabilities and readiness.
Right. So there's not only does she appear ready, but there's also a level of maturity and insight that she's exhibiting about how to handle stressful and negative situations.
Yes.
Why is her wellness recovery action plan something that you described in your report?
I described it because she provided it to me. It was highly detailed, and it gave me something that she had prepared independent of merely talking to a conditional release examiner of how she had thought through her plan.
Was this something you told her to put together?
No.
So it's her own plan. I mean, how did she come up with this, as you understand it? Did she work on it with her therapist at Winnebago?
I'm not exactly sure. Sometimes it's with the social worker that an individual comes up with it. Sometimes, and it may be the case in Ms. Geyser's, I simply don't know, a person is advanced enough that they can work on that with a reasonable degree of independence and generate it themselves. This was not the first version of a wellness recovery action plan that Ms. Geyser had developed.
I'm going to read a sentence to you and just ask you for your reaction to this. I want to make a positive impact on the world around me. I acknowledge and understand the gravity of my past actions. Nothing will undo what I did to get here. I can only try in the present and future to do better things. You quote that, I guess it's not a sentence, it's more of a paragraph, but you quote that in your report. Who wrote that?
Ms. Geyser.
How did that come? How did you come to get that statement? Did you ask her how she felt about the crime that she committed when she was 12?
That particular statement was written in the context of the Wellness Recovery Action Plan by her.
Do you feel that statement? Do you feel that statement's significant in a way? Is that why you quote it verbatim in your report?
Yes.
What's significant about it?
What it told me is at the very least what she wanted someone else who read that to see and what she wanted to say about her goals if she's granted, moving forward, and if she's granted conditional release.
What about the sentence that she acknowledges and understands the gravity of her past actions? Is that important?
Yes, coupled with all that we know about Ms. Geyser and what she talked to me about the index offense.
Morgan continued in that, I believe in that meeting with you, to acknowledge the harm that she caused to the victim. And you state in your report that Ms. Geyser said she hates it. Her friend was the only one who cared and was loyal and trusted her. She hates that she did what she did and feels that she was a different person back then, 10 plus years ago.
Yes.
After the offense, she struggled for years to forgive herself. Isn't that what she expressed to you?
Yes.
There's chunks of her childhood that she has trouble recalling now when she reflects back on some of the events that happened.
Yes.
When you do your risk assessment or when you perform risk assessments to try to figure out if a person is going to be a danger in the future, you do want to look at stressors that is it important to talk to someone about stressors they might face in the future?
Yes, if they're amenable or will talk with you.
Did you ask her to recall any stressors that she might face? Did you ask Ms. Geyser that question?
Yes.
And how did she handle that, or how did she respond?
Well, what she told me is that she recognized that she hasn't been an adult in the community. She's essentially spent the last over a decade in institutional settings. So she knows there's a lot she doesn't know, if you will, about handling adult responsibilities. She also knew that her case is likely to garner her attention, unwanted attention in at least some or many instances. And she likened that to in the institution where, of course, as patients come into the institution, they become aware that Ms. Geyser, the Slender Man case-related person, is in the institution. And so in the institution, she's garnered unwanted attention from other patients. Over time, she's learned a principle for her is that she doesn't want to talk about it, at least not with those patients, and that she doesn't want her, the index offense, to be the source of her, to be the source of unwanted attention or to feed that.
You performed the HCR20 examination on Ms. Geyser?
I didn't perform it on her. I used that as a structured assessment tool for the data that I had. So it's not a psychological test that you perform on someone. I guess that's what I'm saying.
Got it. It's a tool that you relied on.
Yes.
She met the full criteria for 7 items and did not meet criteria for 7 factors, right?
That's only on the historical factors.
And then there were clinical factors and risk management factors to consider as well?
Yes.
What's the bottom line conclusion when you consider that?
The bottom line conclusion is that essentially most of that was unchanged from 6 months ago.
Okay.
So it told me that there still remains and will always remain for Ms. Geyser, in fact, some historical risk factors that place her at elevated risk for violence as compared to an individual who did not stab a peer 19 times over 10 years ago. That's unchanging.
That's a historical factor that cannot be changed and will always be there.
Correct, but when we look at dynamic factors or factors that can be changed, that are amenable to treatment, then her history in the last 10 years also demonstrates several protective factors that she has and factors that are about her that are amenable to intervention and treatment, and at this juncture, I believe make her ready for conditional release.
What are those protective factors or dynamic factors?
The protective factors include her intellectual resources and her capacity for problem solving. She has improved coping skills for managing stress that she has worked on and developed with the assistance of years of treatment and the treatment team she has at Winnebago. She has demonstrated improved capacity for self-regulation, emotional self-regulation. So managing stress in the institution, decreased frequency to use fantasy or to use I guess I would say fantasy or retreat into herself for coping. And she also has an expressed motivation to proactively pursue a pro-social life course moving forward. Her compliance in the institution is remarkable, both with medication and with treatment. Her lack of behavioral management problems in the institution, her lack of violence toward others in the institution and toward herself. Those all bode well for her readiness for conditional release at this time.
And you were close last time. Last time you noted that although you didn't support release, you did indicate that Ms. Geyser's readiness should follow, and you said in the coming months, assuming she maintains her current level of psychiatric stability, among other things, right?
Yes.
And so what you were flagging for the court, or anticipating, was if Ms. Geyser continues on the stable, positive, coherent track that she's on, it would be appropriate to grant conditional release.
That she would become appropriate for that.
Right, she would become an appropriate candidate for that.
Yes.
And that the court should then grant it. That's your opinion. The court should grant it.
Well, I would never tell the court what the court should do, but I believe that the facts favor and support
That's a better way of putting
Ms. Geyser's petition for conditional release.
Now, your report is based on the totality of the information, and you conclude that there's not support for the conclusion that if she's conditionally released, she would pose a significant risk of harm to herself or others, or serious property damage, right?
Yes.
You noted her continued successful engagement in the community, which we've already discussed, right?
Yes.
Increased employment and absence of any overt signs of psychosis.
Yes.
You would agree that from a psychiatric or from a psychological perspective, she's very much stable and has been so for quite some time.
Yes.
That there's no acts of violence whatsoever towards people at the institution, despite there being a number of overt mentally ill patients there.
Yes.
Now, you talked about DHS in your report on page 36, and you also mentioned at the very beginning of your testimony that your agency is contracted through DHS, right?
Not in the capacity I conducted this evaluation, but only exclusively for competency to stand trial evaluations.
Okay, but sure, but you have familiarity with DHS.
Yes.
And if Judge Boren permits conditional release, your recommendation is that there be a carefully crafted plan by DHS and submitted to the court for approval, right?
Yes.
And at the bottom of page 36, you list all the things that you would look to, that you would expect as part of that report. Do you have any changes to that, or does that all remain the same?
That remains the same, and I would anticipate that there would be more expectations. I was merely outlining broadly some of those, but likely to be more.
Okay. Do you have, in your professional career, have you ever worked with a team on a conditional release plan? Is that something that you've done before?
No, that's not my role.
Got it. How many of these types of reports do you estimate you've done in your career, meaning conditional release reports?
Hundreds.
Ms. Geyser has spent her adolescent years and early adulthood living in an institutional setting. What are the negatives? Yeah. Certainly there's some positives because she's received institutional treatment and medication and close supervision. What are the negatives of continued placement inside an institutional setting for someone like Ms. Geyser?
Certainly the ongoing exposure to pathology, to mental illness, as compared to wellness. That is not a positive overall, although there may be, as with any experience, some silver lining to that. The exposure to patients who at times are violent, who test limits, who can colloquially get in your face, if you will, say negative things about you, and having to cope with that. You also it's the absence, what you don't have in an institutional setting. What you don't have is, as you move through adolescence and into early adulthood, you don't have the natural demands that occur to adolescents and to early folks in early adulthood to obtain employment, your first job, for example, to have the expectations of an employer placed on you, having to get up in the morning to be or stay up late at night to maintain responsibilities of employment. The social experiences that we go through during adolescence that help us mature, the bruises, the emotional bruises that we get, or the highs and the lows of adolescence. So I would say the exigencies of adolescence and adulthood aren't faced in a natural way in an institutional setting. And so in that sense, Ms. Geyser comes up short, if you will, by nothing of her choosing or doing, okay, as she approaches conditional release. So because of that, she'll need accommodation, she'll need support as she learns those things that she hasn't had the experiences to learn to this juncture.
Do you have a concern? Do you have a concern about hopelessness at some point if that Ms. Geyser becomes a greater risk for self-harm if not given some meaningful opportunities to progress to the next gradual phase?
I would say I would have that concern for Ms. Geyser or for anyone in similar circumstances, that there is that potential if they remain locked in a certain place and space and have no power to effect change. There is a risk of hopelessness.
And you identified some of the negatives of remaining at Winnebago, but that's not because it's Winnebago. It's more because it's an institutional setting. That's the concern at this point, right?
Correct. I mean, nothing negative or pejorative about Winnebago in particular.
But these things like the emotional bruising and the natural demands of an employer and being exposed to pathology and mental illness inside a facility, these are all real concerns that that weighed in your judgment when you were preparing this report, right?
I would say I'm aware of those concerns, and if asked about them, I can name those. But my focus for the evaluation was really on that legal standard. Does Ms. Geyser pose a significant risk of bodily harm to self, others, or serious property damage if conditionally released? That was really my focus. And with that focus, it's my opinion, the facts favor her petition.
Thank you. That's all.
All right, thank you. And cross-examination.
No, thank you for being here, Dr. Collins. No questions.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, doctors. Doctor under subpoena?
No.
All right, well, thanks for testifying today, doctor. You have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Good day.
Then we'll, further witnesses?
Yes, we have two. Could we recess for 5 minutes and I'll see?
Sure, we can do that. Yeah.
Status. How late
is this? It's a quarter to 12. If we recessed at this point, came back at say 1:15?
Perfect.
How's that for the state?
That's fine, Judge. I don't anticipate these witnesses being lengthy.
No, 15 minutes or 20 minutes each.
All right.
So we can have them ready to go right at 1:15 or continue with them now.
Well, I'm looking at what happens after the two witnesses.
After the two witnesses, both sides would be prepared to argue and the court render an opinion or take it under advisement.
All right.
I agree.
All right. Well, if the witnesses are short, let's do them now.
Okay.
Then take a lunch recess and then come back for argument.
Okay. If you give me 5 minutes to
sure, go ahead.
If they're ready to go.
Sure. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're trying to find out who the blonde woman is, because at the top of this hearing, I'm pretty sure Judge said that they were family members. Remember, there was the one guy, and it looked like a female. You just kind of see half of her face. And then there was a fourth person, but you didn't really see a face from them. And then Miss Blondie there has been there the whole time. So I don't know if she's a victim advocate.
There.
I have no idea what her deal is.
Ms. Parnell, are you there?
Still connecting there.
All right.
She's still connected now.
Ms. Parnell, are you there? You're muted, so you have to unmute. All right, can you hear the court?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
I can now see you and hear you. Thank you.
Great.
So you're being called as a witness today. So I'm going to ask you to stand if you can, raise your right hand, and our clerk will swear you in.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. You may be seated. Then state your full name and spell your last name.
My first name is Jennifer. My last name is Parnell, Parnell.
All right, thank you, Ms. Parnell. And then Attorney Cotton.
Yes, 1 minute, please. I just want to put on the record, Judge, that Ms. Geyser does give her consent to have this witness and the next witness. These are treating therapists and professionals who have worked with her at Winnebago. She does give permission for them to speak about her medical records and medical conditions.
All right, thank you. Is that true, ma'am? All right, thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Parnell.
Good morning.
Can you just start by telling the court what your role has been in this? Do you know Morgan Geyser?
Yes, I am her. I was her treating psychiatric provider at Winnebago Mental Health from April of 2024 until November of 2024.
And what was your role with Ms. Geyser from April to November of 2024?
I'm a board-certified psychiatric physician assistant, so I was her primary psychiatric provider.
So you're not a doctor, but you're a physician assistant, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you were providing services for Ms. Geyser during that time?
That's correct.
Madam Clerk, am I able to share my screen with this witness or no?
Through Zoom. You would have to log into Zoom.
Let me just see if it works. Let me ask. So, Ms. Parnell, did you author a letter from November 7th, 2024 for Judge Boren? Do you remember?
Yes.
And I don't suppose you have a copy of that letter sitting in front of you right now, do you?
I do not.
Okay. I'll ask you about some of the information in that letter, and you just let me know if it's accurate, okay?
Yes.
So back in November 7th, 2024, we have a letter that was mailed to Judge Boren from Jennifer Parnell, PAC provider. Is that you?
That's me.
And you remember authoring that letter?
Yes.
It's about Ms. Geyser.
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you write that letter, just if you remember?
Those letters are when a patient petitions for conditional release. It is standard practice that we give diagnoses, medications, kind of where they're at in their phases, how they've been doing in the institution. Each time that they petition for conditional release, we send that to the court. It's not to offer an opinion, but it's more of a factual letter.
You're not here, right? You're not in a position to offer an opinion. You're just a fact witness to talk about Ms. Geyser specifically, right?
That's correct.
Is it accurate to say that as of November of 20, and now you're no longer with Winnebago, right? You've left and moved to Florida for family.
That's correct.
Family reasons, right?
That's correct.
But you still have your licensing and your certifications here in Wisconsin.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Geyser her treatment consisted, as of November, just a couple months ago, her treatment consisted of groups to address mental health issues in education.
Correct.
And she has worked on coping skill building, individual therapy, leisure activities, and vocational training. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
You described her attendance and participation in treatment and work groups as 100% group attendance rate?
Yes.
Is that something you witnessed, or are you just describing what others have witnessed?
It's been told to me by her people that facilitate the groups. They keep a running tab of that because it can affect those phases.
And Morgan has been described as a cooperative participant in treatment groups.
Correct.
She's the pre-integration phase. It sounds like there's 4 separate categories that a person can be placed in.
That's correct. There's orientation, engagement, maintenance, and pre-integration, which is the highest phase.
She has full liberty and supervised off and on ground privileges.
She has full courtyard liberty. She has supervised on and off grounds. She has full escorted liberty, different things like microwave use, VIP room, order out privileges. She has the highest level of privileges that you can earn at Winnebago.
She's demonstrated an adherence to hospital rules and had no security holds for a number of years. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Now I want to talk about what comes next, because you indicated in your report that, or your letter, that if the court does grant conditional release, DHS recommends that Morgan be returned to WMHI for a conditional release plan to be developed with a Department of Corrections agent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What does that look like in practice? You worked at Winnebago. How does that unfold?
So what happens is, and we can't do it until the patient has been granted conditional release, because we don't want to do a bunch of planning and using the resources, and then have the patient get denied. So once that they have been granted conditional release, there is a whole team of DHS workers, people in the community, as well as whoever the treating provider is, which would be, at that time, would have been myself, her social workers, just everybody that's kind of involved in her care, her therapist. And we all meet, on an initial basis, and then usually at a weekly basis to establish a plan of care. Where will she go on discharge? What we do then is we talk about, in Morgan's case, it would be, placing her in a supervised group home, setting her up with therapists, setting her up with outpatient psychiatrists. At that point, she's introduced to her case manager in the community, who will be the one, doing supervision. There's a very lengthy process.
And you said that process of finding the group home and determining the specifics does not begin until the court approves conditional release.
That's correct.
And once the court does, then the team works with the DHS and Department of Corrections to put a more finer point on all the details.
That's correct.
And then submitting that plan back to the court for His Honor's approval.
Correct.
And you know that because you've been employed at Winnebago and experienced that firsthand, right?
I've been part of those teams in the past.
Those are all my questions.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, is Ms. Purnell under subpoena?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, well, Ms. Purnell, thanks for being here today.
Well, thank you very much.
Enjoy Florida.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah, have a good day as well. Further witnesses?
Yes, Lisa Portman. Do we have her on yet, Jessica?
No.
Just have a couple minutes on that, please.
Sure, go ahead.
Can I just step out for 1 minute?
Go ahead, we'll be in recess. Go ahead.
All right. So that's where they break for lunch. This is where I was going to end the stream for today, because then I want to show this tomorrow along with her other. Yeah, if because there's like another 3 hours after this, so that's going to get us too close to our stream with Psychosaurus Rex. So I'm going to end it today. We're gonna end it today. We'll come back tomorrow. We'll finish watching that, and then we have another conditional release hearing from March. So spoiler alert, she has another one. And then we'll get into her escape. So that's tomorrow. So tomorrow's going to be the rest of this one from March. Then she's got, the rest of this one from January. Then she has another one in March, which is not 6 months. So I'm not sure what happens. We'll have to find out what happened at the end of today. And then we get into her breakout, her escape. And then we get into Charlie Mecca. We'll talk about him. Yeah, okay. So that'll be tomorrow. I know, Northwest. I know. It's going to get us too close to our 7:30. I know it's going to get us too close to our 7:30. And I need a little bit of break time. So. All right, so with that, Psychosaurus Rex. I have a redirect set up. So you guys don't have to do anything. But join us at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. I have questions. I have a whole bunch of questions for Rex, and please bring your questions, and we will talk about it. With Rex at 7:30. So with that, thank you for joining us. I've got no Super Bowl, but I do have little Fed over here, little Roger. Roger's hanging out with me. Yeah, it's a good boy. So thanks for joining us today. What time is it here right now? It is 4:06. It's 4:06 Eastern, so 4:30. If I play that to the end, it's like another 3 hours. It's going to be too much for me tonight. So we're going to take the break now. We'll come back in about 3.5 hours. We'll come back with Psychosaurus Rex, talking about yesterday and today and everything that has to do with Morgan. So I have a lot of your questions from yesterday and today. So if you have any more questions, please join us at 7:30. I have a redirect set up. So she sleeps upstairs, Rex. Soupy sleeps upstairs. She doesn't. They float around. You know, her newest thing is that she sleeps upstairs. So she sleeps upstairs for the majority of the day. All right, you guys. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. Please come back and join us at 7:30, which is 3.5 hours from now. And we will see you guys then. And if you can't make that, then join us tomorrow at 9 Eastern, where we will pick up where we left off today. And then we'll continue on with our other hearings. So until then, have a great day. Thank you for joining us. And we will see you hopefully at 7:30. I have a redirect set up if you guys want to hang out and talk. That's cool too. All right. We'll see you then. Bye.